Good morning and welcome to the European Cricket Series, Czech Republic, live from Prague. Group B, almost finished, almost quarterfinal time. There are going to be 4 games today. Any one of 4 teams can top the table. It's going to be a very interesting day's play. It'll be first up, Moravians against Spartans, who want to be up the top of the table to play against Brno next week. Then we're going to see later on in the day, Barbarians and Vinaradi. The Tigers have got a day off. They've played all their games. They're at the top of the table at the moment. Don't think they'll stay there. But we're going to see a fantastic day's cricket, all to play for. There's a man in the commentary box who'll bring you the action straight away. It's my good friend Vinny Sandhu. I'm Danny Hudacek. Have a great day watching the European Cricket Network. Final day of Group B action sees a clash between the Spartans and Moravians. Moravians, they'll need a miracle to get through to the quarterfinals. Spartans, they want to secure top spot. We're going to go to the coin toss right now with Charles Croucher.
Your call. Tails. Tails is the call. And it's a head.
I would like to field first.
Spartans have won the toss, decided to field. I think they're happy chasing. Moravians, they're still hanging in there by a thread in this tournament. They've been very good. It's going to be very difficult for them against a very good Spartan side.
Yes, thank you, Danny Hudacek, for that update with what happened at the toss. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we are almost ready for day 10. Once again, great to have your company, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on a YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as we head into match number 37. A clash between the Prague Spartans. Well, they have aspirations to go top of the table. We'll have to play well today if they're going to get there. They'll have to leapfrog the Tigers. And Moravians, we are mathematically able to make the quarterfinals tomorrow. But they'll need to get 2 wins and 2 pretty good wins against higher ranked opponents. So, well, Danny said a bit of a minor miracle required. We know Moravians, they are capable of the spectacular. They did open with a very, very good win against the Barbarians. They haven't tasted victory since, and so almost ready for a start. So the players heading out there. I can give you a bit of a weather update today in Vinoj, which is just north of Prague, the capital of the Czech Republic. Currently, it is about 17 degrees, heading for a total, or a maximum temperature, I should say, of 18. Now, there is some concern of some rain around about lunchtime, so that would be probably halfway through the day and into the afternoon, but hopefully, a bit like the other day, we'll be able to push through it and won't get too serious. And I know that all the teams would love the opportunity to finish their group games. As we head into quarterfinals tomorrow, of course, from tomorrow becomes a bit of a knockout structure with the top 8 teams. We cut to 4 for finals day on Saturday. Good to see Pete Vincent out there, who is our standing umpire for the start of this one. Pete, I'm sure, well rested after his day off yesterday. He's out there with Pradeep Gangappa, both of the Czech Republic. It looks like Niraj Tyagi is going to open up. Moravian, they have relied on, 2 or 3 batters in particular. I've got to say, Akshay Babu really impressed me yesterday with a pretty polished 38 not out, kept their innings on course, although it wasn't enough to secure a victory on day 9. Other players to watch with the bat will be Dhiraj Thakur and also the captain Om Sharma. They've decided to open with Babu. I don't mind that as a decision. Maybe makes their order a little bit longer out there with Prem Yadav. So a bit of a promotion for Prem Yadav, who you're likely to see opening the bowling for Moravians in the second half of this game. But right now, it's the start of day 10. Niraj Tyagi with the first ball. Pretty good one as well, as he gets a bit of shape away from Prem Yadav. Yeah, the Prague Spartans, a team we know pretty well on ECN. We saw them represented by 2 different sides last year in the European Cricket Series here in the Czech Republic. It's a 10-team tournament, of course. Good outswinger, beats the bat. So the Spartans heading in with a 4-2 record, so they have 8 points. The Tigers have finished their group games. They have 10 points, so 2 wins will guarantee the Spartans top spot. Cut this time, third time lucky, gets some bat on it for the first time today. Prem Yadav gets off the mark with a single. So even 1 win might be enough for the Spartans, but then it would come down to net run rate, would depend on the margin of the win and the loss they would take. Vinarati, they also have the opportunity to top the table. They'll have to play really well. They're 6 points, 3-3. They need to get 2 wins and 2 healthy wins. As we see Babu on strike for the first time. Confident looking drive, and it gets through Satya, and it's going to be 4. Wow, how's this snuck through? And Satya looking back with a kind of dirty look towards the turf in front of him. Don't know whether that's a slight Tortuga. That just seemed a pretty regulation drive, and Gupta, who's a pretty good fielder, you'd expect him to stop that. So first boundary of the day coming out of nowhere. Now Shagi, who is a pretty good first over, gets another one past the bat, this time of Babu. Yeah, even the Barbarians who are in 4th, they have a chance of topping the table. So 4 out of the 5 teams do have a chance, but they'll have to play well. Pretty good first over this from Shagi. Once again beats the bat, this time more expansive stroke from Akshay Babu. And it's the end of the first over of the day. Moravian Cricket Club are 5 for no loss. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me in the commentary box is Danny Hudacek. And Danny, yeah, fascinating Group B. And look, Moravians, they're the only ones really up against the wall, you'd say. See some of the top the batters and bowlers for both of these sides. Look, probably the big in today for the Spartans is Gunasekharan, especially after his 6 for 5 the other day.
Yeah, it was a pretty good bowling effort from Gunasekharan. A hat-trick, 6 for 5, and he does add to the top of the order as well. So this is going to be an interesting game. Bit of a loose start from Sengupta, who'll come in for the second over. Good over from Taigi. As you can see, a few clouds here, bit of swing in the air as well.
Yeah.
It's going to make it more difficult for the batsman.
Yeah, so Moravian, see they started with a win, but they haven't tasted victory since. Here's Sengupta with the second over.
Just hit straight down the ground. Lovely shot. And it will be 4 runs. Straight as an arrow. And not a bad ball. Maybe a little bit over pitch from the bowler. And
yeah, it wasn't really a half volley. I think it was a really good shot, to be honest. I think it wasn't a terrible delivery from Sengupta. Occasionally has been a bit loose early, Satya. But he's an experienced campaigner, national team player. Here's a comeback ball to Yadav.
Oh, well, not a bad ball there. It's coming from wide of the crease, and it's angling in a little bit. Maybe a touch of swing as well in. So I'm sure he'll be aiming at those stumps.
That's a pretty good one. And just the bounce, I think, taking it over the stumps as well of Yadav, who I think's there to do a little bit of a, I wouldn't say full pitch hitting job, but I think he's there to be aggressive. They do have some batting to come.
Just cut away to the gully just for a single. This is a very interesting group, Vinny. We knew it was going to be very tight, that any team can really beat any team. I think Moravians have been left in the wake a little bit. But apart from that, I think all 4 teams mathematically can top the table.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they necessarily want to top the table. And we'll come to that in just a moment.
Okay.
It's down leg side, and I think it might have
flicked
the pad a little bit, I think. There was a bit of an appeal, nowhere near the bat. I think it might have just clipped the pad.
Yeah, I think it did clip the pad. That's why there's no wide call. Well, taken by the keeper, though.
So, looking at Group A, we know that there are 3 of the top teams in the country in Group A that they're qualified. We'll come back to this in a moment. Good ball outside our stump. There's PCC, and then there's Bohemians.
Yep, Bohemians in second.
All right, so PCC are probably the strongest batting lineup. Definitely the most destructive. Bohemians probably the strongest bowling lineup, and Brno, who we saw struggle a little bit and get into that 4th spot, but keep the suspense. It's a good ball, clipped away. It's going towards the boundary. Don't think it'll make it. They'll come back for 2, and wow, good work there. I think he's just flicked it in. They could have possibly got 3 if they'd been a bit sharper, but. Almost got another boundary.
Yeah, so that's 12 for no loss after 2. And yeah, just coming back to your point there, Danny. about Burno, who we think might have a pretty strong team they'll bring tomorrow in Group 4. If we look at the table here, you can see that it is wide open at the moment in Group B, isn't it?
Absolutely. And the run rate, if Inverrady gets 2 wins, which they're capable of doing, they have a very tough game against both teams, against Barbarians and Spartans. They could top the table, could come second, same as the Barbarians. I think the Barbarians are less likely on run rate, but it depends on how they do. And he's gone. Well,
that's a bit of a run out from nowhere, and it's Babu that's going to have to go. Prem just took off. You see, he looks up, and Babu must have called it, because you see Prem, he waited for the call, and yeah, he wasn't even close, was he? Unfortunately, Babu couldn't get the legs motoring, and so it's a bit wasteful from Moravians, who had sustained a pretty good opening couple of overs. You see that Babu decides to go, but then staggers at the critical moment, and that's the step that I think cost him his wicket, as the first wicket is taken. Fairly simple one for the field in the end. It's 12 for 1.
Yeah, it was definitely Babu's call, and Yadov would have been gone at the other end as well. He took off quite late, but again, a player not sliding their bat. I think maybe if he'd slid his bat, he might have been a bit closer, but that's an unfortunate run out at the top of the innings, and Babu will have to go. And the new batsman is Vignesh Surendran. He's been good, I think, Surendran, for the Moravians this week.
I haven't seen him opening sometimes. And yeah, so basically your point you're making is, okay, one team, all the teams can top the table, but you think the team that tops the table, they'll be a bit wary about Burno, who might bring a bolstered team tomorrow. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, you saw that they didn't have a regular keeper. Dylan Stain was doing much of the keeping, right, which gave him an extra added pressure, because he's captaining the side, he's opening the batting, which is a lot. And I think they've got a regular keeper coming in.
Yeah.
I think they also have Rahat Ali coming in, who's one of the best bowlers in the country, and working in tandem up top with Afridi. That's a pretty frightening proposition.
That's true. It's a fair point you make. You see Jargian again.
Oh, he's dropped him. Well, I think he was going to throw the ball up before he had it in his gloves, the keeper.
Well, here's the thing. Junu Panelet is keeping today, giving Mehta a rest, and yeah, I think there must have been an edge there, just going by the reaction. It just got clanked, didn't it, by Panelet. He would take that. If that wasn't edged, he would have taken that easily. But sometimes the little edge just can make you panic. The heart rate goes up in the split second.
Oh, I went sideways from Taigi.
Been good here. Yeah, but I mean, what I would say to that is that ultimately, if you make the quarterfinals, you have to win 3 games anyway.
Yeah.
And if you want to win the tournament, which is what all these teams are wanting to do, you have to beat whoever's in front of you. So I just think if I was playing today, I wouldn't be trying to take it easy at all. I think I want to be playing good cricket heading into quarterfinals.
It's been hit down the ground. There's a man coming around. He won't get there. Just a single. Yeah, I get your point, but at the same time, United are a second division side. They're very good. They're a very solid team.
Yeah.
But when you look at the other 3 teams on that side of the draw, if you're a Group B team, United would, if you were to ask any of the teams here,
who'd rather play?
Who'd rather play? You'd want to play United.
Yeah.
Because they can be blown out of the water, but then again they beat PCC in the last week.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, totally get what you're saying. Get to the end of the 3rd over, end of the power play. Pretty quiet one from Raven on the scoreboard. They do lose that wicket of Babu due to the run-outs. 13-1 after 3. Yeah, but like I say, I think sometimes players can kind of do their own head in. So say you did kind of manage a game against United, and it's just for argument's sake, say whatever team it is wins, and then you're still going to run into really good teams on Saturday. So I just think you want to be playing good cricket today, leading into quarterfinals, and you just need to have that mindset that you can beat whoever comes in front of you. Because if you start thinking that way, then you're basically selling your own team short, thinking, oh, we're not good enough, or we want to avoid this team. But I just think that's sometimes a bad mindset to have, I think. I know that I've seen it done plenty of times. I remember in the Cricket World Cup where Australia is a bit ridiculous, but Pakistan were the weakest team by some distance, and to avoid a semi-final showdown with a with a stronger team. I think South Africa. As we wait for this one, it is whipped away off the pads. Long chase there, and well done by Sengupta this time. He's over the wobbles. Keeps that to 2. Yeah, I think Australia played a side that involved their team manager and a whole bunch of second grade players, and yeah, it didn't work out for them because then they still had to run into the good side after the next game. Yeah. So I think teams want to be winning today. That's the key.
I don't think that any team's going to go easy, and I'm pretty sure that Spartans have got enough firepower to beat Moravians, who are spirited but just a little bit outgunned, especially if you get past their top few, and they don't quite have the bowling that these other teams have. So another wide there. Sagar Reddy's the new bowler, and he's been good this tournament. As Sagar Reddy does bowl the occasional wild one, but he's been
excellent. He's been really good for the Spartans. Bit of scoring news. First ball of the over was 1 short, which is always a bit of a waste if you ask me. So Sengupta with that good stop over there, actually saving 3 runs. They only got 1. Now we haven't seen 2 of their key batters yet in the top 3 for Moravians, being Diraj Thakur, who we knew was nursing a bit of a thumb injury, in fact, yesterday. That he picked up keeping. The other one is Om Sharma, the captain, who's just been a bit out of sorts of late.
I think it's a good move. I mean, Tyagi was always going to open the bowling. Got some very good options in Sagar Reddy and Satyajit Sengupta. After that, then Raya Prolu was another one who could give a bowl. We saw Ravi bowling. They've got very good options as Spartans, but I'm sure that Om Sharma and Thakur will, with the ball slightly, maybe not moving as much, and with I guess the second string bowlers coming in, they've got a good chance of piling up some runs. So
yeah, I mean, makes their batting lineup a bit longer. I just think Babu, who's been in good form and better form, he'll be kicking himself at running himself out in that fashion a little bit earlier. Next one just whipped away to the leg side for 1. So we just have had the 2 boundaries so far. They were quite a while ago now, almost 2 overs ago. So it's been a good over from Reddy. Steady Reddy, keeping it down on the scoreboard. Now another little angle away for a single, and this will end the 4th over. The score is 18 for 1, and what a great opportunity for us to welcome you into the commentary ice cube today. It is Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, and alongside me is our Czech specialist. It is Danny Hudacek. And Danny, yeah, it's been a fascinating Group B. We've kind of felt that anyone could beat anyone, and probably today will be no exception.
Absolutely. We knew at the start of the week that this is a very even group. The tactics have been very different from Group A, and it's been a fantastic week of cricket, as was the first week.
Yeah, for sure. And we're gearing up, of course, quarterfinals tomorrow. There's plenty of cricket coming your way, actually, today, because we also have the T20 International Tri-Series starting in Germany. So Charlie Hunt will be over there. So I'll have a couple of those matches. So the day will go even longer, because I think the last match in Germany starts about halfway through our last match. So, of course, because the T20, it'll be twice as long. So we'll have a nice long day of cricket for you on ECN. And please join us in the live chat. Say hello, ECN European Cricket Network. Give us your questions and comments. We'll respond whenever we can. And yeah, looking forward to that interaction as we get Shanmugam Ravi coming in to bowl the 5th over. Slight fumble. There's Mehta, who had the gloves yesterday. I think the keepers, you do see them sometimes kind of swapped out or having a bit of a rest during the tournament, because it does take a lot out of the body. They're constant kind of crouching and getting to the stumps, constantly being in the game mentally as well. So Mehta not with the gloves for the Spartans today. It's Panelet who's already put down a chance. He's behind the stumps. Here's Ravi, bowled very well yesterday.
This one's hit down the ground and just be a single. It's interesting with the keepers. I think we've seen some very good keeping so far in this tournament. We've seen some pretty average keeping as well by some of the teams. And in any form of cricket, the keeper is so vital. I mean, I know you're going to agree with me, because you're a keeper.
That's my position.
But we've seen a lot of buys go through with certain keepers and others taking spectacular catches.
It's a tricky pitch to keep on, to be honest, because you know how we talk about the little bit of movement and variable bounce, which can do the batter. It can also do the keepers.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of seam in this pitch. few balls that keep down. Keepers having to try and deal with second bounces. Not easy. I think we have seen a few more buys, but also it's shown that the keepers that are able to shine, they've been shining. This is cut away, and once again, little fumble. I think a 2 here. They're going to take it on. Better throw, I think, would have had him in trouble.
We've been very close. The other thing with keepers is that if you've got a keeper who you know is going to be in the right position, take the catches, and stop the dodgy inside edges, he would have been a mile out, Vinny.
Yeah.
It lifts the team. Firstly, you're saving runs. You're taking the wickets when they come. I saw Panellet drop one earlier, which he really should have taken, but he's not a regular keeper for the Spartans.
Yeah, that's one of the things though. Keeping's one of those things that looks easy, but it's made to look easy by the people that do it well.
Yeah.
I think if you put regular fielders in there, even if they're good fielders, there's just a few things that are a bit different. Concentration aspect as well, technical aspect. Can kind of throw them a little bit. And yeah, just little things like when there is an edge, you kind of can, if you're inexperienced, you can freak out a little bit. I think it's what happened to Panellet, who dropped regulation 1. 24 for 1 after 5 overs. And MCC do need to get a wriggle on. These two, they've got pretty much the license, I think, now, because you look at the batting to come, you've got Thakur and Om Sharma listed to come in at 4 and 5. So I don't think they can muck around for too much longer. Pretty disciplined bowling as well. Just the 2 wides in the first half of the innings. Yes, hello to you, Chris. I hope you're well. Of course, Chris is an outstanding wicketkeeper. I saw some of his work last year, and it can make a big difference. I also think on this pitch, if you're confident keeping up to the stumps, that's a really good skill, because then you don't have to deal with some of these double bounces and some of the footing behind the artificial area, which isn't particularly easy to deal with. But certainly Chris is pretty confident up to the stumps. So now we're going to get into over number 6, and it does look to me like Sagar Reddy is coming back in. See the field there. It's the 5-4 field at the moment. Reddy gets one through the outside edge, and he's been brilliant, like we've said, in this tournament. Seems to just be very, very reliable for the Spartans in the middle overs. Yeah, he's very economical, difficult to get away. He gets a bit of movement in the air and off the pitch, and he's just very steady. Bowls with decent pace. This one's hit in the air and dropped. Well, that was Raya Prolu out there. It was Raya Prolu, but I mean, he made that catch out of nothing, to be honest, because he anticipated that when he saw the shot. I don't know whether he realised it'd be mishit, but he actually takes that on or just inside the circle. So he actually just had a good view at that. He took a bit of a running start, and normally that wouldn't carry. So almost making something out of nothing there. It's very difficult to take a catch when you're running at it as well. Yeah. So, they'll get an overthrow here. Speaking of overthrows, noticed something went a bit viral overnight. I was expecting it. It was the 3 buys that went through to the keeper. And give us your thoughts on that, Chris Pearce, if you're in the chat, if you've seen that. It's on various social media channels. I saw it went on Fox Cricket in Australia and various others. In that 3-over game, talk about running for impossible runs. That was something quite amazing. And the Barbarians versus Vinarati game, I'm sure Chris was watching that as Vinarati with the team that were fielding. I know that Chris Pearce has got a lot of work on because of the Cricket Academy. And he's doing good work. He's doing fantastic work, him and Renata. And but I think he would have loved to have kept in this tournament. Now that because the thing with Chris is that he's very quick with the stumping. Yeah. And he's very confident with the stumping. And now he'll have some sort of proof either way whether he actually took the wicket, because he's always appealing, and then when the batsman's given not out, he's it's a big difference from this year. It is a bit more of a formal process with the technology being used for line decisions. So I think Chris would have absolutely loved it, to be honest. As we see Reddy coming in again. Oh, and he doesn't have to bowl this one. And the other thing is, and yeah, Chris, I know there was a kind of a bit of a family day. It was last Sunday, not Sunday just gone, but the Sunday before. It was just before we came in, and I was very keen to get along to that. Unfortunately, we didn't arrive in time. This could be trouble. It's hanging in the air, and it won't quite carry. And that's Gunasekaran, who's back into the side. He won't be able to turn that into a catch. Yes, I know that's something that if we had been able to get an earlier flight from Sweden, I would have loved to have come down and checked that out. I know that was something And, it's pretty exciting to try and get more and more people involved in cricket. But love the work you're doing, Chris. Missing you here. His last ball, the over.
Just dab down to point for a single. I've been to quite a few of those days, and they're very, very well run, and the kids love it. There are about 100 kids. I'm not sure. Chris will probably fill us in on how many kids there were this time. But there are more and more kids involved. The parents are getting involved as well, because most Czech parents know nothing about cricket until their kids come and say, "I want to play cricket." And then I know that Chris has had comments about, well, I don't know if we can afford the horses.
I thought you were going to say that. Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you what, that 4 at the start of the second over got the win probability. Made pretty excited. It spiked up, then spiked straight back, because we haven't had a boundary since. 6 overs down. It's 30 for 1. This innings just, they have to try something now. I've got to say, got my opinions on what we should probably see, because they can't get more than ones here at the moment. Chris Pearce did this last year. I would actually consider a double switch. I think I'd probably consider retiring both these two out and trying to get Om Sharma and Dheeraj Thakur to the crease, just to try and spark something here, because the way the game's going, I'm not really seeing the intent from these two either, because you just kind of eking to 50 is not going to be enough.
Yeah, that's true. I totally agree with you. Just a comment from Lons in the chat. To be honest, some of the cricket played at the family day by the best Czech cricket young guns, it was much better than on display here. And look, there are a couple who are playing for Vinarati. It's Danny O'Connor, who's is a fantastic little bowler.
Yep.
Who'll come through, I'm sure, he's in the senior ranks as well, playing for Bianco's. And also Alfie Solček, whose dad used to play for the Czech national team.
Ben Suchek's
Yeah.
son. Great. Well, this is going to be a boundary, or is it? No. Another good defensive stop. And that's Reddy, who's everywhere. Now they're going to take on a second. Now they should get a third if they're paying attention. They are. Oh, geez, I love overthrows. I mean, that'll get you woken up in the morning. Didn't love him so much if it was me with the gloves there, but I probably would have thrown it, to be fair. He threw it hard enough that he had to do his own backing up almost in the end. That's a very, very good stop out there as well. Thought that was the boundary that might just relieve the pressure. He throws despite the batter having 2 feet in, and then has to chase it. A rare 3.
Comes the bowler again. Bowling to Yadav, who leaves the wide. But you're right, Vinny, they need to get a move on. Yadav is going about run a ball. It's not too bad, but Surendran, 8 off 14. He's absorbed, well, over a fifth of the innings for 8 runs, and that's not on. Dab down to the gully area, just a single.
It's a good shot, don't get me wrong, but that's more of that's a shot you play in the nets, I think, when you're just kind of just feeling bad on ball, but just not really going to bring you a boundary. That's the thing. And I think if I was Om Sharma in particular, or if I was Dheeraj Thakur, I'd be getting itchy with my pads on about now, seeing the ball slipping away.
So nicely hit. There's a man out there. Just be a single. And Surendran just can't find the gaps.
Hello to you, Lons. I hope you're well. And yeah, one thing I'm really excited about, and this is something we're seeing more and more of, is the junior kind of raw talent around Europe, not just here, but all around. And big thanks to all the people that developed that and put in time to that. This is missing leg, and they should scramble a leg by. And I know that's something that we've been developing with our cricket school projects, which is trying to bring cricket to more kids as well. Often we'll have, like we did here a couple of years ago, the kids game kind of shown a little bit to gives them a bit of a boost and allows them to show their friends what they've been getting up to.
Yep.
As of course, the infamous Terry the tent incident happened during that, which is still one of my all-time favourite ECN moments. Sorry, Terry. There's the old reverse. When right hand's not working for you, try left-handed. It's no good that time. And just the 1 ball left in the over. In fact, that might be the end of the 7th. So yeah, the score is 38 for 1 after 7. So still not quite at that run-a-ball pace. Just a reminder that we have plenty of cricket coming your way today. This is our ECN Thursday, which starts, of course, here in the Czech Republic, which Starts in match 37. You're watching it right now, but a little bit later. So starting probably just after the second game starts. You can also flick over to Germany, Austria. It's the first game in the ECI Germany T20 International Tri-Series. Then Germany versus Sweden later in the day. That game is starting pretty much halfway through the last game of the day here in the Czech Republic. So it should be a nice long day. And I know that Charlie Hunt's over there and the team ready to go. So plenty of cricket action. And now we are going to have a retired out. I think it was a matter of time. And funnily enough, they've retired Yadav, not surrendering. So this might be to do with the fact that Yadav would have been on strike. So Sharma is going to come out with 3 overs to go. Look, it's smart. For me, it might be 2 overs too late. I know the risk is that you lose Sharma and maybe Takua if you do that double switch. But that's a risk I think you're going to have to take because the game's drifted now. You're looking at 10 and over here getting you 68. It just doesn't look like that much against the Spartans.
Yeah, Spartans are too good a team. And they're a good, very well balanced all-round team, are the Spartans. They should win this game comfortably. The win predictor says 89%. I probably agree with them.
Yeah.
With it.
Plenty of cricket still to go. But imagine if Sharma gets on a heater here, then they'll be saying, well, why didn't you come out earlier? Here we go with the 8th over. And it's Ray Paroli with the ball.
Just hit down the ground for a single. Going back to the international tournament in Germany, I think it's a fantastic move to broadcast these tournaments. I know I really enjoyed the Malta tournament, the Valletta Cup, and Charlie Hunt did a fantastic job by himself down there. As the bowler comes in again. And the 10 over game's great. I absolutely love it. I think it's fantastic. But when you see international teams, and it's truly like the standard of cricket in Europe has really risen over the last couple of years due to several factors. But it's great to see these games with good live coverage. Comes in again and just nice ball outside off stump.
Here's the thing, part of me with Yadav, he's retired not out, so he's retired due to an injury. And
was it a Ranatunga injury?
Well, yeah, but here's why I don't think that's smart. Come back to that in a second. Is that if he has done that, it means that he won't be able to bowl. I mean, if it is a genuine injury, maybe he can't bowl anyway.
Yeah.
But now he won't be able to bowl in the first 3 overs of the innings. I would have just taken the out, and then hopefully if he's good enough to bowl the first over like he normally does, then yeah, I don't think that's particularly smart, if you ask me.
Well, they're not going to run out of wickets.
No, yeah, exactly right. Yeah, so, you're mentioning there, sorry to cut you off, but I just got that information.
That's right.
But, yeah, I mean, cricket landscape has been changing here in Europe, particularly, for what we do, but various other factors.
No, there's some really good cricketers all around the continent. And the bowler comes in again, it's flicked away. And a player out there was hidden behind Satya, from my perspective, and just a single. And it's not just traditional European countries that are featuring now. The Netherlands have been strong for quite a few years. I know there's a long cricket history in places like Denmark.
Yeah.
But it's all around the continent. You're getting very, very good players. I mean, look at, for instance, Hungary. You've got Zishan, who tops who's a fantastic batsman. He can take it to any attack. And it's just one player in one country. But then when you get Italy or Germany, where there are hundreds of teams, Spain as well.
Yeah.
There's a great depth.
Look who it is. It's Naveen Gunasekaran with the ball. This guy took 6 for 5 the other day, despite, I suppose, not being one of their regular bowlers. And he actually achieved the best figures in the ECN this year. There he is again.
So it's been dabbed down to the gully region just for a single. Yeah, 6 for 5 and a hat-trick. It's pretty decent.
Yeah, very, very decent, in fact. But James Stewart just saying he's pretty excited about the T20 Internationals. Well, so am I, of course. I'll be doing a bit of multitasking. I'm sure a lot of our viewers will.
Very optimistic appeal there from Panelet. I think he's appealing if it goes somewhere near the bat. And he's pretty confident.
Made more likewise, but no apology necessary, guys. I think you just enjoy as much cricket as you like. And in fact, there's not too much of a clash at the end of the day at least, because it'll probably take you out of the second half of this game. I know that quite a lot of our viewers, they multi-screen. It's the thing now. Who would have thought in the old days that you could watch multiple games at once? But yeah, I think it'll be a fascinating series. Like you're talking about some of those players around Europe. And look, Zishan is one that we'll see next week, playing for the Royal Tigers in Hungary. But yeah, in Italy, yeah, plenty of good players. And the Czech Republic team know it pretty well, don't they? Because they put on, I think it was 145 in the ECC, in the T10, and then the Italian Openers knocked it off. Yeah. And knocked it off with a fair bit of time to spare, actually. Rami Sharif, and in particular, had a very, very well on that occasion.
I spoke about it last week, as this has just hit towards mid-wicket for a single. We spoke about it last week about how interesting a European All-Star team could be. And I think it might even be something that people could vote for. And even if it's like an official team of the year from all the ECC, that would be, I think it'd be really interesting
cool idea.
little thing.
Yeah, so at the end of the over, it's 44 for 1 after 9. So this inning's still just lacking any kind of fluency. Sharma, he's come in to speed things up, and he's 2 off 7. So it's nothing really happening for Moravians at the moment on the scoreboard. Prolu will get the last over. I think they'll be queuing up at the moment. And he starts with a single down to long on. Yeah, I mean, it's something that we did after the ECL, actually. We did a bit of our ECL team of the tournament. Of course, we saw 30 sides over that. And it's something Corey was constantly asked, and we were being asked in the commentary box. And just looked at some of the players that missed out. You felt they were really unlucky. This one, once again, this is where you probably always have to push for 2, but they're not interested. Sharma gets the strike back. Yeah, so I just think it's great. For me, the fact that ECN has linked the countries at the grassroots level in a way that we haven't really seen before, I think is really exciting. Obviously the ECL concept. And also with the ECC, I suppose a format where more teams can get together at once and play for an extended period. In fact, the ECC this year will have 21 countries in Khartoum. I think is brilliant. Yeah.
Well, I remember the first time I saw what was it, the embryo of the ECN. It's called a no ball, and just hit down the ground, just be a single, but it'll be a free hit. Yeah, I saw a bit of an embryo of what the ECN was going to be, because some of the Munich boys and came up to an indoor tournament in Dresden and set up cameras.
Yeah, that's really back in the old days.
It was back in the old days. A very good indoor tournament up in Dresden. They'll look for 2. They have to go for it, get it comfortably. Sort of.
Kind of comfortably in the end. 2 runs, a 3 hit. Brings up the 50 finally for Moravians.
And I thought it was a really good idea. I didn't see the end product of it, but I know that we're setting up little GoPros and different little sports cameras.
Had cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
At one point on backboards of basketball kind of hoops and stuff like that. 2 to come now.
But, oh, he's got him. Good ball there. And, well, that's the end of Sharma. The other thing is today with, just going back to this game, the ball's swinging around a lot. The conditions are pretty ideal for swing. Early today, there's a bit of cloud around, and as we know, the whole swing thing's a bit weird.
Yeah.
But we know that ball's not going to swing too much with very dry conditions. With a bit of moisture in the air, it'll move around. I saw Niarash Taigi swinging it in, swinging it out, cutting it a mile away from the bat.
Yeah.
So it's the conditions for batting are quite difficult. I don't think Moravians have really attacked this bowling lineup. But it is a pretty steady set of bowlers that Spartans have.
Yeah, it is, but I also feel that it's been a kind of lethargic batting innings. I think the fact that Takur's not coming out tells me that he's not quite right with his thumb, which he injured keeping. So instead they've sent out Urekatil for the last ball. And see if they can get anything going. I mean, the fact they've only lost 2 wickets and they're only 50. It's not ideal, is it? And now they've lost a 3rd because he swings across this one. So, well, you might get one of your wraparound hat tricks, Danny, because it was a good finish from Prolu, who rattles the timber twice. And MCC, at the moment, I think they'll be a bit disappointed with that batting effort, as we never actually saw another boundary after that first ball, the second over. So that's a long time to go without one. 53 balls to finish the innings without a boundary. And a nice ball to Jarekdil in the end to get him bowled. It was full straight. Surendran's going to finish 14 on out of 23. Couldn't hit a boundary in his innings. Prem Yadav did go off with some sort of injury after the 7th over. So 51 for 3, the final. Moravians, yeah, just kind of innings where I think they'll be a bit disappointed, considering how they started the tournament as well. They started in a blaze of glory, and so did this innings with 2 boundaries in the first 2 overs. That was a really nice one that was nailed down the ground. And this, which really hurt, it was Babu who ran himself out. He's been one guy that has been able to clear boundaries and batted very, very well yesterday. He was out, and then this could have been caught behind. Panelet put it down, but it didn't really hurt the Spartans, who then went about picking apart this lineup. Even that one was dropped. He just thought some of the decision making, there was a slight lack of urgency. MCC, sometimes, yeah, they would push, but when it came down to it, they weren't too many on the board. A lot of binary in the middle with 1s and 0s. There's a wicket of Om Sharma, who came in to speed things along. Didn't really work out. And then Jarekdil was also bowled in the same fashion. So just remember Raya Prolu, because he has taken 2 wickets in 2 balls. Won't be an official hat trick, but Danny loves the idea of a wraparound hat trick if you can take it in 2 matches. And of course, the Spartans do have another game coming up straight after this. That is against Vinarati. Let's have a look at the scorecard. It's not a great one, as Yadav ended up retiring hurt after 7 overs for 18 of 20. Apart from that, we had Surendran in double figures, 14 of 23. Just not a lot happening on the scoreboard. As I mentioned, just the 2 boundaries in the 10 overs. And kind of meander along to 51 for 3. Credit to Raya Prolu, who takes 2 wickets off the last 2 balls of the innings. The other wicket was as a result of a run out. And although I thought there was a retired out, turns out Prem Yadav, who opened the innings and top scored, he did go off due to an injury. So I suppose that'll be assessed by the officials. So fairly modest chance of defending this. It would be a record if they were to do it, Moravians. Well, they certainly have to show a bit more with the ball than they've shown with the bat if they are going to have any chance of keeping this game close. To Spartans, when we return, they will be chasing 52 for victory. So join us in just a few minutes. We'll be back with the second half of match 37, the first match of 4 today. This is day 10, the final day of group matches here in Prague. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudacek. Hope you're having a great morning whenever you're tuning into us. We hope you're having a good time, and hopefully you can join us again after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Prague. It is day 10, the final day of group matches here in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and we're heading into the second half of match 37. Certainly was a quiet one in the first half of the day. Moravians, they did hit 2 boundaries early on their innings, but couldn't find the rope again, as it was an innings that the Spartans dominated with the ball and also with some good fielding pressure. There's a target of 52 for the Spartans, who are looking to top the table And they'll be wanting to do this pretty quickly, I think, as well, as they need this target, I think, as few overs as possible. 51 for 3 was the first half of this game. They were 24 off the first half, 27 off the second, so not a lot happening. And yeah, Bill Al-Samad in the chat saying that best bat, I assume he's talking about Diraj Thakur not getting a bat, but we do know that Diraj Thakur was hampered by a thumb injury, so maybe not comfortable batting, although he is in the 11. Doesn't have the gloves on. Actually, Babu is taking care of that job for Moravian. Now, looks like we've got Niraj Mishra to open the bowling. Now, just an update, the Prem Yadav did retire hurt after 7 overs with an injury, an internal injury, so he won't be able to bowl until enough time has elapsed in this innings. So I assume that would be about 3 overs as well. His first ball is a missed field, and it's going to roll for 4. So that sums it up. And did actually jog my memory that although Moravians only scored 2 boundaries in their innings, one of them was due to a missed field, not dissimilar to this. Sengupta was responsible for. This time, he's hitting the ball and he's creating the missed field. So I suppose. Now one evens out the other. The Spartans, they're looking pretty relaxed, but reminder they have a big game against Vinarati coming up in the next one. This one is wide, gets away from the keeper, Babu. That'll be 2 to the total. Effectively, first ball going for 6. And so, Maiden Waters asking, is this the lowest score in the ECS to be chased for a while? Probably had a few similar. Depends what you mean by a while. We have had lower scores scored in the first innings. Occasionally in the 40s. And I go back to, if you want to know the quickest chase, I've got it here. I think it was 2.1 overs. I'll tell you exactly in a second. But, of course, we keep track of all of these things. Hello to you. It's nice to have you still with us at the moment, Maiden. But no, I'll tell you that in a second. Played away and fielded this time. And so, I'm just looking at my notes. Got the highest successful chase. Well, that's not what I'm looking for. It was 2.1 overs, and it was when Malmöhus, who we actually saw winning the Landskrona series earlier this year. As you see, this one dragged off the inside of the bat. They'll get 1. Yeah, they were against Hisingens, who are much improved this year in the ECS, but last year they did struggle a little bit. Hisingens scored 42 for 6 off their 10 overs. This is back on the 11th of August 2021. And Malmöhus chased it down without loss of 2.1 overs. So that is the quickest chase we've seen. Who knows? A couple of magical overs here. That could be under attack. Yeah, so actually going upstairs for this one. No one seemed particularly interested. And Pete Vincent saying, all right, let's have a look. So let's have a look. I think he's probably home. Yeah, that one says he's home. I think he's just in. And so probably close enough to go upstairs. I suppose it's not really upstairs here, it's across, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, Maiden Waters saying 2.1. That's pretty quick. It sure was. Mishra, pretty good bowler. Has a bit of rhythm about him, but geez, it's pretty hard when your batters have only put 51 on the board. But yeah, I suppose one day we'll see that the 2.1 record go down. It was 3.3 for a long time. And then it kind of went to 3.2, but that 2.1 was a record that blew it out of the water. Last ball of the over from Mishra. Cut away. They'll get 1. We'll stop there. It is the end of the first over. The score, 10 for no loss. Sengupta up there with his captain, Kranti Venkateswamy. Doesn't have too many problems negotiating that first over from Mishra. And let's see who we get bowling the second. Like I mentioned, Prem Yadav won't be able to bowl until, I make it probably for the 4th over. And just considering the target on the board, you feel the Spartans won't be going the full 10 overs in this innings. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and very, very warm Thursday welcome once again to Danny Hudacek. And Danny, not a bad over from Mishra. We saw a misfield, and ultimately I think Moravian's right up against it because of that lacklustre batting effort.
Yeah, the 52 is just not enough against a team like the Spartans, who should do this pretty easily. And especially with these two up the top of the order, Venkateswamy can take apart any attack in the... Well, this could be out. In fact, it's going to drop between players. I was about to say that Kranti here can take apart pretty much any attack in the competition. And Sen Gupta is also a very good bat. So they're not mucking around here. The Spartans, they want to get this early, pump their net run rate up as well. And that's one his hit. Just into the covers, just a single. Oh, he took it pretty easy there, that Venkateswamy.
Yeah, that one whistled in. It was a pretty attacking throw from the cover region. Don't think the keeper could deal with it. Also had the batter hurtling at him at a rate of knots, but it will be a single.
The reason when he's running at him is that he ball watched.
Yeah.
So he had to get in his skates. But so not a bad start here from Joby Samuel.
Yeah, Joby Samuel has been a good inclusion from Moravians. He certainly can play it. We saw a bit of in 2020 in the ECN Czech Super Series. See that one comfortably home. Want to say hello to Nate, who's watching from Tennessee in the chat. Hope you and the family are well. Nate, always great to see you here on ECN. He's donated $9.99 US. And normally he tells us to go buy a beer with that. Well, that'll buy us quite a few beers in the Czech Republic. Thanks, Nate. Hope you're well. And thanks again for enjoying ECN. Oh, this is going to be up, and it's going to be caught. Well, that's an accidental catch from Surendran, who must have sticky fingers because that's gone into his right hand. And, well, by luck or design, it is the first wicket. And how do you describe this? 13 for 1.
I think with Vicky on his back and you mentioning sticky, that's not something I want to go back to.
I think he goes up with 2 and it comes down in 1. And so Sengupta probably can't understand exactly what's happened to him because it did seem to be a slightly different sort of catch than Surrender was attempting. And yeah, in the end, he just takes it and throws it in like it's nothing. So 13 for 1, and a highlight, I suppose, for Moravians in a game that might not bring too many. It does bring Varun Mehta to the crease. And he's had a funny tournament, hasn't he? At his best, he's looked dominant, but there have been a few periods where he was tied down, including yesterday, where he almost gave up his wicket because he was just having so much trouble getting the ball away. This is a good chance for him to build some confidence. He comes in with another 39 required for victory.
I tell you what, that was a fantastic shot from Sen Gupta to pick out the only fielder within 100 metres on the boundary. It's it's called a wide. There's a man at long off, and then there's a man back, a deep backward square leg, but no one else. And he hit it straight to him. That's a nice shot through the point area, and that'll be 4 runs. Just leant back on it. Just a little bit wide from the bowler, and very, very nice shot there.
Yeah, beautifully stroked away on the offside. Yeah, well, we've done something like 2,500 matches or so on ECN. We've had some classics. This won't be one of them. Judging by what we had so far, a little bottom edge, and this is probably run away for 4 as well. So, yeah. Even the 4s aren't particularly good in this one. It's bound to happen. But I'll tell you what, I am really looking forward already to the Spartans versus Vinarati match. I mean, both teams plenty to play for there. The Spartans potentially can top the table with a win there. Vinarati, though, they can still top the table as well. So they've been on the up and up, and we know that Kyle Gillam is potentially going to be viewed today for the first time in the series. You can see the table. Moravians will be out of the running officially after this, but for Barbarians and Vinarati, they still have an opportunity today to get a couple of wins that might be enough to take them to the top of the table.
Look, Spartans, if they get one win today, they'll probably get through on the top spot now with the net run rate. But if they win 2, they'll definitely be the top spot. But then it's a bit of a tussle between the other two, between Barbarians and Vinorati. And every game will influence where all of these teams will finish, especially Barbarians and Vinorati. If one of them can sneak into that second spot, they'll avoid PCC and Bohemians.
Pretty well bowled by Mishra to start the third over.
And the Tigers, if they hit second spot, it's basically a second division team against a third division team in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, that would be an interesting potential matchup. With the Tigers, it's hard to see them missing out in the top 2, but it is possible, I think. A lot of permutations today in Group B. So we see Venkateswamy facing up to Mishra.
It's been hooked away, and there's no one back there. I think it's bounced, but we'll have a quick check. And it's 4 signaled by the umpire.
Yeah, it was actually a funny one. I think it's over the boundary by the time he hits it. But it is in the air. I mean, maybe my eyes are playing. I'm thinking there's no possible way this isn't 4. But just have a look at this.
Yeah.
Where's his last step here? There we go. Well, he's running backwards, so we'll have to run him forwards here. There we go. And I think the last step is off from the rope. And that's why it is 4. And now this could be 4 as well. Nice little leg glance down the hill. Raining boundaries at the moment. Venkateswamy gets a couple back-to-back.
Yeah, he's a good batsman. He's crunty, and it's taken a little while to get going in this innings, but it's a pretty comfortable total to be chasing. Yeah, going back, if Spartans win their 2 games, then the definitely they'll be at top of the table, and Tigers will finish second, and then it's up on net run rate really. Well, actually, it's not net run rate. It's basically the match between Barbarians and Vinorati, so who gets the 3rd and 4th places, and. But there are going to be no easy games in the quarterfinals coming up tomorrow. It's going to be a great day's cricket tomorrow as well, Vinny. Really looking forward to it.
Yeah, that should be fantastic. It really heats up. It'll be knockout stuff. And the other thing is, okay, Spartans, they played okay this morning. We don't really get too much of a sense of how they're going out of this performance. But if Vinorati were to give them a touch-up, that's going to hurt their net run rate. So even with the win here and a strong win, may put them below the Tigers again. So there's a lot that can happen. They're going to probably take on a 2 here, and they won't in the end. Venkateswamy very happy with the single because he'll face up to the next delivery, the last delivery from Niraj Mishra. He's bowled some good deliveries, to be fair, but yeah, it's very hard to get that pressure going, knowing that he's staring down the barrel of a pretty heavy loss. To Moravians, they're a team that we will see a bit later in the day as well against the Barbarians. I'll be hoping that they can finish with a strong performance.
What I found really interesting with this tournament is every team has a slightly different approach to the game. It comes in, that's just going to be an easy 2. Yeah, every team has a slightly different approach to the game.
Yeah.
And the PCC with their big batsmen up top who smash it everywhere, and like the Beast and Arun. And then, Bohemians with a very solid bowling lineup. But no, I think we're going to see the best of them coming up tomorrow as well, with a couple of inclusions. So that's the win predictor, 6% for Moravians.
The margin of error might be 6% this morning. The win predictor's a bit sleepy, I think. I don't see them defending this the way things are going. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Danny, this has been such a fascinating tournament. Does look like Prem Yadav is going to get a bowl. He did retire hurt earlier in the innings. Saved his average. I don't know if it's saved their chances here in match 37.
That's dropped by the keeper. Thick.
Yeah, that's a big
outside edge. And
now you're going to get a run for this. Yeah.
Not sure what he was doing, the keeper.
Yeah, this will be a big edge. So, well, things going from bad to worse. Babu is the man that has the responsibility with that slightly to the Kua. Big deflection. And throws at Mehta. And he throws it almost into his own foot. Look at this, one of the all-time great throws. Sums it up really for Moravian.
We were talking about keepers and how important a keeper is to different teams. Not the
Well, at least it's not biased. All right, here's the next one. It could be another chance. Oh, I tell you what, keep it away from that guy. Surrendering, one-man band out there. This time he goes with two hands. Venkataswamy on the pull is gone. Yadav has created 2 chances. This time it is taken, and so a second wicket. Both openers removed. It's 35 for 2.
Vicky, the ball magnet. Let's just hit it to him again. He's got a very safe pair of hands out there. Takes it very casually again. And they're enjoying their cricket, Moravians. You know they're only been around for a few years. I saw them in the Czech Super Series, and they're an offshoot of Brno. And they tried very hard in that series, probably a bit too hard, and were outgunned by Brno down there.
Here's the thing, they take on Prague Barbarians later, and don't forget that's the team that they opened their ECS campaign against, and they beat the Barbarians.
Yep.
So the Barbarians will be out for revenge, but Moravians will know, they'll have some confidence that they have the ability to beat them. And so even though they were out of the running for quarterfinals after this performance, still, I'm sure, as a proud club, they'll be hoping to get a good result later on today. It's match 39. I think inside edge. It's Naveen Gunasekaran coming in at number 4. No more for his batting, but yeah, his bowling was quite something the other day when he took 6 for 5. It was against the Prague Tigers.
I think 5 of them were bowled as well. It was that caught behind for the hat-trick, but I think the other ones were all bowled, and it was just basically bowling it at the stumps, and it was too good for the Tigers.
Yeah, just was on a massive run. And almost, we thought he'd finish his spell with 5 for 5, and then they miscounted, so he got his extra ball, and he made sure that was a wicket as well. Just one this time. So, yeah, Spartans, this is just more of a bit of a warm-up now, because they have a big clash against Vinarati. Looks like there'll be an extended break before that one starts in just under an hour's time.
It's been just hitting the covers for a single. They need 14 off 37. They'll get there pretty comfortably with the Spartans. And Farron Mehta, 11 off 5. Gunasekaran just the 2 off 2. Yadav, pretty good over there from Yadav. We saw him go off, retired hurt in for the Moravians in the batting. I'm not sure what the injury was, but he was a little bit uncomfortable. Decided to come off.
Yeah, I think he had a slight leg injury, is what he told me at the halftime break. I said, "Will you be bowling?" And he said, "We'll see." So score is 39 for 2 after 4 overs. Just a reminder that we have plenty of cricket coming from 2 locations today on the ECN, as we are right here in the Czech Republic. This is match 37, almost concluded. We also have ECI cricket, international cricket, which will be starting in around about an hour and a half. That's coming from Germany. It's a tri-series involving Germany, Austria and Sweden. They'll be playing T20 internationals. So it seems like this one is rapidly drawing to its conclusion. Just the 13 required at the start of this over. Sharma gets the bowl. And Moravians will have to walk away and try and compose themselves before their final match of the tournament later in the day. This one has a good look at it, and he's given him. So it seemed like it was coming back a little bit at Gunasekaran. We'll get a good look at it, but Pete Vincent took his time, and he decided this one was hitting the stumps. Danny, I'm sure the replay will tell the story.
Yeah, the umpires have the best view. We're on a slight angle here. So when I look at it, it's coming a lot, and I think it's a pretty good decision. It was a lot of swing in the air today.
Yeah, and it decks back in. Look at off the pitch. It really comes back in. In fact, for me, I actually feel after seeing how much that moved, it might have actually been doing a bit too much. It comes in dramatically. Look, it's possible it would have hit the stumps. I'm not saying it's a bad decision. I think it's probably one of those umpires' calls. I mean, it seems a lot. Look how much it really goes. Hits him in line. Hits him in line with middle. So, I mean, probably a good call. Certainly a borderline one. Goes towards Moravians, who've got another consolation wicket, 40 for 3. And what it was a skillful bit of fast bowling by Sharma, and Gunasekaran has to go for just 2.
Well, if Sharma does a Gunasekaran, they're in with a shot here, Moravians.
Yeah, you better get a wriggle on, though. 6 for 5. If you add 6 for... Well, that's one of them. take another 5 wickets. 40 for 8. Yeah, okay.
That's a good start again. Bit of a misfield there for the man at short wind wicket, just a single.
It's been far too many of those, haven't there, so far in this innings for Moravians. Have to clean up their act heading into match 39 against the Barbarians.
And as you see the Vinarati boys, that's Kyle Gillam. This could be a good addition. And we'll see what kind of team they can muster, the Vinarati boys. Of course, availability for these players can be quite difficult,
yeah,
due to work and other commitments. So we'll see varied teams with quite a few of these. I know that because it's Friday, Saturday finals, it's probably easier for some of the players to come in for those 2 days to pump up some of the bigger teams. This is whipped away down to fine leg for 4. Nice shot, just a bit loose from the bowler. So I think you'll see the best of the teams in the next couple of days. We've seen patches, especially Vinarati, have shuffled their deck quite a lot. They had 5 new additions on the second day of their campaign, and also PCC have had plays in and out. Arun Ashokan, the skipper, was out of the team for a game. This one's hit nicely, and Vicky's not catching that one. That's 6. That's a lovely shot. Just picked it up off the stumps and hurled it over the boundary.
Yeah, absolutely pounded. And believe it or not, it's the first Maximo of the day, and we had to wait for it, didn't we? It ties the scores as well at 51. It's the end of the over. So 51 for 3. Any score will win it now for Spartans, who are going to do this in the counter. Looks like Prem Yadav is going to get a bowl. It's a bit of a sleepy start to the day, I'll be honest with you, but plenty of high-quality cricket still coming your way, and the Spartans better be woken up by the time they meet Vinarati, who are picking up some steam here in Group B. Right now, let's just say that's this one doesn't have too much longer. Here's Yadav.
And a bit of a mix-up for no reason, and they'll get an overthrow, and that'll be it.
Sums it up, really. Mahajan will get the winning run thanks to that overthrow. So nice to see Vineet Mahajan getting involved for the Spartans. They do have a big squad of players, and in the end, just 5.1 overs required. And a very one-sided match 37. The Spartans, they draw level with the Prague Tigers. In fact, they go to the top of the table with that performance. And Moravians, well, after that, they're 1-6, staring down the barrel. They do take on the Barbarians later in the day, a team that they beat in their first game of the tournament. They'll be hoping to bookend it with another win, no doubt about that. And yeah, the Spartans, well, credit to them. You can only beat what's put in front of you, and I think that they bowled and fielded very, very well with a couple of exceptions, but I do think that for the most part, they put the pressure on Moravians. Moravians weren't up to it, and you saw the kind of gulf between the two teams in that match. Still was played in good spirits. The final score, Prague Spartans 52 off 5.1, defeating Moravians 51. And yeah, taking just over half the time. And just a reminder to all of you that this is just the first of 4 matches today, because we do have the Prague Spartans coming back up against Vinarati. This is match 38. The news from the toss is that Vinarati won. They decided to bowl, so they will be chasing. And just have a look at that big in for them. Kyle Gillam is a very good left-arm seamer. Also can provide some hitting with the bat. Joe Cope with Gillam then provides a couple of left-armers they can use, and Cope was bowling better and better as well. So the Spartans better have their wits about them. That game coming your way in about 45 minutes. So a bit of an extended break. You can grab some breakfast or lunch or dinner wherever you are, but make sure you're back for the second match of the day when we return in 45 minutes' time. Let's have a look at the highlights of the second innings, and well, this won't be too long of a package. You see, it started a bit like the first inning started with a misfield for 4. This time Sengupta hits it instead of fumbling it, and a couple of close calls. It would be a couple of bright spots, I suppose, for Moravians. I mean, this catch from Vicky Surendran was something else.
No, great catch there from Vicky. Got 2 opportunities and they both stuck, but too good with the Spartans. They're a very good side. And, as I predicted earlier in the week, I think they'll end up on top of this, as the keeper has a wild shot at the stumps, almost taking out his toes. It's the other catch there, that was Crunty, the captain. And Vicky was very good out there on the boundary, patrolling it by himself. It was the LBW. A lot of movement in the air and off the pitch today for both teams. It's going to be difficult to get runs. It's going to be good teams that will win games today. And Spartans are a very good team. They'll be up the top of the table now on a run rate. Tigers second, as we see the scorecard. 6 for Sen Gupta, Venkataswamy, 15 off 12. Varun Mehta batting very well, 23 off 10. Not too much pressure with the bowling though. And then a few runs from Gunasekharan and Mahajan with the winning runs.
Mehta, well, at least he gets a bit of form back, because he certainly has been very up and down during the series. 15 from Venkataswamy, just kind of batted a bit of time and didn't take too much time to knock these over. Wickets for Samuel Yadav and Sharma. Particularly Yadav bowled okay. Nice to see him not too hampered by the injury that forced him out of the first innings with the bat. Some good catches there for me, surrendering with one outstanding catch and also a second catch to take 2 of the 3 wickets. It was a fairly one-sided match, like I said. What I will say is that hopefully we'll get a bit more of a contest, and I think we will when we return in about 45 minutes' time to take you into match 38. It'll be the Spartans up again against Vinarati. Hopefully you can see us for that one. Plenty of cricket coming your way on ECN today. We do have match 2 of the day coming up in Prague, and just about halfway through that we'll have the German series in the ECI starting as well. So hopefully you can join us for a huge day of cricket. It's been a good day so far here. A little bit slow, but I think the action will pick up when we return. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Alongside me is Danny Hudicek. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
We're back for the second game of the day, match between Prague Spartans and Vinarati. With a toss, we're going to cut to Charles Croucher.
Okay, your call, Voida. All right, heads please. Heads is the call. And it's a head. We'll have a bowl.
So Vinarati have won the toss, elected to bowl. They're going to be chasing, sending the Spartans in. This is going to be a very good game from two quality sides. For Vinarati, if they win 2 today, they might sneak in one of those 2 top spots. For Spartans, they want to consolidate their place at the top of the table. Great game, really good players, and a man who'll be really raring to go is in the commentary box right now. That is Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
And thank you to Danny Hudacek for that toss news. That Vinarati, they've arrived here on day 10. They've been on the march for a very slow start in Group B. They won the toss, elected to bowl. So see the Spartans out there with the bat first again. They had to chase a fairly meagre total of 52 in the last game. And so I think we'll be tested a little bit more by Vinarati. They'll have to set the pace, the Spartans. I'm going to say, this is at the top of the order there. Be interested to see if that's where he actually bats. Sengupta, they have kind of settled with him at the top of the order of late. Hasn't really gone on to a big innings, but has normally hit the boundary a couple of times. And he'll be hoping to go big, I'm sure. Also a key player with the ball. For Vinarati, big in for them is Kyle Gillam, left armour, who comes into the side. And I see that Flotto retains his spot in the 11 as well. Fred Heidenreich has been in really good form, hasn't he, for Vinarati. Bat and the ball in patches. And so VCC, they have the opportunity to top the table with a couple of good results. Would involve having a very good win over the Spartans here. And this is actually the Spartans' last group match. It's their 8th and final. I heard a few whispers around the ground. That's Moravians last game, maybe suffering from what we call Game 7 syndrome, which is when the rigours of the tournament catching up with you. And certainly they didn't really get too much going, as we will see them later in the day against the Barbarians. That is a match they won last time, so perhaps they can find one more big effort. But right now, all eyes on these two teams, Vinarati and Prague Spartans. Weather conditions pretty nice at the moment. There was some chat of a shower in the middle of the day, but at the moment it's pretty pleasant. Just a light breeze, bit of cloud cover around. 18 degrees currently. That was the expected maximum. And yeah, still getting some suggestion that we may get some rain in the next 2 to 4 hours. Hopefully it's not too serious, and even more hopefully it might blow over completely. So yeah, with Joe Cope in the lineup and Kyle Gillam, you've got a pair of left armers that you can use. And I think this will be a good test for the top order of the Prague Spartans. Looks like Satyajit Sengupta will be facing up first up. And he's going to be out there with his captain, Kranti Venkateswamy. So almost ready to go. Welcoming you, of course, as always, on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or you might be watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. It's great to have your company after a bit of a layoff after the first game finished early. We're almost ready to get into the next one. Of course, this is the last day of group action before we hit quarterfinals Friday tomorrow, where 8 teams will become 4. Just the 4 winners of the quarterfinals going through to finals day on Saturday. So, Cope, he's been a little bit kind of hit and miss with his bowling. I thought he bowled really well yesterday. He had one ball that kind of slipped out and got away, but early on he was patchy. Has been getting better as the tournament's gone on. Okay, all ready to go. Here's the first ball of match 38. It's Cope to Sengupta. This one comes back viciously. And Satya, he's happy just to keep it out. Satya Sengupta, a player we have seen playing for the Czech Republic national team. He was a late call-up for the ECC last year, the international T10. And bowled particularly very well. At national team level, often you don't see him batting the top 8. But here at club level, does fancy himself as an all-rounder. First run of this contest, another one that shapes down the line from Cope. Yeah, so please do drop us a line in the YouTube live chat. It's always a great way to get involved in the proceedings. One of the unique and special aspects of watching cricket on the European Cricket Network. Venkateswamy, then the captain. First ball for him. driven, but no run. Now, another wide. So you see Cope swings them inconsistently, I suppose. Some do, some don't. This one kind of just holds it line. I think it's a good call from the umpire. Righty, they play this match and they also play Barbarians later on today. That'll be their last group match. This one is called a wide. Probably touch and go, just judging by the reaction of Joe Cope. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's trying to have to guess where it was when it went past the crease. Bowlers don't often get the benefit of the doubt of those ones. Better delivery. Just worked away. Pradeep Gangappa out there in the middle. Umpiring with Joe Foster. Your umpires for match number 38. Yeah, Spartans. Not going to be too conservative in this power play, I think. They've got a decent batting lineup. And so he's not. He goes this. It's really well fielded. That's Honza, John Cornice, who picks that up on the bounce. Did well to get to his left. Haven't seen him bowling yet in the series, but I've heard he's quite a skillful bowler. Last ball for Cope in this first over. Nips back and takes Kranthi pretty high on the pad. I think it'll be a leg bite to finish the first over. So 6 for no loss. A bit of a stalemate. But once again, it's great to welcome this gentleman back into the commentary box. He's watched a lot of cricket in these parts. It's Danny Hudacek. And Danny, just looking at some of the top batters and bowlers. A few familiar names there, but there'll be a few new names unleashed. And particularly, I think Gillam is a big inclusion for Vinarati in this match.
He is a very big inclusion. Really good bowler is Kyle Gillam. He's not really a wicket-taking bowler. He, as we love to remind him, but he will keep it really tight. He's got a bit of pace about him as well. And so I think he'll trouble these Spartans. I know they'll want the ball coming onto him, but he'll move the ball. He'll move it away from the right-hander, just short of a length, and also duck one in if the ball swings.
Yeah, let's see what kind of rhythm he's got first up. There he is, bowling to Kranthi. Pretty decent delivery, good channel, but deflected away and does get a single.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who they bowl today. The Vinos. I know Kyle will bowl his two, Joe Cope as well. And I'm sure Fred Heidenreich will have a bit of a say on things as well.
There's no Arshads in the lineup.
No Arshads.
For Vinarati today as well. Here's Gillam. Switch angles across, and it's going to be okay. Gillam's a very decorated cricketer, isn't he? National team experience. He's one of the leaders in that setup. He's got a certain intensity that he goes about it. I think it's a kind of healthy, competitive nature that he's got. So when he comes in, he wants to compete. Also kind of adds a bit of hitting to their lineup as well. I think he's a good clean hitter of the cricket ball.
He never likes to bat up the order for some reason, does Kyle, and he's always saying that he's an opening bowler and others should bat. But he's a very good batsman. He's a left-hander as well, and he can get some pretty quick runs with the bat. But he's no mug. He's a proper batsman. Comes Gillam again.
Gupta on strike this time. Gives himself some room, drives handsomely, and done by Honza Cornes. Is able to keep that one from getting past him. Their fielding's all important as well. Vinarati, that's been one of the features of their tournament so far when they have been playing well. Some direct hit run-outs. Saw a good one yesterday from Agashayam. So Heidenreich pulled off a very good one earlier in the tournament. Catching's been pretty good. Oh, and he's chopped on. So a wicket in the first over and a successful return to the ECS stage for Gillam. That one just head Kranthi playing away from his body, slightly hung the bat out, hit the inside edge, back onto the stumps, and the Spartans lose their captain early. It's 8 for 1.
Yeah, Kyle brings a little bit more pace than some of the other bowlers, and Kranthi, no footwork, just dangled his bat out there, and it's a big early wicket for the Vinos. And Kranti, you know what I think of Kranti's batting. I think he's fantastic to watch and can destroy any attack in the country, but not on this occasion. We'll bring Saga ready to the crease. I'm sure that Saga's been sent out with a job to do. He can hit the ball a long way, can Saga, and join Satya Sengupta out in the middle. He's a good addition here, Kyle Gillam. And just another Vinarati player we've seen for the first time in this week. I don't know how many players they've used. They had 5 changes on their second day. They had a day off on Monday. Came back with 5 new players on Tuesday. Comes Gillam again.
Wickets. Got him steaming in now. And let's see how they recover from that early wicket. Yeah, Gillam hasn't really moved the ball off the straight yet, but he's bustling in. Saga ready, coming in at number 3. So let's see if he can move things along. It's been a good tight start, hasn't it? No boundaries yet. Conceded by Vinarati. And they were kind of stung into action by their start for this group when they lost the first 3 games. Didn't look like the team that have made the final in the last 2 ECS tournaments here in the Czech Republic. Pretty good over from Gillam. Only concedes 2 singles. Picks up the wicket of the opposition skipper. And it's 8 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yeah, very good start here from Vinarati. 2 left-armers doing the business, Joe Cope and Kyle Gillam. And Joe, as you said, improved a lot after his first spell on Saturday, where he was a bit loose. I think he's coming from a slightly longer run-up, gives him a little bit more rhythm. And really, apart from the mega wide yesterday, the bowled to third man.
It was a mega wide. Let's have a look at the table. You can see the Spartans now top the table on net run rate, and they can go clear, and no one can catch them if they can win this game. But Vinarati can really make things tight, and even depending on if they win by enough, they can push the Spartans down below the Tigers even, and that gives Vinarati the opportunity to potentially top the table with a win over Barbarians later on today. Continuing the left arm attack with Cope. This one might have been a wide, but end of the bat from Sengupta means we'll never know. He gets a single. How do you think Saga Reddy will approach this position, batting at number 3, still in the power play? Do you think he's going to go after Cope, or do you think he'll be a bit more careful?
He traditionally, when he was playing for Barbarians, he was really a pinch hitter. He can hit the ball a long way, can Saga Reddy. So maybe that's the job that he's been asked to do. This one's tucked around the corner, and it'll be Voitahasa, who's on the leg side today. We saw him patrolling the offside boundary.
Got away with that one a bit, didn't he, Cope? Because there's nobody in that kind of deep backward square region. And with a very fine leg. It looks like Narup Raval is back there. But yeah, Reddy not able to get any significant contact on it. Just a full toss, hit flat. Cornes picks it up, just underarms it back in. That's another one that Satya probably is trying to go after, but he just clunks it and gets a single.
You mentioned Narup just then, and he's been good in the field for Vinarati. He's been patrolling that area all week. Come back to him.
Well, Haasa's after this, and he might catch it, and he doesn't. Well, he did well going back with the flight there. Normally such a safe pair of hands. Look, it wasn't an easy chance, you'd have to say, as he had to turn on his heels and go. Tried to catch it over his shoulder, and that one going down.
He's dropped 2 this week, and he won't be happy. He's a really good fielder, as Voida did really a great job to get there.
This time, no one's catching this. This is a blast over wide mid-wicket. Maximo! So the Spartans cashing in on the error from Haasa. The next one disappears out of the ground.
Right in the slot there from the bowler, and Sengupta doesn't miss out. Going back to Narup, he plays in the Biancos. He's a very good club man. He's been here all week. Hasn't had a bowl, hasn't had a bat.
Oh,
good
next
ball.
one almost gets through. Sengupta. Sengupta's issue has been that he made starts but hasn't really gone into a big score, which is what they want if he's opening.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's great. Narup has certainly applied himself well in the field, I agree.
He's been really good. He's cut off a lot of runs down there, and he's one of those players that you want in a club. I think there's quite a few. Hansa Cornes would be another one, and James Flotto, Misha Tavaladis, who have really turned up for the Vinos this week, and you see them in every club. They normally play in the Biancos, which is the second side, and I mean, Narup's not the greatest player in the world, but he's here, and it's someone who you really want in your club, and I'm sure that every club in the world has that type of player. who does a lot for the team when they're needed. So I'm gonna start something here, Vinny.
Okay.
I'm gonna start a Narup Award.
Okay.
All right. So it's
Rolls
for the,
off the tongue.
So it's for the player who is in the team, who is a good team man, a good club man, but probably isn't quite good enough to get a bowl in the 10 over format here.
Sure. Yep.
And will bat low. So
yeah, it's a really interesting concept, and I agree with you. As Barcher struggles with this one, the second bounce from Sid Gowd, who's into the attack in the fourth, into the power play. So up to 5 outfielders can be employed. Yeah, I mean, I know that that not just in this format of the game, but even longer forms. There's a lot of really good clubmen who maybe don't bat very high or bowl very much. In the air, and this is clunked. Cope should catch this, and he will drop it. And wow, he had way too much time there, Cope. Tried to go fingers up, just got a little bit low on him. Sengupta leading a charmed life at the moment. This one really should have been swallowed by the big man.
He got it right where he wanted to and just couldn't hold on to it. And it's disappointing. You need to hold these catches.
So I was talking about, oh, here, have another one. No, this one's going to be over, and it's going to be Maximo. 6 runs, Sengupta. Well, he got dropped, and then Reddy cashes in. See, this is a pretty good flat spat, kind of half pull, half drive. And Cope, he was hunting that one, couldn't get near it. Just as I was praising the fielding of Vinarati, which has been very good this week. Have dropped a couple of catches, and Prague Spartans, maybe they're going to make them pay.
Sit again. Just poke down to the point area.
I know in English amateur cricket they call players like that TFCs.
Yeah, I know what that stands for.
Thanks for
coming. Yeah.
So that seems a bit derogatory. And we're not trying to be that way at all. I mean, it takes 11 players to make up a cricket team. And especially in Europe, when often the best 5 batters are... there's some overlap with the best 5 bowlers in the team. So that's why you will get that on occasion.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen it all week with players who really haven't had much to do apart from fielding, but they're necessary and they're needed by clubs. So I think the Narup Award, I'm gonna hand it out to Vinarati for the Narup Award for Vinarati very soon. Oh, he gets that one wrong. Goes down to Narup.
He'd be very stiff, Narup, if he didn't win his own award. Vinarati, I think it's named after him. But yeah, that one will have to be re-bowled. Gowd just mixing that one up. Here's the thing about Sid Gowd, he's actually a pretty good left-arm bowler as well.
Yeah.
And you know that we were looking at that in the break, and pretty impressive skill set. This one would have been a wide. Instead, it'll be a single. And so Prague Spartans chugging along after 4 overs. The score is 31 for 1. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Wherever you're watching from around the world, it's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And once again, joining me in the commentary box is Danny Hudacek. Look, we're loving the action here in the Czech Republic, Danny. But one thing that I've noticed is that we're not too far away from a scheduled start in about 15 minutes. We're meant to get going in Germany. So we'll have 2 broadcasts on at the same time today on ECN. And let's have a look at the teams, actually, that have been selected now, because it's Germany versus Austria first up. And the only negative I've found is there is a bit of rain around in Krefeld today. So we don't know if this match is going to start on time, but plenty of familiar names there for those 2 teams. And I know that Germany have Venkat Ganesan, who we saw in the ECS last year. Muzamia Ashraf, who is a very good player, playing for MSC Frankfurt last year as well. For Austria, though, heaps of names that we have seen before as well. As we see this one, which is launched down to the ground. Well, they've gone for a spin option, and this one has disappeared. First ball, Venkat Magashayam gets lifted up and out of the ground, and Sengupta, well, he's looking at the moment like he might make the most of those chances.
Yeah, absolutely. Venki, he's a good bowler, but he's just not been on song, especially the last couple of days. I know Moravian taking him to task a couple of times, and Sengupta, I don't think he's going to miss out. Short boundaries. There's the doctor prowling out there. Comes in again.
Fake charge and then cut. That's often a bit of a tactic to try and force a flatter or shorter ball. Sengupta will just get the one here. Yeah, so going back to that Austrian side, looking at them, Abdullah Akbarjan, who we saw in the ECS last year, had a lot of success, 2 hat-tricks in that tournament. Mark Simpson-Parker, very familiar name as well. Sahil Zadran, and it looks like they're going to open up with Belal and Shigawal. Next balls are wide. Germany, they won the toss in that one. In fact, Austria won the toss, pardon me. Germany will be batting first, is what I meant to say. And so, yeah, meant to start in about 15 minutes, but have to wait on the weather update from Krefeld. It goes after this. And, well, he likes it, but don't think there's an immediate dismissal that's given. I think they're going to have a look at this one. And Reddy just plays for a bit of turn here where there was none. Oh, it's really close. If you have a feeling that he may just be in, but it's super close. I mean, that one there, see, it just seems to meet, because next one there,
Yeah.
this looks like he's just down. Really good camera work there. I think Barcher, that was closer than you think, but it's given not out in the end. Good umpiring.
Yeah, very tight. And they came down, the foot came down and the bail came off right in the same frame.
Yeah,
So,
great camera work. Thanks to the guys from Spring Production.
pretty even contest so far. They would like to have held on to those catches though, Venerati.
Down the ground. So just be one to Cope. And I think we've seen Harsa drop a catch. We've seen Cope drop a catch. I think they'll be wanting to see this partnership broken sooner rather than later. It always plays on your mind a little bit. Makashayam with his off spin, often employing himself in the middle of the innings. And this one flies away off the outside edge. It won't be an easy stop. In fact, it won't be stopped at all. And that is James Flotto that got around to it, but yeah, couldn't quite make the stop. It did fly away pretty quickly. We know that's a fast area of the ground, Danny. And in the end, he's just not able to get down in time. And 4 more runs to Spartans.
Yeah, James Flotto is well in line for the Narup Award for Venerati. He hasn't had a batter or bowl. And apparently he's a pretty handy bowler, according to Voitahasa. But again, he's in that Narup category. He's done pretty well in the field, as Flotto just couldn't get down to that one. Comes Venky again, it's been expensive. And it's even more expensive because that's been hammered for 6. Big over here for Spartans. And it's going to be 19 off the over.
Yeah, well, Magashayam, he's the kind of guy that, you know, if you chance your arm, look, you may get out, but he also bowls some of those balls they call like challenge length like that, which, you know, if you hit in the middle at 6, if not, you'll probably be out. As it is, it's not out, and it will be 6 to finish the 5th, and the 50 comes up off the last ball of it, 50 for 1, half to 5. So they've been building here, and again, if you don't take your chances, you could get yourself in a bit of hot water in this format of the game. It's 5 overs so far. We've had 6, 2, 10, 13, and 19. They did go back to Cope, but they didn't go back to Gillam straight away. I know they've still got him up their sleeve, but at the moment, you just feel like things are getting away from Venerati a little bit. Here's Goud to come back in the 6th. And then he gets blasted off a length. This one's out of the ground as well. Maximo! Wow, the boundaries just keep on coming. The last 3 balls have been hit to the boundary or over. And that one was absolutely smashed over the leg side.
Well, that's why he's been pumped up the order. Sagar Reddy. And it's looking pretty ominous here for Venerati. And just right in the slot. And Sagar Reddy, he can hit a long ball, as you've seen. He's 10 off 9. Comes in again. It's been hit down the ground. Honza does very well. Knocks it down to Fred Heidenreich.
Yeah, really good athleticism there from Corness to get down to that. Again, how often do we see players kind of going with their feet for those kind of balls? A bit wide of them, but yeah, it's always your best chance if you get the body down. Another kind of challenge ball. That's what I'm talking about. It's not too different to the ball that got hit out of the ground, but yeah, if you mistime it or you play down the wrong line, you don't get the 6, and you also put yourself in danger of being dismissed. One thing I'm seeing from the Spartans, though, they'll probably feel they've got a reasonably long batting lineup, and so by sending Reddy in now, they have the ability to attack, knowing the wicket doesn't hurt them too much. Sengupta's one, I think, that they want to see bat as deep into the innings as possible. It's reasonably wide and called.
I think for the fact that Sengupta is really important for this Spartans team, and the final start tomorrow, and to get some runs into him, I think is vital, because they do have a good batting lineup, but Sengupta again can really take the game away from teams.
Yeah, just be one. It's a slightly slower ball from Goud. Rolls his fingers, the leg cut away on that one. It's up to 60, already 10 off this over. Spartans just quietly going about knocking up a fairly sizable total. Nothing quite about this though. This is in the air and it's straight down the ground. Maximal Seis Mas Sengupta is cashing in here in match 38. And once again, bit of the 1-2, clears the front leg, brings it back and sends the ball out of the ground. And Satcher is looking very dangerous now. He moves to 37.
Yeah, they're looking pretty determined here, the Spartans. They need a wicket and they need some tight bowling. Gow's gone for quite a few. Could be over 30 after this ball. It's a full toss, mistimed. So it'll just be a single.
It's a slow ball, so it's dropping. That's why it probably gets to the batter about knee high, but he can't quite make the adjustment. You see, looks like it's going to be a lot higher, but then does come down. So end of the over, 67 for 1. In the end, 17 coming off that over. So yeah, the big overs keep on coming. That's 4 overs in a row that have been 10 or more. In fact, we've seen 36 runs off the last 2 overs. That were 31 off 4. Now they're 67. And in a great position to launch with 9 wickets in hand, Danny.
Yeah, looking in a very good position here, the Spartans. So not quite past halfway. It looks like VCC 11%. They do have a lot of batting as well, the Vinaradi today. But looking at that win predictor, 89% for Spartans. Hard to argue with it.
As quick as it can change back, though, with a couple of good overs here. Magashayam is going to come back in the 7th. So a bit of a risk, seeing he did go for 19 last time. He thinks he's the man to break this partnership. And first one is pushed to cope at cover. They'll get a single.
Yeah, not a bad start there from Venki in his second over. But you're right, the overs from Goud and also Venki gone for a lot.
One's on length as well, and this is into the gap. It's going to be 4. Well, good placement from Satcher that time. As that's ready, in fact. Of course, single off last ball. So you see, he just drags this from outside the off stump. Doesn't get the elevation, but does get the placement and gets another 4 runs for the Spartans.
Looking in the chat, Pro Predictor stating the obvious, need wicket.
Yeah, you said it, Pro Predictor. Also see Sean Dalton's in the chat. Hello, Sean. Missing you here. Hope you're well. We're hoping that Vinos can break this partnership sooner rather than later. He wants this one, and it's going to be touch and go. In fact, it's going to clear fairly handsomely in the end. Maximal ready once again, enjoying the spin offerings of Margashayam, who is just proving to be a little bit expensive in match 38. And he just held back, and he timed that one perfectly. Another 6.
Yeah, he's not getting much turn, is Venki. Not much deception in the air either. They're kind of nude hit-me balls at the moment. This one's a bit slower.
Oh, hello. Well, this could be a chance, though, this time. Goud, well, he's not going to get there. That one just kept on going, didn't it? I thought for a chance it was going to fall inside the field of play, but he still had enough to get it over the outfield. Again, he's not quite to the pitch of this, but he goes through with the shot. So this over's gone 1, then 4, 6, 6, and it's ready. He's having a party here in match 38.
He absolutely is, and that's the job that he was sent up the order to do, and he's doing it beautifully. Is Saga ready?
Can almost overtake. Sengupta with another one. He tries, and this one is also going to disappear. Abracadabra, and suddenly Reddy has gone anything but steady. He's launched this innings into orbit, and that shot takes him into the 40s.
I think it's taken Venki into the 40s as well. He's been hammered 42. He's got 1 ball left. He's going at 21 and over at the moment.
Over's gone magical now, 23 off the 7th. And what are we going to see? Maybe a quicker ball or something like that. It is, and he hits it straight pretty hard. Should be stopped, and it's going to sneak across the rope. Heidenreich, normally a good fielder, and he tried to get everything behind it. It bounces off his knee, goes for another boundary. And Vinos, well, what can you say about this? That was a very expensive over. 27 come off the 7th in the end. The score is 94 for 1. And quite incredible when you consider that after 4 overs, they're only 31. So 63 coming off the last 3 overs.
There's a term we have in Australia, shut the gate, the horse is bolted.
It seems like the colt from Old Regret has got away for sure. As we let you know where we are in this tournament. This is the last day of Group B matches. Tomorrow we've got quarterfinals Friday. We'll know by the end of the day exactly what the quarterfinal matchups will be. We know that unofficially at least, Moravians, they won't make the top 4 because they will finish in 5th place. But again, position is up for grabs. And now here's a man that I've been looking forward to seeing with the ball. Looks like John Corness, or Honza, as he's called in this part of the world. He's going to bowl over number 8, and let's see if he can break this partnership.
And he's moved out of Narup status. He's going to get a bowl, Honza Corness. He's been around the leagues here for a long time PCC member actually. He's come to the lighter side of cricket, to Vinarati, and that one's down leg side, called a wide.
Yeah, so a bit of news from Germany that they're planning to make a start 15 minutes delayed, so that's in about 20 minutes from now. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on there. No balls called there. That must be for a field infraction. So they had 6 outfielders that ball. So not exactly what you want when you're graduating from Narup status, because he'll be charged with that no ball and a free hit coming up.
And it's Sid Gowd who'll come in to the circle, who was at cow corner. He'll probably try to launch one over him, Will Sengupta.
Yeah. So that's not ideal at all. Free hit. He could come back though from Corness. Barcia is going to chase that. Tell someone to take his place. So just a single. Now Reddy's been the man that's just exploded into this innings, hasn't he? And now he has a chance to bring up a half century. He's on 45 off just 18 balls.
Got to say he's deserved it. And, Honza Corness, he's good at bowling those Yorkers, and he bowls a really frustrating length for batsmen. Can sometimes drop a bit short, and if he continues in that block hole length, oh, he's got him! Well, played right across the line, did Reddy, going for his big 6 and a big breakthrough. Maybe a little bit late now, but Honza Corness, he's well out of the Narup status, and he's taken his first wicket.
He did what his teammates could not, didn't he, Corness? This one's just a bit slower, I think, than Reddy thought, and he tried to go across the line of a ball on the stumps. That's always a risk, and so well done to John Corness as he has his first wicket in ECS cricket, and aren't his teammates thrilled for him as well. Does break a good partnership though, very fruitful one for the Spartans. Those two came together at 8 for 1. They put on 88, and as Reddy departs, it's 96 for 2.
And bring out a very dangerous batsman again, Juno Panalet. We haven't seen really get too many runs in the last couple of days, but was good earlier in the week and got Spartans over the line with some very, very good innings. And it'll be Honza Corness who'll be bowling to him. And a big score up here for the Spartans. We haven't seen too many scores of over 100 in this Group B, and we've still got a few overs left. One from Kyle Gillam for sure. Not sure who the other bowler will be.
Short to the new batter. Doesn't really time it, but there's nobody back there. That was man that was brought up earlier in the over. And it's going to be 4. It's also going to bring up the 100 for the Prague Spartans as Jinu Panalet comes in and whacks a boundary first ball.
It was a little bit short, but it was just on that offside line and didn't get all of it. Could have gone a bit higher in the air, just clipped over Voitahasa, who's there at square leg. You can't place fielders everywhere. Comes Corness again. And he's got another wicket. Well, the destroyer, Honza Corness. The Panalet there gets an inside edge onto his pads, goes onto the stumps, and it's 2 wickets in the over for Corness.
This one's assisted, isn't it? As Panalet becomes a human deflection board. Just off that back leg, straight down back onto the stumps. And Corness does get a second. He's gone wicket 4 wicket in the 8th, so plenty happening. I think Panalet a bit upset that he misses out on that one. He judged the first one well. The second one got away from him, under the bat, onto the leg, onto the stumps. And so 100 comes up, but now at a cost of a 3rd wicket. All 3 wickets bowled in this innings. It's 100 for 3, and it brings Kasi Balakrishnan into the crease.
If you can get these next couple tight, Corness, there's one more over of Kyle Gillam. Don't know if he'll bowl the last one or the next one. That'll be probably pretty tight as well. They can restrict them to maybe under 115, 120. I think they've got a shot here, Virani, but
some good batting.
They do.
Oh, he might have another one here, and it's going to be gone. How about that? We tried to get funky. It did Balakrishnan. Didn't wait around. He tries to deflect this one down to fine leg. And suddenly, we've got Corness on a hat-trick. He's taken 3 wickets in 4 balls. And the good news is that he will get a chance this over. Look, potentially, come back in the 10th as well. And this one, to me, is out. I know he's out of his crease a little bit. And you can just see that where it hits him, it's probably in front of off or middle and off. Even though he's a long way down, I do think that isn't missing.
It didn't really bounce much, did it, Vinny?
Yeah, and that means it kind of takes height out of the equation as well. So, Corness, in fact, that is the end of the over, or is it? We don't have...
I think he's got one left. He's on a
hat-trick. I think so, because there was a no ball at the start of the over.
He's on a hat-trick, Vinny.
He's on a hat-trick.
And, well, if he takes 7, if he bowls again, if he takes 7, he'll have the best bowling figures in the ECN.
He's got 3 for 6. And how about that? Worth waiting for. Could we have Honza join the names of the other 11 hat-trick takers this year in the ECN Hall of Fame?
Tell you, Vinny, I'm gonna step back from this one. If he gets a hat-trick, I'm gonna go crazy. So I'll let you handle it because I won't be able to contain myself.
Just try and stay calm and hold on to something. All right, Raya Prolu is the batter. Hat-trick ball. Oh, it's a pretty good one. Got to say, but Raya Prolu gets some bat on it, and he'll retain the strike. So that over, just bringing things back a little bit for Vinarati. Still got an uphill climb. It's 100 for 4, 101, I should say, for 4 after 8. Well, these are the 11 hat-trick takers this year, and see Naveen Gunasekara, the most recent, and that was just 3 days ago on Monday when he did that for the Spartans against the Tigers. Naveen Gunasekara is playing in this game, and haven't seen him with the bat yet, which surprises me a little bit. But they do have quite a few options, we know that. 2 overs to go. All happens in the 9th, as we like to say on ECN. It looks like will be Gillam coming back. And I think I would bring back Corness in the 10th. I mean, why wouldn't you? The guy's just taken 3 wickets.
I would totally agree with you. He bowls a really awkward length, does John Corness. And I even forgot that Sengupta was still there. He's a bit of a spectator in that last over. And he'll try to get a few more runs. It'll be difficult off Gillam. But he's hitting the ball pretty well, is Satyajit.
He's been a bit quiet lately, but hasn't had much of the strike, to be fair. Here we go. Good contest again. Gillam gets full, gets straight to Sengupta. He squeezes it out, and this one confuses Voita as it spins around him, and it's almost going to create a run out. I think he's just home. Probably going to have a look at this one, though. It was a weird one because it had some side spin that took it away from Haasa, just because you see no one knew where it went, including the batter. And yeah, this will be an interesting one for me because he does get him off pretty quick. I think he's home though. And batter just, I think, getting in. You see, as soon as you're in these days. And so you see he's in there. So it won't be out. Worth a look though.
One of the few batsmen this week has actually slid his bat. So
and he gets away with it because it's the bat on the artificial surface slides a lot easier than trying to do it in the surround.
Yeah, good technique there, I think.
Yeah, Raya Prolu gets a couple. Faces up to Gillam again. Oh, and this is unbelievable. It hasn't bowled him. Bounce taking over the stumps. Barty can't deal with it. Once again, second bounce. Slightly slow ball, I think, might have been from Gillam. So Sengupta gets an opportunity to work towards his half century. It's been quiet, but still he has put 40 runs together in this innings.
Yeah, he's been really good. I think Sengupta. He's had a bit of luck though. Got dropped by Cope. I think got dropped by Haasa as well. So got away from him a little bit. Actually, Gillam coming around the wicket to Satyajit.
Interesting. This one comes in a bit off the pitch. Like it was heading for a wide, but it wouldn't have been, I don't think, in the end. Sengupta gets a bit of out on it, just gets one. Yeah, it's exactly what you said. They keep it to that kind of 115, 120. It's a lot of runs to chase, but we know that when batters get in, they can be pretty destructive pretty quickly, and they do have some good batting. And no Ed Knowles in the lineup, but they do have Heidenreich. They've got Marcus Scheim, of course. You've got Sid Gowd, who made a few runs yesterday. And you throw Gillam in there as well. Voita Hasa, he's shown that he can be very, very useful in the middle order as well. 10 balls left, though. 9 now, in fact. One back over the wicket to the newer of the two batters, Ray Prolu, who just plays it out for a single.
Yeah, it was nicely watched. They know his reputation. Kyle Gillam, he's a very good bowler, very fiery as well, and he's very much a containment bowler. Quite a bit happens at the other end when Gillam's bowling. He doesn't get as many wickets as what he deserves, I think, Kyle Gillam.
Edged and dropped, and yeah, another one goes down. This is Bhatia behind the stumps, and let's just say, if I could read Gillam's thoughts right now, I wouldn't be able to read them out on air, because that was just a little edge. And Bhatia couldn't hold on. And sometimes when you get that little edge, it can just get you to freeze up a little bit. Well, I don't really know what I can tell you about that, except it should have been held. Shobert would agree. Last ball of the over for Gillam.
A couple of comments from Sean Dalton after the end of that over. Pretty good one there from Gillam.
Geez, who needs enemies when you've got friends like Sean? It's 9 overs down, 106 for 4. Still, take nothing away from that over from Gillam, who doesn't take a wicket, probably should have. Only goes for 5, including a bye. And now after that middle over assault, the last 2 overs have only gone for 12. I think it'd be crazy not to give the ball back to Honza. In fact, they will. So Corness, he won't mind me telling you, he's 47 years old, but he wouldn't have been the oldest hat-trick taker this year, because Megan Cartimer in the ECS a little bit earlier this year. We saw Chris Batten, the CDS Express, we were calling him because he's a relation of Jamie Batten, the Bulgarian Express that we saw in the ECL. He took 4 for 3, including a hat-trick on the 22nd of March. Middle leg of that was Vivian Kingma, the Netherlands international, who got first ball. Here's the last over, though, so buckle up. And this is probably too high for an LB. Probably should be out. And hold on, what's happened here?
Has Bhatia missed the stumps from about 10 centimetres?
Has he thrown, or has he changed his mind at the last moment where he wanted to throw? Because I've got to work out what's going on here. He has somehow missed the stumps from point blank range. That would have been run out. I'm telling you that right now. Bhatia loses his grip at the worst moment. Oh dear. And this is in the air, and it's going to be touch and go. Fred is going to, I think it's probably 6. I think he's come down on the rope there. We'll have a look at it. It'll be 6 or 1, or maybe run out.
I think it might be 6.
I think what's happened is he's taken this, and as he's gone to throw it back because he realizes he's running out of room, I think he's hit the rope before he's ejected the ball. And that was just seeing it at real time here, there. In fact, the first foot was already on the rope, so it will be 6. And, well, nothing going right for Vinarati. Great camera work once again from our crew at Spring Productions. So Fred, really good effort from him, but it will be Maximo time as PRS head up to 113 with 4 balls remaining. Corness could have had a 4th. Instead, it goes for 6. Now, he gets Satcher on the walk. Misses out.
Deceptively slow there, Honza Corness.
Look at this. I think he's thinking it was pretty high, but I don't think it was. When you look at it, he's on the walk. When it comes past the crease, it's bounced. So, completely misjudging that. Sengupta within range of a half century. 47 with 3 balls remaining.
Sean Corness, 3 for 13 at the moment. Only 3 balls left of the innings.
It goes leg side, and this will bring up the 50. It'll be 4 runs. And so well batted, Satya Sengupta. He had a couple of close calls early, but he has made the most of them, and he gets his first half century of the series. 51 of 27 balls. He's just hit the 2 4s, but 5 big Maximos. He was going walkabout there, and he's found himself with a 50 in the ECS. Well batted by Satcher.
Very well batted, and he's come good at the right time for Spartans, has Sengupta. Super important player for the Spartans. Here comes Corness again.
This one is flat batted, might think about a second here. Slight fumble. They're going to go, try and change the strike. And then, not just that, they'll get the run. So it's pretty clever running by Raya Prolu, who knew he had to get back to the non-strikers at, because it was going to be a long throw to run Satcher out. So he gets 2 more runs. Yeah, Chris Pearce in the chat, summing up everyone's thoughts. My God, how has he missed that with Barsha? He missed from, I'm going to say 10 centimetres. Last ball, and it might be a wicket, and it should be. It's Cope. It's under another high ball. This time he'll take it. So Sengupta bats the 10 overs, but is out off the last ball. Prague Spartans make 119. Nicely held. And look, credit to Corness. He's going to finish with 4 wickets. And that went very close to a 5th one as well. 4 for 19. So pretty good figures for him. And with his first bowl in ECS cricket. Vinarati, they're not out of this match by any means. They do have some good batting. But, geez, they're going to have to bat well. 120 will be the target. Vinarati will be hoping to win this and the next. The game that they play late in the day. If they do that, they can potentially go to the top of the table. But for a team that's fielded so well, I think they'll be a bit disappointed with some of the opportunities they let go early on. And the Spartans were ready to cash in on those drops. It was Kranti, the captain, and Satchijit Sengupta that opened the batting. It meant that Gillen was back, and he removed the skipper for just 2. And that was a nice moment for Kyle on his return. But ultimately, we would see a pretty healthy partnership between Sengupta and Reddy. Reddy in particular was good, but before that we saw Hasa drop 1, and then Cope the same, and well, Daddy, those drops would come back to bite the Vinos.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Those 2 drop catches, I think, have turned the game a little bit, and then a couple of very expensive overs in the middle.
There was a funny middle of the innings because there were 5 big overs in the middle, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Saw the score go from 8 to 94. So 86 runs coming off those 5 overs. And yeah, things just not really working towards the end. But one thing that did work was Honza, as he was able to finally get ready for 45. And he wasn't done yet for his next trick. He got one to bounce off the body of Panelit onto the stumps. And then Kasi Balakrishnan tried to get funky. He was a long way down, but I think there's no doubt for me that was crashing into the stumps. That was his 3rd wicket. And this one in the last over, well, it was taken, but just ran out of real estate. Did Heidenreich. Eventually, there would be a 4th wicket. There were also 13 runs, including that caught 6 in the 10th, which allowed Prague Spartans to get up to 119. Sengupta top scoring with 53 off 29, his first half century of the series. I do like him at the top of the order for the Spartans, and we wondered what would happen if he batted through the innings, and you see it right there. He was able to make a decent score. 45 for Reddy was the real story, though, at number 3. They put him in, and he whacked 5 big 6s of his own and 2 4s, striking at 237. Apart from that, we saw a couple of batters come and go towards the end. 4 for 19. Honza was the story. John Corness in that innings, including taking 3 wickets for 7 off his first over. That did include a no ball that wasn't really his fault for a fielding indiscretion. Apart from that, the other wicket went to Gillam, who was pretty good on his return, really economical, only conceding 6 runs off his 2 overs. Cope bowled pretty well as well, conceding just the 15 off his 2 overs, but in the middle, Gown and especially the captain Venkat were quite expensive. So you can see there, a little bit of a turn up in the last ball, I think, that gets Vinos to 11%. So let's just see how we go. I don't think I can count Vinarati out of this at all, especially if some of their top order get going. I think the order is important. I mean, I'd like to see Heidenreich maybe going out there and opening the innings, because they are going to need 12 from the get-go, 12 and over. So looking forward to seeing the second half of this one, as you are, I'm sure, as it looks like the ECI in Germany is scheduled to start. We'll keep an eye on the rain there, but right now, here in Prague, I can tell you the Spartans have put on 119 in the first innings. 120 will be the target for Vinarati. Join us in just a few minutes for the resumption of play in match 38. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you shortly for more action on ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
And welcome back to this Group B game on the final day of Group B between the Spartans and Vinorati. Spartans setting a pretty good total, 120 to win for Vinorati. They missed a few opportunities, did the Vinos. But Spartans batting pretty well. Sengupta with a very nice 50. Sagar Reddy just missing out, 45 off 19, did his job coming in after the first wicket went down. John Corness, the story of that innings. He and Kyle Gillam coming back into the side. And John Corness with his first bowl of the tournament, taking 4 for 19. Kyle Gillam, a little unlucky only just to take the 1 wicket. 6 off his 2 overs. Expensive though in the middle overs from Sid Gowd and the captain Venki. So it'll be, as per usual, Niraj Taigi to open the bowling for Spartans. And Venki, the skipper, will be at the non-strikers end. Sid Gowd, who got a few runs yesterday, still didn't look quite as fluid as what we've seen him in the past. He's, these two can get a good start. They can get near this total. There is plenty of firepower in the in this Vinorati batting lineup with Fred Heidenreich. Also the addition of Kyle Gillam, who's a handy left-hander for Itahasa. And also the keeper, Shobit Bacha. So Taigi, he's kept things pretty tight up top for Spartans. Vinny, what do you think?
I think that they don't want to waste too much time in this chase, Vinorati. And first one is glanced away for a couple. Sid Gowd, he's batted well yesterday. I'm sure he was pretty happy to contribute with the bat. Both these two, I don't want to say they're responsible, but they were the 2 most expensive bowlers. So maybe they've said, okay, we're going to go out there and make up for it. Both very good batters though. And I think it's all about the top order firing. If you're going to chase down 120.
Agree with Vinny, and that's a good point actually. Just trying to make up for what they created, because it was pretty disastrous in the middle few overs.
It was a bit of a disaster in there. Yeah, the middle 5 overs, you go from overs 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, went for 86. So if you had 2 sets of 5 overs like that, that's basically 172 pace. It's really fast going as that partnership got away between Sengupta and Reddy. But anyway, new innings, and we have seen 120 chase down before. You just have to bat well, and you can't waste too much time up front. That's the thing. So yeah, I think the thing is you don't want the rate going up. So for me, if I was opening the innings here, I'm looking to get 12 and over. So I'm looking to be about 12 after over number 1. And if that involves taking a few calculated risks, so be it. They still have some batting to come. If they do lose a wicket, Heidenreich in particular is one I think we'll probably see number 3. A bit wide and with the back foot. It's a wild throw, and this one could be a 5er, and this is just what you need. I'm not sure if it's going to make it actually. And wow, if this is just 2, they are so lucky, because that was a crazy throw as it came in, and I think it is just 2 runs in the end. I thought for sure when this was thrown it was going for 4 overthrows. Maybe the backup fielder took a bit off it. You see, that's Ray Prolu. I thought straight away, this isn't coming back. I guess he paces the throw well, because it's only 1 overthrow.
It's body line fielding. He aimed that right at Sid Gowd.
Shot.
It's down straight down the field.
I thought he got that a lot better. And these two had a good partnership yesterday. It was broken by kind of quizzical run out where they were trying to manipulate the strike. Marcus Shine was sacrificed. I thought off the bat that was going to go for 4, but it wasn't hit quite as well as I thought. Chagi trying to avoid any damage. Gets pulled and well knocked down in the mid-wicket region. So we're up to 8 off the first over. That's the way it'll stay. So a pretty decent first over, I suppose. 8 without loss.
I think he got away with that a little bit, Tiagi. He was a bit straighter than what he normally is, and quite a few went towards the leg side. They just couldn't get it away. And we saw 2 of them there just pretty much stop near the boundary. They earlier in the week, and also last week when the sun was really out and pounding, both of those would have gone to the boundary quite easily, but I think this ground slowed up a little bit
Yeah, I've noticed that a little bit. We didn't really have any rain last night, though, did we? No, I think it was pretty dry overnight. I mean, obviously the grass grows a bit. Grass grows pretty quickly here. I noticed that as well. Second field. So looks like the long grasses of the Sahara over there. Anyway, we're going to go to over number 2. Aditya Raiprolu will be the bowler. Pretty good run first up, just shapes in a little bit. Shayan plays it back for a dot. So I want to say hello to everyone that's joined us in the chat. I know a few people multitasking. I'm actually in 2 chats currently. I'm lurking in the other one in Germany, where they're still about 10 minutes off a start, looks like. Played away, no run again. I think just a little bit concerned now that things aren't really moving. I know these two can accelerate, but I think you do want to be somewhere in the 30s in the power play. Long way behind that at the moment. Hit well, but Satya will do the fielding. Well, his knee will at least.
If they don't get a good start here, they would have torpedoed the Vinarati side for a second time. And I think they will start to try to hit and take chances, but the bowling's been pretty tight. And they've got some good bowling to come as well. Sagar Reddy is probably going to bowl the next one, I'd say, and then Sen Gupta. So, in fact, it will be Tyagi probably for the third, as has been all week.
Fairly straight, worked away through the leg side. Just the one. So no boundaries to speak of at the moment for Vinos as we get deep into the second over. Do still have the key batters available. That is important. Through the offside this time. Once again, doesn't penetrate the infield. Good defense. There's Kranthi there going to his left. We'll get a single. Markashaya moves to 4. It looks like they're going to be about 12 after the first over. After the second over, I was going to say. Already that leaves them about 1 over behind where they want to be. Raiprolu has been good. He gets a bit of bounce on this one. Caught a wide. It's a tough one here. I actually think it came back a bit off the pitch. I think Joe Foster might have been a bit harsh on this one. You be the judge. It does seem back. And that's probably what should have saved it. Instead, he'll have to re-bowl it and see if that changes the equation. Well, it might, because the extra ball was going to disappear. And so, well, them's the breaks. And I think Vinos might have caught one there. They cash in. Gard goes Maximo. And 18 is the score. 18 for no loss after 2.
Nice shot there from Sid Gard, and that shows a lot of intent. And let's pump the score up a little bit. And not quite on pace yet. Just under 13 and over. But Sid Gard, he batted pretty well yesterday, but really wasn't very aggressive. And that was a very aggressive stroke.
Yeah, and just shows its game in millimetres. You can see these two teams. It's guaranteed qualification for the quarterfinals, but it's just a matter of where they finish now. And the Spartans, I should say, can so up top spot with a win here. Yeah, game of centimetres, millimetres even. For Chiagi to bowl this ball in the third. Out swinger, played back for no run. So if that wide isn't called, he gets out of the over with only 3 off it.
Yeah.
Because the wide's called, it's a run, plus the extra ball got hit for 6, so it goes for 10. Just the break I think that Vinos needed to get back in the hunt here.
Well, they didn't have too much luck in the field, did the Vinos? I think it was their own luck that they were to make those catches and the comical missed run out from Bhatia, which I think might make the highlights. And that's.
I'm debating whether to put that up to social media, because I know he's already getting heaps for the 3 buys from nowhere yesterday. And this one sneaks through over the stumps, maybe flicked a bit of the back shirt or trousers of Gard. I just want to say a quick hello to Maiden Waters. Liam Day is watching from New Zealand. Hello to you. Hello to Venkatesh Jumbari, who's joined us in the chat as well, and Helix. And we've got heaps of people chatting. And what I will say, a bit of discussion about the wide. Umpires have to make lots and lots and lots of decisions in the day. And so, even if that one is marginal, And they're just doing their best. They only get the one look at it, whereas we do get all the replays. This one probably is. I mean, any ball which doesn't pass the popping crease completely inside that tram line, that is how they umpire. They'll say that any ball that doesn't pass completely inside will be called a wide. So it just has to grab a little bit of the line. Pitched up, and this one is sent over the offside. It's going to be 4. So Gowd, he just opens up on this one. It's intelligent batting because nobody back there in the outfield. Sid tries to stay up with the rate. Nicely elevated cover drive.
He's hitting the ball a lot harder today, Sid Gowd. I think he's definitely on a bit of a mission. And if he can stay there for deep into this inning, 6-7 overs, I think they'll get close to this total because he can destroy any attack, can Sid Gowd, when he's on song.
Chagi again, this is hit, and it's hit pretty well. Maximo! Well, we know that Vino's had a bit of a pedestrian start, but looks like Gowd is trying to make the most of this third over with just the 2 outfielders in play. There was one back there, it didn't matter, right over his head, and another half a dozen to the total.
We saw the ball moving around in the air earlier in the day, and I think that movement is not there anymore, and that's why Gowd can hit the ball with confidence, because it's not really moving off the pitch, it's not really moving in the air, and just coming straight from Tiagi, who's been fantastic this tournament so far, just taking a bit of stick from Gowd.
I thought he had some insurance in the outfield, but the outfielder couldn't do anything about it. This one's pitched up, and this one is launched even further. Well, this might be the biggest 6 of the day. That has gone absolute miles. Maximo, a super Maximo from Sid as he moves to 29 of just 10. And talk about a turning point. I mean, that last ball of the second over seems to have turned this game on its head. And in the end, there are 18 off that third over, including 2 big 6s to finish it. 36 without loss, and I don't know, I just feel like that win probability meter might just take a little bit of an uptick after those last 2 balls, Danny.
I think so. 10% at the moment for VCC, but 26 off the 2 overs from Tiagi, and Sid Gowd 29 off 10. Venki still not really getting going. He should be poking the ball around. I think that's what he's trying to do, is play a bit of a support role for Gowd, who's hitting the ball very, very well at the moment.
Yeah, and he hit a number of lengths out of the ground as well. Was pretty comfortable on the back foot with a more traditional pull shot. And the next one, he came forward and kind of hit it away off the front foot in a similar area. So now, here's a man that changed the game in the first innings. Sagar Reddy batted very well at number 3. Now he's going to bowl. And it starts with a bit of a filthy wide down the leg side. And I want to say to everyone that's joining us, including Aaron Ashokan, that you're enjoying the coverage. I'm sure we'll see you tomorrow. A few people looking forward to quarterfinals Friday already. In the air, but just over the fielder. It's Kranthi at the short cover position. Kushal saying the win predictor maybe needs a tweak. I think maybe it just hadn't caught up is what I think. It certainly does prompt a bit of discussion. I've actually quite enjoyed it. People are always asking us, who's winning, who do you think will win? Well, something that you can use, and you can ignore it if you want as well. Now this is hit really well, and this is going, and gone. Maximo, and have a look at that. Danny Hudacek with the fielding. And, well, I ended up with it. Very unselfish. I guess we'll give that back. It went a long way. And, well, Danny, you were in the right, so I don't know why you're giving it to me, because that was fantastic fielding.
You know, I think you got a better arm than I do, Vinny, so just pass it on.
Well, what I can say, it was a good shot. I was happy because I was pretty confident my computer wasn't going to get hit, so I could sit and enjoy that. And so, Maximo time. It's the next one. Oof. He goes to the well once too often there, Gowd. And here we go. Here came the ball. And then Danny, he's showing that you've got a very good pair of hands. And, I love the way, it was very unselfish. Give me some credit. I didn't deserve it. And, well, Gowd, it's a matter of how long he can keep this assault going. Basically, you know, since that wide call late in the second over, we have seen 32 runs in really quick time. 32 runs off 12 deliveries, off 11 deliveries really. So have a look at this stage. Prague Spartans, they had a fairly slow start, didn't they? And they were only 26 at this stage. They really launched through the middle of their innings though.
Oh,
Gone, and he has gone to the well once too often, hasn't he? And he just loses his shape there, doesn't bounce that much, and Reddy gets the last laugh. Had a couple of dots on Goud, who was looking good, but he just gets a bit carried away, I think. And he's going to have to go for 35 off 14 balls. He did launch 4 big Maximos, and he tried for a 5th, and he missed out. Over goes the castle. Vinarati, 44 for 1.
yeah, good innings there from Sid. Just played the wrong ball there. Suggo Reddy, bit of a comeback. He's a very good bowler, is Reddy, and he's always going to be threatening. The new batsman come out, Fred Heidenreich. He'll want to make up a little bit as well after missing out yesterday. He can be devastating with a bat. And Venki just sticking around. I think he's going to anchor this innings is Venki. And there's plenty of little gaps around just to get that single. And Heidenreich, he'll want to get quick runs. Also not want to lose his wicket. And Suggo Reddy, 1 for 8. 1 ball to come in his over.
Another in ducker. And it just ties up the new batter Heidenreich. So, little mixed bag. It's the end of 4. The score is 44 for 1. And it is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And in the commentary box with me is Danny Hudacek. Hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching from around the world. And I know that a bit more disappointment in Germany as there still hasn't been a start in that T20 International between Germany and Austria due to rain. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on there. There's going to be another update in 10 minutes. So the likelihood, I imagine, is that we might get some reduced overs there. But around here, we do have the cricket on and we're enjoying it at the moment. So Satya Sengupta is going to come into the attack in the 5th over.
Yeah, it's a good move. Satya's a very good bowler, but I think Fred will probably like Satya's bowling with the ball coming on to him a bit, and that's Venki just hitting that single. Just playing his role, I think, Venki. And the boys from the other end, Heidenreich, Voitahasa, I think, and also Kyle Gillam, Shobit Bacha. They can try to get the runs needed here. Still going 12.5 over the need. Doesn't really change much. In fact, they're just behind the rate that they started with, Vinos, even though there was a big attack from Sid Goud. Oh, Fred. Same sort of shot that he got out to yesterday. Not coming forward, not going back, just having a bit of a swing.
Yeah, I mean, they have pretty much got to almost the pace at least. I mean, they'd want to be 60 off 5. Let's say if they drag himself into the 50s, they'd be there and thereabouts. Satya Sengupta. Slightly slower ball, cracked away nicely. Should be stopped. It will be. There's no real easy stops on this outfield. I mean, it is a good outfield. I'm not saying it's not, but I mean, it's fast. It means when it bounces fast, and it's not always consistent. I still think it's a very, very good outfield, but it does test the fielders.
It's definitely improved over the last few years. It's been flattened a bit this year. And, an appeal there.
Bit high, I think, rubbing his leg. Not sure if he hits the top of the pad or maybe just above. It's banged in. Yeah, I think it's hit very, very high. That's why he won't get the decision. Yeah, very, very high, in fact.
He's a tall man too, Venki, so...
He's got to find another gear, though, I think, if they're going to stay in this chase. Can't put all the pressure on Heidenreich. Tries. Flicks this one, though. It should just be the 1 down to Suggo Reddy.
It's been good over here from Sengupta. Only 3 from it so far. 1 ball left. And even if they don't take a run off this, or get a boundary off this ball, it won't be the end for Vinarati, but it's going to make it quite a bit more difficult.
Cut away and dropped. Ah, well, it's contagious. As this wasn't an easy one, I suppose. Had the fielder jumping, Thought it was 4 off the bat, to be honest, because he hit it really well. So at least it stopped. But yeah, probably should have been caught. That's Kasi Balakrishnan. And he wasn't able to grasp that one. It goes down, so the over finishes 48 for 1 after 5. And you can see that this partnership is key. With Margasham 8 off 12. When you consider essentially the pace is to a ball, he's not quite at run a ball pace at the moment. I think he needs to get a move on. Kushal Mandan in the chat saying much the same. He needs to go for it now, otherwise it'll be too late. As far as Gowd's dismissal, I often talk about the line between aggression and insanity with the bat. I feel like he just temporarily crossed it. Missing leg. But yeah, you often don't know where that line is until you cross it. I think he was looking really good, but I think he was selective with his hitting until the very last bit of his innings. He hit that really good one over long off towards us, and then just kind of felt like he had to keep going no matter what. He probably didn't. This one is driven down to long off for once. Yeah, so Heidenreich, it doesn't have that long to play himself in here at the moment. As the 50 comes up in the 6th over, that rate required has ballooned out to pretty much close to 15 and over.
Takes us a couple of big overs, like what happened for the Spartans. And this one's hit down the ground, just a single. Can't quite find the middle, can Fred yet.
Yeah, so it's the end of the over. In fact, it's not the end of the over, but I can tell you that one thing we're really looking forward to is the tour on the FanCode European Cricket Series. We're heading to Hungary next week, then Austria. So he just worked away to the leg side. Slight fumble, but they're not gonna try for a second. And we're in Hungary, looking forward to that already. And we'll see the Royal Tigers Budapest, who represent Hungary very well in that series. And then Austria for a week. That'll be great to see just a 5-team series in Austria. And then we head into our Italian summer. And then we're in Germany in August. Germany, of course, we have some cricket coming from Krefeld, where we will be about halfway through the August schedule. This next ball was played out to long on for 1. So there's a bit around rain around that Krefeld ground at the moment, but I do remember from being there last year that it can take a lot of rain. It's a former professional football ground, and it is just so good at draining. And something about that pitch, it can get as wet as you like. It still plays great. And there's still a fair bit of grip in it. So different surfaces around Europe, of course. Slightly different in character. I've never seen one take as much of a pounding from the weather. And no covers or anything, nothing like that. It just stays really good for play. As it is, this is the end of the over now. And so we're 6 overs in, and the score is 54 for 1. Keep those questions and comments coming in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Might be a nice opportunity to do a bit of a lurker call out. How about we do that? If you are lurking right now, just like I'm lurking in the other chat because of the ECI in Germany, then send us a message in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Let us know where you're watching from. We want to say hello to you. Hey, thanks for supporting European cricket. I'm sure there's a few lurkers around at the moment, so really enjoying the discussions. And here's a guy that's bowled pretty well whenever he's been called on by the Spartans, Shanmugam Ravi. He's going to bowl over number 7.
This is a big over for me. They really have to launch an attack against him.
Now or never, isn't it? Swing and a miss. So not the ideal start. The rate's now up at 17 and over.
I think he's 10 off 16 now. And that retirement policy of yours, I think, might be employed soon.
Yeah, it's not mine. Just it's a tactic. I think he needs to try and wriggle on himself. Now this is hit away over the offside, and probably it'll be a tough stop. Runs down the hill. It's going to be 4. Balakrishnan not able to pull this one back. Heidenreich, well, they need something out of him, don't they? He gets his first boundary. Intelligent batting up and over the offside.
Yeah, would have been a wide, but I think they prefer the 4. And they'll need a lot more of those. And Heidenreich, he is very capable. If he can hit the ball as cleanly as we've seen him before, he can get them up towards his total.
It's the first boundary since Gowd was dismissed. And that was over 2 overs ago now. This one will be wide. Yeah, I mean, who do you send in next? That's the question. Do you gamble on someone like a Gillam?
I would. He's a left-hander as well.
Yeah.
And he hits the ball very cleanly, does Kyle Gillam. He's a proper cricketer. But but he can hit the ball really firmly on both sides of the ground. So, or Voiter, but he's been hit or miss.
Got to say hello to some of the lurkers coming in. Keep them coming in. We'll get to that very shortly. This one comes back and it's hit pretty well. Very well fielded out there. They needed the stop made, and it was. Yeah, I can already see that Ivan's watching from Norwich in Norfolk in the UK. Hello to you, to Reynolds, who's watching from South Africa as well. Hello to Greg, who's watching us, saying, hearing you loud and clear from Indiana. So the USA. I know we've got quite a few viewers in North America, so nice to have you with us, Greg. This is called wide. Lucky it was. You don't want to be shouldering arms unless you're pretty confident of the call. Oh, it was a wide, but only just. Did come back a bit. And so, yeah, to everyone that is joining us, hope you're enjoying it, and actually have 2 matches happening concurrently.
Tries to use his feet there. Venki again, just not getting onto it. And so, just going a bit too slowly here for Vinarati. Sid Gowd, I think it was a very good innings for Gowd, and that's exactly what they needed at the top, Vinarati, but that's just not happening for them. He's been pretty good bowling, to be fair.
Yeah, agree. This will most likely be just another singles at the moment. Not hurting, so they're going to try for a second, and I think he's going to get it. So at least that helps a little bit. You see the 2 number 7s coming together there, as mentioned by Pro in the chat. So they will get up to 63, but still just the 1 boundary in the over. Not really enough when you're chasing essentially what's 3 a ball now. You see Margasham proactively chasing the extra run. Last ball of the over. And this is launched out of the ground. Maximo! That is large. They need plenty more of those. They've approached the point of no return. They've stared it in the face. Margasham said, I've got one last crack in me. And he whacks this one over the onside. 6 to finish the over. It cost 16 in the end. And the score is 69 for 1 after 7. And if you're enjoying this action, hopefully you can join us for the afternoon session as well, because we have more cricket just around the corner here from the Czech Republic. Prague Barbarians taking on Moravian in match 39. Barbarians, well, they can still theoretically get right up, probably get the top 2. Don't think they'll get the top spot, assuming the Spartans can hold on here. But Moravians, it's their last match of this series. I'm sure they'll want to finish with a good one. Gerard Takua struggling with a bit of an injury for them. We'll see what kind of part he plays in the game. He is in the 11. So now 51 off 18. Well, it's quite simple. You need 3 big overs here. 17 plus, ideally. A magical over brings you right back into the game. And after a leg by sneaked off the first ball, it will be Heidenreich facing up to the end gun, Gunnar. He goes after this, but he hasn't quite got it. It's skied in the air, and it's been dropped. And wow, what is it going on in this game? And Panlet, who's not a regular wicketkeeper, he's ready to drop him. And well, it's not quite missing the stumps from 5 centimetres, but still, this one was straight down his throat. In the end, last minute misjudgment, out it went.
Not a great game for keepers today. Might be the weather, Vinny, I think. Maybe.
In the air, that's for sure. And this one is flat batted back over the bowler. Probably just be a single. Still doesn't hurt them that much because no boundaries so far in the over, which is what Vinos need to get back in this game. Hello to Scouse Rat, who's double screen lurking in Barbados. I'm also lurking, and I'm noticing it looks like it's been reduced to a 19 over game, so an N19 game from Germany. But it looks like they're about to get underway there. Oh, straight through him, and how does this miss leg stump? Does not miss by much at all.
So what, Vinny, this has been a fantastic spell from Gunnar. We saw him get a lot of wickets early in against the Tigers. Took 6 for 5, but he's been bowling beautifully and not giving the batsman any room at all.
He's been disciplined. Tries his luck with a short ball. Pulled away, but Satya has that covered. Vinarati just running out of puff. I think they'll look back and they'll think a few missed opportunities in the field. In particular, if they could have got Sengupta earlier, he ended up scoring a half century. I know the game's made up of many moments, but yeah, Vino's just wasn't quite the best fielding effort. When they have fielded well, typically they've been winning matches.
Yeah, they dropped catches, and this one's going to just fall in front of the man in the gully, and they didn't take one there. Heidenreich, one in the strike. 2 overs left, a lot of runs to get.
Yeah, 48. So now you need 4 a ball, pretty much. So you need a supersonic over yet. I don't think we've had an over of 30 so far. Do we normally call it supersonic? You can see pretty good bowling from Gunasekharan. Doesn't take a wicket this time, but he's so economical. Only conceding 7. Sengupta as well has just bowled the 1. They held him back. Normally often we'll see him with that new ball. But he's got one up his sleeve as well. So they're spoilt for options here. Prague Spartans. Saga Reddy is going to come back to bowl the 9th over.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. 2 good bowlers.
It's last roll
for
of the dice time, isn't it? I mean, Heidenreich's going to be going at everything here. And he does, and he hits this one real good. Well, that helps. Maximo! You need something magical. And that's a bit like the magician tapping his magic wand on the top hat. There might be something coming as Fred takes this one downtown. And well, the spectators, they are cock a hoop with that. That was probably endangering them.
Oh, that's Megan. Megan Husser, Voita's wife. There with her parents who are in town. And glad she's here because I'm sure she's brought the pies with her
Oh, well,
from the Down Under.
That is good news. Yeah, this next one, Heidenreich charges and kind of gets himself in a mess. Because I think if he stays in his crease there, it's a comfortable length to pick up. But will just be 6 and a dot to start. So again, even with that start of the over, it's not quite up to the rate. And now this is annoying because he gets himself tied up in a mess and would have been a wide or be a dot. And so Vinos, I mean, say if they batted normally from here, you'd fancy that they would probably score something around the 100 mark, which is not a bad score. I just think they'll regret some of the middle 5 overs, I suppose, in the first innings where they just let that partnership get out of hand.
Yeah, look, Venki went for 42 off his 2 overs, and that's the difference at the moment. Heidenreich didn't quite get all of that. It should come back for 2, and he's going to be run out is Venki. And, well, it's too little too late, I think, for Vidarati. Just a single there. We'll see who they bring into the order. They should give Narup a bit of a bat, I think.
Yeah, I think already they had Hasa padded up. And so I think we'll be Voita Hasa. See, Venki decides to push for 2. He knows that Heidenreich is the boundary hitter out of the 2 of them. Because, yeah, Venki hasn't hit a boundary in the 19 balls he's faced. And that will be the end of him for 12. And the score is 79. In fact, it'll be 80 for 2 after that delivery.
Sargar's been very good again today, very economical. Just picked up that 1 wicket. It's a big one of Sid Gowd. Comes in again. It's hit firmly out of the offside. Field has got everything behind it. And Fred, he's tried hard. 26 off 19. But the damage was done in the middle few overs in the Spartans innings where Reddy and Sengupta just got hold of the bowling that was pretty straight and pretty pedestrian, and that's what did the damage. If you take those overs out, it's pretty close. And Hasa will have to go back first ball. Good bowling by Reddy.
Yeah, it was good bowling. At this stage, full and straight, that's the way to do it. And so, Vidarati, it's going to be a bridge too far for them, I think. Hasa, he will go down swinging. Can't really blame him given the situation, but he'll go for a golden. And Vidarati finished the 9th over, 81 for 3.
Well, it'll be a good win here for Spartans. Job done today. They'll top the table, and they'll have a very tricky game tomorrow against Brno, who I think will add a couple of faces.
Yeah, but so can the Spartans, you know. I think when you top the table, they can be very proud of their efforts in this group because it was a tricky group. It was a real tricky group. But the Group A wasn't. But they've had their ups, they've had their downs. They'll be wanting to bring their A game tomorrow, no doubt about that. So, new batter out there is Kyle Gillam. He won't be facing up because it was the end of the over. Satya Sengupta will bowl the 10th and final over of match number 38. Bowling to Heidenreich. Walks at him and misses.
Yeah, the win predictor getting it spot on, 100% for the Spartans. And I did predict them to be top of this group. They are probably the most, or definitely the most well-balanced team in Group B. They're going to cause problems for the Brno team tomorrow. Brno, though, also a very good team. I think they kind of fear each other a little bit.
Should be a really good one.
Hmm.
Short. Strike 2 for Heidenreich. What does everyone think in the chat? Looks like, well, now we will have that first, well, it won't be the first quarterfinal. It'll be towards the end of the day, but it's the first quarterfinal that we know the two opponents, Spartans versus Brno. Give us your thoughts in the chat. Who you favour in that one? This one's fairly straight and it's dragged away for a single.
There's an important game coming up later on between Barbarians and Vinorati to see who'll get that third spot, I think, because they're level on points at the moment. And I don't know. And they've
Barbarians could still potentially get second off the Tigers as well. If they win both their games, they'll finish on 10 points. And if they win well enough, even though their run rate isn't as good right now, 2 wins will boost it.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
The Barbarians got plenty to play for as well.
True. The Tigers, I think, will be a little upset if they don't hit that second spot. And I think, I mean, all due respect to United, they are the second division team in that Group A, and I think quite a few of the teams would have liked to have played the United. But United are a very good side. This one's clipped off his toes by Gillum. Come back for 2.
Yeah, first ball of the series for Gillum with the bat. Pretty confident as he whips that one away. Oh, Sengupta. So, yeah, just haven't quite had the close finishes today so far. This one looks like it'll be something like a margin in the low 30s. Just 2 balls remaining. It's a reminder that we have that afternoon session starting here in about half an hour's time. Pretty well pulled straight. It wasn't far away from the fielder, but Gillum, again, showing a sign of what might have been, really. He's not going to face too many in this chase. But he just plays that off the length and just tattoos it. Long on couldn't do anything about that. Cuatro carreras. Good batting.
Yeah, he hits the ball pretty cleanly, does Kyle Gillum, and as I said, he always wants to bat a little bit down the order. I think Finos are a little bit baffled as to why.
Last ball then of match 38, and he launches this one up and out of the ground. Well, just like that, you see what might have been something I think they might want to think about. You don't want to die wondering in this format, as Gillum will only face the 3 deliveries, but he's going to finish on 12 not out with a 6 and a 4. Vinorati are going to finish 94 for 3. The final margin, in fact, is just 25 runs, but it is Prague Spartans that come up with a win in match 38, and that sews up top spot for them.
Yeah, well done to Prague Spartans this week. They've been consistently the best team in this side of the draw in what is a very, very even contest between all the teams in Group B. And, they'll think it's job done this week, and we'll see them again tomorrow. For Vinorati, they have another game at the end of the day against Barbarians. That could have a big impact on where they finish, but not enough runs there for Vinorati, but quite honestly, too many conceded. A couple of drop catches really hurt them. They could have kept them down to a much lower total and a more comfortable total if they'd taken those catches.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's kind of I don't know, unsatisfying feeling because you see Gillum go out there and whack a couple of boundaries and you think, oh, geez, when you saw about how many balls were used up earlier in the innings, it makes you wonder whether they could have gone after that target and maybe gotten there. But anyway, we'll never know. Maybe we'll see some more of them in the second half of the day, no doubt. As we look back at the highlights, 120 was the target. Well, this one got away from everyone. It must have hit a worm or something, because I thought it was going for 5. In the end, it was one of the world's longest 2s. Apart from that, it was Sid Gowd that really got things moving. After he caught a bit of a break, I think at the end of the second over, he went crazy at the end of Chuggy's over in the third. And even Danny was doing the fielding in the commentary box. And to appreciate the gift, It wasn't yours to give me, though. And then Goud just got carried away as he swung all around that one. And that was kind of a big turning point in the innings, wasn't it? Because they really struggled to keep things rolling after his dismissal.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw that Fred Heidenreich came in and he did hit a couple of big sixes. Got lucky there. But honestly, wasn't very fluid. Missed too many balls. And Venky from the other end got run out there. But he's going to have to assess this batting lineup and also the bowling for Vinarati. But as I see, a nice shot there. That was
Gillum. I take your point, and I always run. There's a lot of players that will say, I don't want to bat high, I don't want to bat high. But sometimes I think they need a bit of a push. Once they get out there, then, you know, I think these kind of thoughts will melt away and they'll get on with the job. And I'd like to see Gillum even maybe opening the batting. I mean, I think he'd be so effective in the power play. Now, this is what's coming up next, and when we return in about 25 minutes, it'll be match 39. Prague Barbarians winning the toss, selecting to bowl first, but they're hoping to catch Moravians on the hop. And Moravians, they did struggle bowling first, didn't they? And Prague Barbarians, they don't just want to win, they want to win and win well. So they'll be hoping to do a number on Moravians and improve their run rate, not just take the 2 points. Moravians, well, remember, they beat Barbarians in their first match of the series, so I think it could be an interesting rematch as we look at the scorecard here, as they were chasing 120 for victory. Pretty disciplined from the bowlers, only conceding 5 wides in the innings, as Goud, he was the top scorer, 35 of just 14, but the wheels were off when he departed. Margashayam, again, couldn't really get going with just 12 off 19 balls. Heidenreich was good in patches, 28 not out of 23, but Gillum, 12 not out of 3 with a 4 and a 6. Just showed you he's a powerful striker of a cricket ball, like we know. Gunasekaran did take a wicket, but only conceded 7. He was important in this defence. The wickets went to Reddy, who was able to pick up wickets in the 4th and 9th overs. The other wicket was due to a run out. So I think some good performers in there. Segupta, pretty good effort from him. He was held back a little bit. Tyagi, well for the most part, but they got after him at the very end of his spell. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to have our lunch. Thanks to everyone from the Down Under. I might keep an eye on the stream from Germany as well. I can see that Germany early on just lost a 2nd wicket. So Austria up and about in that one. Hopefully you can join us though when we return in 20 minutes for the resumption of play here in the Czech Republic. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudacek. We'll see you shortly for more action and excitement on the European Cricket Network. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, Czech Republic.
And welcome back to another game. This time between Moravians and Barbarians. Moravians, it'll be the last game of the tournament. We're going to go to the toss right now with Charles Croucher.
Your call. Heads. Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
Yeah, so would you like to bowl first?
So Barbarians winning the toss, electing to bowl. Moravians have to bat better than what they did this morning against Spartans, where they only set a very small total. Barbarians chasing a spot in the top 2. If they win 2 games today, they'll have a good chance of sneaking past the Tigers into that top 2. We'll see very shortly what happens. And I'm going to cut back right now to my good friend in the commentary Ice Cube, Vinny Sandu. See you in a minute.
And see, the news from the toss is that the Barbarians won the toss. They wanted to field, and they may have gotten a bit of a cue from what they saw in the first game of the day, where Moravians really struggled with the stick batting first, and they staggered to 52 for 3. Included 2 wickets on the last 2 balls. So they were 52 for 1 effectively, almost off the 10 overs. And see, for the Barbarians, a couple of ins for them. Pankaj Pundir coming in for the first time, as well as Amir Faras. And I can tell you that Moravians, they had a bit of what we were calling Game 7 syndrome this morning, and they just couldn't get anything going. You can see Prem Yadav, he ended up opening the batting after he was listed in that position. But what I would say is he picked up a little bit of an injury that we did bowl later on. Dheeraj Thakur struggling with injury for them as well. So a bit of the walking wounded about Moravian. Barbarians 13-run favourites over Moravians as far as the bat versus ball wall is concerned. You can see Moravians had a really good start to their series, winning their first game, but they've lost their next 6. But there is a bit of hope. I can tell you when these 2 teams did meet earlier in the series, it was Moravians that actually were able to do a number on Barbarians, as it was match 26. Barbarians batting first made 93, and Moravian chased it down with 4 balls to spare. And on that occasion, the Moravian bats were firing. Dheeraj Thakur with 46 and Om Sharma with 35. Both of those undefeated. So it just shows you it wasn't that long ago that Moravian did beat Barbarians, but you would fancy the way things are panning out that Barbarians would fancy themselves favourites. And Barbarians have plenty to play for as well, because they can climb that ladder, potentially even into the top 2, depending on how they go in these 2 games. And if they were to do that, they would avoid a match with a higher ranked opponent. The top 2 teams in the other group being PCC and also Bohemians. So it should be an interesting contest. I hope we get a bit more of a fight out of the Moravians batting lineup this time. And so looks like we're almost ready for a start in the afternoon session. 1 p.m. local here. Hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching from around the world. I know that we've been enjoying some of the cricket in the break from Germany. I know that Krefeld, the Bayer Oerdingen Cricket Ground, the host of T20 National, currently between Germany and Austria. That's ECI Cricket, also on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And I'll be lurking around there. Right now, looks like we will get some cricket, and it will be Piyush Kumar to open the bowling for Barbarians. Still no Devendra Singh in their lineup. Johanna Hoke will be behind the stumps with them. You see him right there, number 19. Joe Foster gets ready to say play, just waiting for the clock to tick over. Joe Foster and Pete Vincent, your officials for this one. Let's get going in match 39. It's a little bit short from Kumar, turned away on the leg side for 1. There's Akshay Babu, who is off the mark immediately. And he did make some good runs yesterday. Found a way to run himself out early this morning. That really set off a chain of events that just didn't go well for Moravians this morning. Had heaps of wickets in hand, but the batters at the crease just could not get going. Say hello to Food Pino Style from the Philippines. I know we've got a few viewers in Southeast Asia that enjoy tuning in. This one may have been a wide. Instead, it's cut away. I think of a second, but probably a bit gun-shy with the run in between the wickets. Babu, after he got run out this morning, he's out there with Brajendra Gupta. So a nice opportunity for Braj to get amongst the runs as well. One sneaks past the outside edge. So Kumar has been a pretty handy bowler for Barbarians during this series. He's able to get that one past close to the off stump. This one's a bit wider, goes after it. Caught a no ball, and this might have been, I think this must have been for a foot, otherwise it could have been for a field infraction. Oh, no, it's not for that at all. The ball's from a long way back. So, I think it must have been for the field. As this next one will be a free hit, and it's whacked through the offside. And it will be the first boundary of the contest. So, Babu cashes in. Well, that's one time. I'm sure it wasn't a front foot no ball because the front foot was barely in front of the stumps. But whatever it was for, it was put away on the free hit. Babu, he'll be wanting to make up for lost time after missing out this morning when he did run himself out for just 6. Much better delivery from Kumar. Played back for no run. Yeah, so at the moment, I noticed that game in Germany has been reduced to 19 overs because of some of the rain they had there. I know it started much later than the original start time. You see, this is the last ball of the first over here. It's worked away for a single. So Babu will retain the strike. He's got 6 off 6. That's exactly what he ran himself out on this morning. Hopefully he avoids that fate again as we get to the end of the first over. 8 for no loss. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Danny Hudacek, as we look at these two teams. And I'm sure, Danny, that Moravian, seems a long time ago they beat the Barbarians. They'll be hoping to find a little something in their last game in ECS 22.
Yeah, look, they've been really competitive in this tournament. Moravians have had some very good performances. Barbarians have been a bit inconsistent, and they've got a very good chance of finishing this tournament with a win, the Moravians. And it's a pretty good start. They want to continue with these overs, getting a few runs from them. Matashetty is the new bowler for Barbarians, and he's been good for them, taken a lot of wickets and kept things pretty tight as well. The Moravians, as Vinny was saying, Babu missed out earlier this morning by running himself out. You want to make up for it. This one gets the bat dangled outside the off stump. Matashetty, good start. Barbarians, they're as I said, inconsistent. They can go hard against most teams, but they'll find themselves in 4th place at the moment. The Barbarians, Moravians, they'll be the team going home and not appearing in tomorrow's quarterfinals from this side of the draw.
Yeah, I mean, Moravians showed us no easy beats on their first day of action, but I mean, disappointed with the lack of results as this tournament's gone on. But still, it's an opportunity for them to shine. Matashetty, who's got the ball now, he was very, very good earlier in the tournament, especially. Took 4 for 8 in one of the matches.
Comes in bowling again, and this one's edged past the keeper, past the man at that deep slip, fly slip type area, and well, brilliant placement from the batsman. As you can see, it's a late cut, actually a very nice shot.
Yeah, I mean, don't think he was completely in control of how big the edge was that he got, but fortunately he did get enough batting to get it past the keeper. You can see the importance of Babu, who has been their most informed batter over the last couple of days. Ran himself out this morning for 6, but now he's up into double digits.
He did get he scored a 50 so far in the league, and he missed out a little bit early in the in this week, but the last couple of days has been very, very good as Babu. Still quite a bit of batting for Moravians. 14 without loss at the moment. This one's on the leg side, and that's hammered to the boundary for 4. Just got it wrong, did Matashetty. He went down as well. And it's a loose one. Babu right onto it. It's another boundary.
Yeah, so this is something that they weren't able to do often enough this morning. Just the 2 boundaries in their total. And so they get 2 boundaries. Once again, the first 2 overs. They'll hope that's not it this time. Moravians, 18 without loss.
I don't think the Barbarians have the same type of firepower in their bowling attack as what Spartans had this morning, and it really almost overwhelmed the Moravians. But here they've started very confidently. They've had a bit of luck, I guess, with some poor bowling. Here's the group standings at the moment. Spartans will be the top of the table, and Tigers at the moment hanging on to second spot. Barbarians, if they can win their 2 games comfortably coming up, might sneak into that second place, but it's going to be a tough ask. And Venerati, the best they can finish is 3rd. This one's down leg side, called a wide.
Yeah, Venerati feel they missed a trick, I think, in the last game. Just not their best performance. Just when they felt like they were getting some momentum into their tournament. But yeah, just the one kind of confirmed matchup, I suppose, so far tomorrow. The Spartans against Brno. That'll be a really good game.
I think everyone.
He certainly couldn't be accused of trying to run into the line of the ball here, Braj. Just watch this. He had a sense it might be coming, and he wanted out of there. He sees where he is, and he's like, actually, I don't want any part of this.
Comes the bowler again. Bit short and got away with that one. It was pretty wide as well. The batsman moved across to it. Should have been smashed to the boundary. Just couldn't quite find the ball. Could Babu. Comes Kumar again. And that one's going to be called a wide. He's flirting with that line is Kumar.
Trying to frame the pitch there, Hoke, as we say in baseball. Moving towards the stumps, hoping the umpire wouldn't think it was a wide. Joe Foster not falling for it.
Oh, he's got him. Well played right across the line of that, did Babu, and he's, after a promising start, he's gone. Piyush Kumar with a straight, quicker one. And that's the first wicket down for Moravians. And Kumar is picked up a nice little wicket. He was aiming outside off stump mainly, and that one just darted in, and just the wrong shot there from Babu.
Play back at your own peril, I think. You see here, decides to go back, and he's not in a great position. The bat plane isn't particularly straight, and that's why top of the stumps are rattled. And so it's a pretty handy wicket for Barbarians in the 3rd over. They get Babu for 15. Moravians 21 for 1, and now they're throwing up Niraj Mishra in at number 3. So they're trying a few things a bit different. I think they know that they didn't really use a lot of their attacking resources. Mishra is more of a bowler, but I think they're hoping that he can play some shots and get this score moving. The run rate's not terrible at the moment, just under 8 and over. But well, it's a good opportunity for Niraj with the bat.
Yeah, we haven't really seen him with the bat, I don't think. I don't remember him batting too much in this this tournament. He's been the pick of the bowlers for me for Moravians, but let's see what he can offer. This one's kept a bit low, no runs. Just darted in, just right in at that tram line. Pretty good ball in the context of things. Comes in again and got him. Well, that's probably why we haven't seen too much of Niraj Mishra with the bat in this tournament, and we're not going to see any more of him at all in this tournament. It'll be his final innings.
Well, you were right about him not having had a bat yet. Now he has. And let's just say he scored as many runs when he hasn't batted as when he did. As Kumar rattles the stumps for the 2nd time in the over.
Well, at least he's got an average now, Vinny.
Yeah, well, it's not an average that batters want. Again, tries to pull a ball that's below bail height, and that's risky on this pitch. Yeah, it just wasn't the right shot selection. So Mishra comes, Mishra goes. One thing I would say is that at least it doesn't use up a lot of balls. That's a positive at least. It doesn't kind of scratch around. You'd rather make a second ball dark than 1 off 10.
Yeah,
right?
true.
So it does take us down to the power play as well. Moravians are 21 for 2.
Yeah, it was looking pretty good until until about halfway through that over. Hadn't lost a wicket. Now they're 2 down. Still got quite a bit of batting, have Moravians. It'll be interesting to see where Diraj Thakur bats. I know that he's got a little bit of an injury. He copped one on the finger, I think, or on the thumb when he was keeping yesterday. We haven't really seen him bat too much since. It'll be Matashetti to continue. 21 for 2, Moravians. And just watched onto the bat. Good fielding by Matashetti. Yeah, saved a run.
Matashetti's got a really interesting bowling action. He's very front on. Have a look at it. Doesn't really ever get side on. This is something that kind of came to focus 20 or 30 years ago when coaching was always to get side on, but you can bowl front on and might have some success here. Well, he's going to have to go and try and find this one. Matashetti's going to hold on. Well, he had 360 degrees of movement in there. And I said he likes to get front on. Well, he was all over the place there, but he found himself in the drop zone and he gets Gupta for 3. That's actually a really good catch because it wasn't an easy one to track for the bowler who had to turn on his heels in his follow through. That was miles in the air, but it's well held on the second occasion anyway. And so a 3rd wicket falls, and Moravians on the precipice at 21 for 3.
That was a really good catch. He had a lot to worry about. It was right at the edge of the pitch as well, so went from AstroTurf to grass and turned himself around. The wind is swirling a bit here as well in the at Vinoj, so excellent effort there for Matashetti. I think bowlers always try a little bit harder to take a catch if it's off their own bowling, and really nice catch there by the bowler.
Yeah, it was well held. And again, kept his composure when it popped out. He was able to grab it on the second attempt. Vicky Surendran comes into the action at number 5. We did see him batting a bit high, but batted through the innings. He batted at number 3 in the first game today, 14 off 23. Couldn't hit a boundary in that time. So I'll be hoping that he can move a little bit quicker here in match 39.
Oh, Matashetti again. And again, not a bad ball. Little comment from Jody Jones. That's not bowling, it's throwing. Sorry. I totally disagree with you.
No,
it's just
completely fine.
Because he comes from front on, he has that appearance, but it's bowling. It's got a straight arm.
It's different, but it's completely legal. Completely. It's what's weird is that his left foot goes to the left. And the thing is, his arm is a little bit bent, but it stays bent throughout the action. And so that's why I know it looks a bit strange, but the whole thing is a bit strange, but there's no straightening of the arm.
No, it's totally fine. Comes in again. And just edge down towards that man who at the fly slip area does pretty well. Keeps it down to 1.
Nice little deflection. Also well fielded.
Sort of.
When I say well fielded, I mean effectively fielded. So Surendran back on strike.
Just dab down to that point area. Bit of a shy at the stumps. They'll look for 2. They won't get it though. And it's the end of the over. Pretty good one there for Matashetti. And Moravians 24 for 3. Going a bit slowly at the moment.
A bit slowly, but I mean, at least there's a chance that we might get things moving a little bit. And well, so much happening on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Danny Hudacek. Great to have your company. I know that Charlie Hunt is actually in Germany right now, and after a bit of a delay, they did get underway. I've got the Germans at 65 for 3. They had lost a couple of wickets early. So again, you've got the choice, and you can actually, a lot of people watching both at once today on ECN, the ECI T10 International Series, and that's what's happening right now in Krefeld, which is somewhere we did visit in the ECS last year, and we plan to see a bit later on in the year as well. It looks like Abdullah Akbarjan has been brought into the attack for Austria. Dylan Bligno is out there facing up. So 19 over game over there. So again, great work by everyone over there. Not such great work here at the start of the 5th over, because this is going to be a no ball for height. And it will mean there's a free hit coming up. So a bit of an opportunity for Moravian to keep attacking.
Yeah, Morley, the new bowler, just let that one slip a little bit. Hard with a wrist spinner. Good bowler though, Morley. Comes in, and that's a very nice delivery. Just outside off stump, dipping on him. He's been good with the bat, has Morley, in this tournament. Picked up a couple of wickets, but hasn't been at his best with the leg spin. That's right on song. It's got past the man at point. Just be a single.
Yeah, I think he's a dangerous bowler. I think it'll be interesting to see how Moravians approach him and how attacking they want to be. I think he's a bowler that they want to get him up and going for the quarterfinals, Barbarians, because I think he brings a lot to the table. I think he can get good batters out. Just, I suppose the occasional one gets away from him. And you'd expect that with wrist spinners as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with the right-handers, taking the ball away from the right-hander. And that one, oh, it's a good ball. It actually came in a little bit in the air, drifted in, went straight on with the arm, but it's a good area. A little bit quicker too. So it's the whole art of spin is deception and variation. That one's going to be outside off stump, and again, not a bad delivery in the context of T10, right near that line, the indicator line. Comes in again, and well, try something a little bit different. The batsman, and gets a dodgy single down to what was once the fly slip, ended up being the short fine leg.
It's just about 2 stumps outside the off stump. And reverse. We've seen it attempted a few times in this series. I don't think we've seen it hit once. It's nice to see Malik's trying something.
There was one that got hit before. It was a really nice shot. I think it was yesterday. But you're right, it's not very successful normally at this level with players who have seen stuff on TV and trying to replicate it. They come back for a second, and there's an appeal. I think it might have hit on the full. It's a good throw. It's gone to the box as the umpire. Let's have another look. I think it might have.
Yeah, they're having a look at this. I mean, the other thing is the ball. I'm not super sure the ball goes on the stumps. Maybe it does. Actually, I think it probably does, but I think it's probably in.
Let's see if the.
I think by the time. I think that bat's down now. I think that's okay. Again, you can't really tell exactly. No, I think the bat's hit the ground.
I think
You
so.
don't think so?
It's difficult to tell.
There, I think the bat's actually touching the ground. You got to. So
Yeah,
I actually think for me that he's all right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree
But
with
I'm constantly wrong on some of these, so no, it has been given not out. I think it's a good decision. It was pretty close though. It wasn't a very good bat grounding, but he does ground it just in time over the line.
It looks like when he put the bat down, it still looked like it was in the air, but then
It's levitating.
But yeah, it was levitating at that. But it's a bit of an optical illusion. That was
Yeah.
that was well in.
You got to know your angles, 2-dimensional image. That'll happen. So it's a halfway point, and Ravens are 30 for 3 as we start the 6th over.
Well, it comes in, bowls are wide, straight up. It's Robin Thackrell. We've seen a few times for the Barbarians. He's done okay for them. He's kept things pretty tidy generally, as Thackrell. And again, this one's lifted out to the covers. Chance for a run out if he hits, and he doesn't. They'll look for another. They won't get it. Well, there's a bit of a fumble out there as well from the Barbarians, and the throw was sort of to the keeper. Bit scrappy, but not scoring as freely as what they were earlier in this innings. They've crept up to 32, lost 3 wickets. They need to get a move on, the Moravians. That one will help. There's a bit of a chase there for the fielder out there. Should come back for 2 quite comfortably. And good throw into the keeper. And it is 2 runs.
Yeah, they'll get a couple. They seem to be on track for a few more than the first game today, but still have the feeling It's a bit of a holding pattern to this. I don't know if Om Sharma's just a bit low on confidence with the bat, perhaps. But I mean, I'd like to at least see him have a crack. This one probably would have been a wide. Now sends back his partner, does Mohan.
I think also, I mean, Moravians know that they're out of the tournament now. They can't get into that 4th spot. So give a couple of players a bit of a bat that haven't really featured. You know, we mentioned before about players that don't really get much of a bat in a bowl, especially in a 10-over format. It's quite difficult to get an all-rounder in, or a couple that are really prevalent in this type of level. And you'll get a few players who really don't do anything but field. And I think it's maybe the case with Lal Mohan to give him a chance to see what he can do. Comes the bowler again. It's going to be called a wide.
Yeah, a few extras creeping in at the moment, but doesn't hurt them too much. Just a sign of the movement. This cloud cover, ball swinging around. And no one quite has ever been able to explain to me why cloud cover makes the ball swing. We see more movement away from the right-hander, who just knocks this down to long off for one.
I know that it's probably not scientific, and I know there have been all sorts of tests, but when it's humid, there's the air is thicker because there's moisture in the air.
Yeah. And
so there should be more resistance for the ball. When it's warmer and it's like hot, dry conditions, there's less resistance.
Yeah.
And again, also if the wind is coming into your face, so if you're bowling into the wind, there's more resistance on the ball, so it should move one way or another, or has more chance of it.
Yeah, it's interesting now. So I think probably something to that. It's one of the dark arts, though, swing bowling. It's fantastic because it's different balls swing more than others. Some bowlers can swing it some days, they can't others. It's very, very interesting. As we get to the end of the 6th, it's 37 for 3. 6 over checking from here. I mean, if they could pull 10 and 0 from here, get to 77, it's something to bowl at, isn't it?
It's going to be out. It's gone back. I think Hoke might have taken it in front of the stumps.
Yeah, you have that instinct. We'll be able to tell from the replay from side on. You see, maybe, maybe not. We'll have a look. And the other thing is he might have gotten back. Okay, there's no problem there. Do you think he gets the ball down on time?
Not sure. It bounced quite high. Let's have another look.
I think he's probably going to be gone, judging by this, because he's got nowhere to go. Yep, that's going to be gone, I think. Yep, so really good camera work, and I think we are going to see the end of Lal Mohan. Again, there wasn't really an issue with the ball being taken, because he's smart. He's a little bit back, which allows him to reach for it without encroaching. That's why I think you saw it from front on, Danny, and I kind of thought the same thing. He's reaching forward to take that, but he was positioned perfectly. So nice bit of wicket keeping from Jahan Hoke, as he brings about the end of Mohan for 7, and Moravians find themselves 37 for 4.
Yeah, Moravians would like to get a few more runs on the board. And it is Om Sharma who can hit the ball nicely, the skipper. And Moravians this morning against Spartans never really got going. But I don't know. I'm not sure if this is the man to take risks against Murali, because he's a very, very good bowler, the wrist spinner. And that one just dipped on him, on the batsman, Mohan. And you're right, it was a really good take from Hoke, who's just a part-time keeper.
Yeah, it was very, very smart. And again, the positioning allows him to do that. Kind of takes it coming forward in the one motion, breaks the bails. So now let's see what Moravians can put together. And it is Om Sharma that comes out at number 6.
That drifted in beautifully from the bowler. And let's have a look at this again. Just drifted in right at the last, almost like an in-swinger. Good bowling there from early. Comes in again. Gives it plenty of flight. Goes through the bowler. Just a single.
So, yeah, I do like watching Vandrasi bowl. I think he's trying to lure the Moravians out of their crease, like tossing it up a bit more. I wonder if he would do that. Brave to do that against some of the top teams that they might come across during the final series.
I don't think we've seen him give it that much air in this series so far. Well, not as much. He does tend to vary his length and also how much flight he gives it, but during the week hasn't quite been the same as this. He's giving it plenty of air. This one pushed through a bit. Hit towards that man out there. That's the core. Just a single. It's very difficult going at the moment for Moravians. Vandrassi got a couple of balls left. He's only gone for 7. See if they can take a couple of more runs off him.
He's been brilliant, hasn't he? Very economical spell. Up second wicket though.
Is that out? I think
Hit the pad, I think.
maybe. So definitely no wide called. Well, it wouldn't have been a wide anyway, Vinny, because he did change his angle.
Yeah, well, that's it. Once you reverse like this, you don't have a leg side for wides. It just kind of skimmed off the pad. Pretty well taken, I hope. He didn't really bother appealing. I think I would have put together a more convincing appeal than he did. Anyway, it's 40 for 4 after 7. And with some international cricket returning today on ECN, it's a great opportunity for us to remind you about the European Cricket Championship, which is the international T10 tournament, which will run over 5 weeks this year, so an extra week of action. And it will have 6 new teams in, as well as the amount of countries participating has gone from 15 to 21. They'll be in groups of 5. The group winners each week will go through to the championship week, where they'll be joined by England, who are the reigning champions. Join us for that tournament. Should be brilliant. 120 T10 matches. And it's only around 3 months away. Hard to believe it's going to creep up on us. But the ECC will be a showpiece of the European Cricket Network year in 2022. All right, start of a new over. And it's Brenda Kumar who is going to bowl. Pretty active in the chat. Nice to see him out there on the field again.
Yeah, look, we did see him in the chat yesterday, and Kumar is a good bowler. I know he was bowling around the wicket at times during this tournament. It was very effective with that angle. Comes in again, and again, lovely delivery. Really good line of length. Cramping the batsman up. It's a good start from Kumar.
Yeah, Sharma at his best. He's been really destructive, but he's also had some innings where just hasn't been able to get going, including this morning.
This one got in the air towards the outfield. I don't think it'll make it. Just plugged there, and they'll come back for 2.
Yeah, well run. Again, Sharma will sneak it to. Surrendering again with some issues with the strike rate. Remember, this morning he batted at number 3, ended up with 14 off 23. It means if you combine that, today he's 18 off 33. So has to find a way. Okay, if he's not hitting boundaries, at least get ones. But it is Sharma on strike at the moment.
Big swing and a miss. It's a good over so far from Kumar. I think. What do you think of this bowling lineup for Barbarians when you consider that they're going to be playing a quarterfinal tomorrow? Is it enough to really to worry some of the other teams in the group stage? This is up in the air. It's very high. Thakral under it, and he will take it, not take it, and there could be a run out. He's hit the stumps, and I think it's a run out. Well, makes up for it.
I mean, he does, but how's surrendering? He wasn't the one that got dropped, but he's the one that's out. And I actually had that for so long there, and I thought he'd done enough. It was a tough catch for Thakral. You're right, this is miles in the air. It was coming down from the clouds, and he has this for quite a while. Then it bounced off his chest, and he picks up and he hits the stumps. And surrendering, well, he finds himself a step short. So Sharma survives, his partner does not. Will cost him a run though as well. MCC, they're 43 for 5.
It's not a bad wicket, really. They got a run out of it. And Surendran, who's, as you mentioned, has scored very little off a lot of deliveries.
He's been put to sleep. And now Sharma, will he survive? He will. So over Sim, a backward point. And that's a pretty good effort. I think the problem is he's flicked it the wrong way. But credit to the Flying Kiwi, as he was called the other day in social media. As he is flying there. Probably he was 4 when he touched. I think he's probably already over the line. He was just glad it didn't come down on his head. So a welcome boundary. It's was needed, wasn't it, from Moravians. They're 47 for 5 after 8 overs.
A couple of overs to pump the score up. If they can get it up to about 60, Yeah, there might be something defendable, but and we know Barbarians couldn't get to 60 against the Tigers. They only got 34, so you never know what will happen with this Barbarians lineup. They should get there, but we'll see if they can get a few more runs. Sharma is now 9 from 9. This one's just played unconvincingly by the new batsman. It is Vinish.
Jurekatil?
Jurekatil, yeah.
There's a very different kind of way of fielding as well, which you might see in the second half of this game. But let's see what Moravians can do. It's getting pretty dark and ominous actually during this innings. Slowly, there was some prediction that we might get some rain during this period of the day, but so far it's gone around us, which is good news.
Yeah, we're a little bit to the north of Prague here, so we don't quite get the same weather as Prague, and as my family in Ostrava says, we don't look at the weather report because it's all the weather from Prague. They're not very accepting of the capital, as it is with most places, I think, the big cities. I know it's the same with Sydney. Unless you're from Sydney, nobody likes Sydney, even though it's a beautiful place. And, so Prague's got that little reputation. If you're, it's called a Pražák. If you're from, it's a disparaging comment about people from Prague by pretty much everyone else in the country.
I haven't heard that.
Pražák.
Quite technical delay at the moment.
So, Joe Foster trying to keep warm. It is a little bit chilly out there. The wind is, well, there's a little bit of a breeze. Not as nice as what we've had in the last few weeks. And there's
Going
Krefeld.
on at the moment.
Yeah, something happening in Krefeld. Nothing happening here at the moment.
That's right.
99 for 5 at Germany.
Say,
And 3 overs left. It's a pretty good effort from Austria.
Amra Bilal has come up with 3 stumpings for Austria in that game. And so it's a 19-over game. He's been keeping really well, including a really good leg side stumping not too long ago. So they're heading the last 3 overs there. You see quite a few familiar names if you have been around the European Cricket Network, and it's great to see the guys out there doing their thing on the international stage. That Krefeld ground is where we will be holding an ECS in the second half of August. So yeah, looking forward to that. Big hello to Charlie, who's there. Looks like Abdul Shakur Rahumzai is in at the moment. And right now, we're back to action right here, and it'll be Thakral to continue.
It's been cut away past the infield. There's a sweeper out there, just a single. Thackral's been pretty good from Sharma, going at a runner ball at the moment, 10 off 10. And Vinish, just the one from one. They'll try to have a bit of a swing at this. They've got nothing to lose, really. Still 5 wickets in hand. Big swing, and it's hit it pretty well. There's a man straight. They'll look for 2, but never on. Brings Sharma back on strike. We haven't seen Dirosh Thakur at all with the bat today.
Yeah.
And so I know he's carrying a bit of a hand injury.
Yeah, he had some other issues, I think, secondary injuries as well. I think he's had some sore ribs and just in a fair bit of discomfort at the moment, Dirosh Thakur. So I guess we'll see if he takes any kind of active part in this game. Hasn't batted in the top 7 here.
So drag down the leg side, bit of a dodgy inside edge, and they'll only get the 1. Lucky they didn't run. That would have been a certain run out with a direct hit from the keeper.
He's pretty quick to go back for his hat as well there, Jurekatil. But unfortunately, no one thought of running him out again. But yeah, Moravians, once again, we saw them. A few boundaries early, but not much since. They got 3 boundaries in the first 2 overs this time. And just the 1 boundary last over, which was almost stopped by Sim as well. This was the problem last time. Just were not able to get any sort of production going.
What the Moravians, they're a second team in Brno, or second club in Brno, I should say. This one's been beautifully hit, actually.
Really nice shot from Jurekatil, who just pounced on that. Was a little bit short of a length. You see there's deep in his crease. And yeah, fairly unguarded part of the field down there. 4 runs. And nice 4 runs for Moravian. They get their 4th boundary, the 5th boundary, in fact, now of the innings.
Yeah, he waited on that really nicely. Kept very low. Safe shot. There's no one down there. And I'll need a few more of those. They're almost at that 60 mark, which is could be defendable. If they get it to 70, I think there's a good chance for Moravian still in this game. It's going to be called a wide. Too many of those from Barbarians. So what have been your highlights from Moravians this week, Vinny?
Oh, I just think their successful chase in the first game. I mean, came up front, didn't it? Wait for this ball. Probably swings a bit too far. No, Joe says that's fine. I don't know, maybe he's got some flashbacks from the Vinarati game there. I felt this one does probably get some of the line. But umpire's in the best position. He lets it go. And Ravens could do with the run, but they don't get it. It's the end of 9 overs, 57 for 5. Oh, look, I also think they've been patchy. That's the issue. I mean, Sharma, I like the way he's managed his side. He's just kind of fallen off pace a bit with the bat, but I think with the ball he's been good when he's been good. I also would say Babu, the way his batting has improved during the tournament as well. This one we dragged too long on for just a single. And someone like Premiatov getting the opportunity as well to show what he can do. Moravians, for me, the biggest positive that we got them back in ECS cricket after we had them on ECN in 2020. And the fact that they have won a game now in televised cricket, I think that's probably the biggest takeaway from this. Looks like they're struggling to repeat the dose here against the Barbarians. This is perfectly placed. They should get a 2 here. And they will. Kumar will clean up. But, yeah, it's strange, isn't it? I talked a bit about the burst of energy that they had when they came into the tournament and how it's difficult to sustain that all the way through, especially if you've been experienced and maybe arguably slightly lower standard because of the division they play. With the Tigers, same sort of thing. They came in all guns blazing. They were up and about, had a lot of adrenaline, a lot of energy about their play, and seemed to kind of fall in a bit of a hole in the middle as well. And Moravians, I think as long as this tournament's gone on, I think they've just found themselves struggling to kind of replicate that kind of energy and excitement that we saw from them first up.
Yeah, totally agree there, Vinny. So Birendra comes around the wicket. I think he bowls better around the wicket, does Birendra Kumar. Yeah, I like the bowling of Niraj Mishra, who we'll see again in this second innings. His batting wasn't the best, though, as we saw. But there are a lot of really good pluses for me. Individual performances from the core, and also Sharma, Babu as well with the bat. Prem Yadav, I think, has been very good with the ball. So lots of positives. And that's going to be out. Really lined that one up and didn't get anywhere near it, did the batsman.
Yeah, well, you got to be straight, and that's what this was. He was hit all across it. So here on the replay, there's Chirakatil tried to repeat the dose, but this time crashes in the middle stump. Birendra Kumar doesn't look very surprised because that's where that ball was always heading. And that will be yet another wicket, just with a couple of balls left now. MCC are 61 for 6.
I was saying before that Moravians are down from Brno. The Brno Cricket Club have been pretty long established, and they have 3 teams in the leagues, and so it's quite difficult for Moravians to recruit members who obviously would probably, if they're competitive cricketers, would want to join Brno. So it's going to be referred. Not sure about this one. No great appeal.
Just also feel Sharma wasn't a great effort to get in his crease quickly. I think he's probably okay. I think he's probably in. Is there a shot here where he's in? Well, he's out there. But the question is, does he have the ball? Because the ball pops out, and so that's of concern. There's no doubt for me that he's out. See how the ball ends up on the stumps?
Yeah, I think he's indicated, Johanna, that he might have dropped it.
Yeah.
I could see the little wave of the glove.
And I don't know if we get, maybe we'll see it from here. This one here. Does the ball hit the stump? Roll forward one. I mean, probably ball does hit the stumps.
Yeah, I think he might have patted it onto the stumps. Let's have another good look.
I have a feeling this will be given out. See, that's it there. The question is it broken with the ball or a hand holding the ball? So, tricky one to give. I have a feeling just based on that evidence that it's out because the ball hasn't really left the glove area and the bails are broken. So maybe it just comes down to what kind of a mood you get the off-field officials in.
Yeah, it's well, he didn't have the ball, but the ball looked like it hit the stumps.
Yeah.
But
so if it's inconclusive, which you could argue that might be inconclusive, then it probably is going to be not out.
Well, he's short of his ground. That's pretty obvious, I think, even though it's pretty close. But just whether, their ball's not out, and I think it's a good decision.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think also sometimes the keeper has the feeling, but sometimes as a keeper you could have the feeling. I mean, he has dropped that, but he might have dropped that into the stumps.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if you do break the ball with your hand, break the stumps with your hand. It needs to be with a hand holding the ball. This one is launched and it's going to be out of here. Maximo! Well, they had to wait 19.5 overs, but they have hit a Maximo on day 10. Moravians. Tom Sharma makes the most of the close call as he hits it out of the ground. And this will actually finish the innings. And so it will finish at 68 for 6. Yeah, just quickly to finish my point on that. I think I really enjoyed that. What I was going to say was that, just because the ball's in contact with the hand doesn't mean you're holding the ball.
Yeah.
You need to be actually kind of actively holding the ball. Got to say, Sharma, though, did finish with a bang. He'll finish with 18 of 13 balls. Came in a bit low. And in the end, a few more on the board for Moravian. Now, they're going to have to bowl and field out of their skin if they're going to defend this. You don't often see scores defended in the 60s. That's exactly what they'll be hoping to do against the Barbarians. As we will roll into the highlights, the Barbarians, we know that they wanted a bit of revenge. They were knocked off their perch on Saturday by Monday, I should say, by Moravians. And, well, it was running out of traffic, which is what that was. Eventually, you saw Babu just pushed back, and the stumps were pushed back as well. Top and middle going down. Piyush Kumar, well, then he had one go straight through Niraj Mishra shortly after. And then this pretty good catch, if you ask me. It went a mile high, and he was able to scramble himself underneath it. What a fantastic caught and bowled that was. And I would have to say that Matachetti certainly provided us with a few highlights. And nice keeping from Hoke as well. This one ended up being out. You see, he's always coming forward there, grabs the ball, breaks the bails. And then late on, well, sometimes one door closes, another opens, and Thakral drops the catch, but then runs out Surendran, whose vigil came to an end due to that direct hit. Direkatil did hit a nice 4, but then got out trying to repeat the stroke. As Moravians, they weren't able to get too much happening, but their very last ball of their batting innings, they do hit their first 6 of the day. It was Sharma that was able to clear the boundary. But ultimately, just the 5 4s and a 6 in the innings tells you there wasn't a lot happening for Moravians, but slightly more on the board at least. And Sharma top scored with 18 not out thanks to that last shot. Apart from that, Babu with 15 before he was rolled by Piyush Kumar, who then also took rid of Mishra, who was promoted to number 3. No sign of Dhiraj Thakur still. I think those injuries are really stacking up, and that's bothering him at the moment. So, as far as the bowling figures went for the Prague Barbarians, plenty of good performance for them, as you'd expect. In fact, nobody really went the journey. Nobody in double-digit economy. 2 for 11, Piyush Kumar was very good, knocking over the timber twice. Singles to Matachetti, Vandrasi, and Barendra Kumar. In particular, I've got to say Vandrasi, he bowled really well for me because he only conceded 8 off his 2 overs. Did pick up the wicket. Unlucky maybe not to get another. So we're going to take a quick break. When we return, we will have the chase. It'll be Barbarians chasing 69 for victory. Just a reminder, there's also cricket going on in Germany at the moment, almost at the end of the first innings of the T20 International. So plenty to watch out for today on ECN. But right here, this is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. Hope you're enjoying the action today, wherever you're watching around the world. We'll see you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Czech Republic. We are in Vinoš, just north of the capital, Prague, for another FanCode European Cricket Series, and certainly hope you're enjoying the action no matter where you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It is great to have your company, and right now the Barbarians are going out there to bat, and a pretty good holding job in the first half of this game. They restricted Moravian Cricket Club to 68 for 6 off their 10 overs. Prague Barbarians, they'll be hoping that they can knock these runs off as quick as possible. Of course, we will see the Prague Barbarians again against Vinarati a bit later on today, but Moravian, this is their last match in the series. You know they won't qualify for quarterfinals now, so it is it's a good opportunity for them to create a few more highlights before they go. So hopefully we can come up with a little bit of something. I think their fielding's outstripped their batting lately. Moravians, who started their ECS campaign with a bit of a shock win over Prague Barbarians on Monday. On that occasion, it was Moravians that were chasing successfully, but right now they're going to need a lot of help if they're going to defend this score of 68. What I will say is that Barbarians, they have struggled before chasing, and don't forget against the Prague Tigers, Barbarians chasing 61 were only able to gather 34. No Devendra Singh in the lineup for Prague Barbarians as well. It is Andrew Sim who is going to open up. You can see them there. The Flying Kiwi, I think he was called after some footage of some running between the wickets from earlier in the week went a bit viral in the last few hours. So we are ready for a start. It's Jahana Hoke who's facing up to Prem Yadav. First ball pushed away. They get a single, despite the fielder being pretty close in. That's good running, and that's something you can expect from Andrew Sim, who is pretty quick, and also he's not afraid to take on the fielders. And this one is nicked behind, so Sim runs well, but he also nicks off first ball, and Yadav gets the wicket. And Moravians, maybe they can take some heart from that performance from the Tigers earlier in the series. And they're going to need a bunch of wickets. They start with a good one. Sim just not able to deal with this delivery. It's in a good zone from Yadav, and he punches the air. Well taken behind the wicket as well by Akshay Babu, who's doing the wicket keeping now. Takua is not able to take the gloves. And yeah, big healthy edge, and Sim has that look in his face saying that's one of the bits of cricket that he doesn't enjoy. And so Barbarians lose their first. It's 1 for 1. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, and joining me in the commentary box is Danny Hudacek. And Danny was just mentioning, don't forget the Barbarians, and not only have they lost to Moravian the series, they also failed to chase 61 against the Prague Tigers. So this target of 69, not a foregone conclusion, although you would expect them to get there.
They rely on their top order, and one of them's gone in Sim, and there's no Devendra Singh today, and it's a really good start. I've really enjoyed watching the bowling of Prem Yadav. He's got that windmill action. Doesn't really use his left arm at all, and but he's even though I think he's a bit inconsistent at the start of the week, I think that's improved a lot, and he's right on line again. And really liked his bowling. Quite awkward to face as well.
Audacious drop from Murali Vendrasi. And he's lucky this doesn't knock him over.
Yeah, Murali's very important to this this lineup. They wouldn't want to lose him. These two vital if they're going to get near this total, and they're right up for this, Moravians.
Yeah, well, why not? They've only got 10 more overs left in the series. They started well. They want to finish well. I know it's kind of gone off the rails for them in the meantime, but you know they'll believe with a good start here that they've got the bowling to defend this total. They already have the big wicket of Andrew Sim.
Oh, that's hammered, and just dropped a little bit short at Yadav, and is right onto that. It was Hoke, who's been probably their best batsman in this series. And let's have a look at this. Waited on it and smashed it over square leg. Just went over the boundary though, and 6 runs.
If you get too short on this deck, it's begging to be hit. And Vendrasi made sure he didn't miss out on that one. So it's the end of the first over. It's 8 for 1. So all that pressure build up, you feel like was undone a little bit by that last ball from Prem Yadav, but still a successful over. He does get the wicket of Andrew Sim, and I think we'll see Niraj Mishra coming on to bowl the second over.
He's been the pick of the bowlers for me for Moravians. In some bowls at a fairly decent pace, gets good movement out, good shape, and along with Yadav, I think the Niraj Mishra has been really, really good. And but they'll have to see who they throw the ball to with the rest of the rest here. I think Surendran and Samuel will be two of the other bowlers.
Right now, here's Mishra. He's bowled well, I think, in this series. He's got a bit about him. Gets some good rhythm. His good balls, good enough to get at anyone, I think. It's just a matter of how often he's able to bowl them. He rarely has gone for big runs as well. Let's see if he can break through. These are the two I think they need to get. And then they'll start to believe that maybe these upsetters on the cards.
That's a good ball. Just pushed out into the covers, and they'll take one. A bit of a misfield. Luckily there was someone home because the bowler wasn't interested in taking that one.
I want to say a quick hello to Nat, who's in the chat. Hello to you, and to Craig Hampson, who might be coming up to watch the Vinos game. So Craig, we look forward to seeing you here.
Comes in again, and good ball. Got a bit of lift on that. Well played by Hoke in the end.
Yeah, there's a bit in this deck. We know that. It's a very good cricket pitch, because I think it offers a fair bit for the bowlers. If they get it right, especially with these fairly new balls. It's been a good balance between bat and ball, I think, in this series.
Yeah, it has. Again, nicely pitched up. He's got it past the man at short mid-wicket. They look for two, and yeah, pretty comfortable in the end. Just that misfield, and that's what they can't afford. I think it was Yadav there, just got away from him. Not the most mobile of fielders. And picked up by Vicky, who took a couple of great catches in the last game.
He was unbelievable.
So I'm poked out to point, just be a single again. And that's got past the keeper. What's your advice when throwing the ball in from that far for players at this level? Do you throw it at the stumps? Do you throw it to the keeper?
I think you have to work out whether you really need to hit the stumps or not. It's a tough one.
We see game after game keepers getting things at the throws at a half volley.
Yeah, and so I'll tell you a bit more what I think after we announce that. The score is 12 for 1 after 2 overs, I should say. And we might have a little sneaky peek at the table while we're here, because we know that the Barbarians could potentially finish top 2. They're going to have to win this game and then win the next one against Vino. So it could be a really crucial game. Vinos, we know they can't quite reach the top 2 anymore, but then potentially they could finish 3rd or 4th, depending on what happens in the last game today against the Barbarians. Just wait for this ball as well from Prem Yadav, who's coming back to bowl out in the 3rd. Slip in place. Defended away, no run. Look, if you think you need to hit the stumps to run out, then I think that you go for the stumps. But I think if there's a keeper at the stumps, then rather than hit the base, which is what you're told to do, if there's no one at the stumps, for example, if you're trying to hit the bowler's end from the infield a lot of the time. So we see this one cut away, and this is a nice bit of batting from Hoke, and it's going to get to the boundary. So cuatro carreras, and Yadav just a bit of width from the opener there. And Jahanur, he cashed in another boundary to Barbarians. Yeah, so just go back to finish my point. If there's nobody at the stumps then, and you're trying to hit the stumps, you're normally trying to hit the base. But I think actually if you can aim at the top 3rd of the stumps, then you might hit them. But also it's an easier take for the keeper if you don't hit the stumps, for the keeper to be able to complete the run out. If it's the sort of run out that seems the keeper might still have time to run the guy out if he takes the ball. It's down the wicket, and they want to push for 2 here. They might have got it, because it was Mishra that kind of knocked the ball away from his teammate in the end.
Mishra, it was an interesting attempt at feeling that. You see some players slide and pick the ball up, and he kind of tried that, but it wasn't quite as orthodox and as convincing as what you've seen with other players.
Too smooth, was it?
Oh, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, that was a genius. Have a look at this fielding.
Oh, I heard that from here.
Yeah, well, for a guy that's carrying a bit of a leg injury, probably fielding with the feet. Not a great idea. Let's just see where it gets him. Jeez, hope Raj is in the way of this. Yeah, it's a shin boner. And, well, good reactions. And then just after he catches the ball, he realises that it hurts. And if you want an example of why I don't advise this, and I think that one will be the best possible evidence.
Do you know what time it is, Vinny? It's magic spray time.
Oh, well, tell you what, might need the extra strength magic spray after this. And down he goes. And I think everyone knew he was going to be in a bit of trouble after that. He's pointing exactly where he wants it. And there's a good little replay of the magic spray. Charles Croucher, the magic spray doctor, coming on and applying it. Good to see they lifted the trousers as well. I have seen sometimes people trying to spray through the trousers. Definitely not as effective.
I've seen it with people with antiperspirant as well. It just gives you a big stain under your arms.
Yeah, that's not good. Well, Yadav's fine. Luckily he doesn't have a 30-metre run-up.
Let's hope it doesn't get it back to him again.
I want to see if he tries it again. Well, it is back, but it's going to be a long way back. And it's going to be 4. And it's just bounced inside, straight as the day is long from Vandrasi. And well, he cashes in. Good straight blow in the power play. That was always headed to the boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot that. Just dragged it from outside off stump. Gave himself a bit of space and hit it very cleanly. Nice sound off the bat too.
Yeah, so just rebounding from the early wicket. Now, it's turned out to be a pretty productive power play for the Barbars. 2 boundaries in this over.
Comes Yadav again, and he's getting a little bit of movement in the air. And they'll look for 2. Good pick up by Vicky, and just be nicely run in the end. Pretty comfortable.
End of the over, 23 for 1 after 3. And that's the end of the power play. I see the Czech Cricket Academy in the chat saying the seam was up after the shot. Yeah, I did notice that as well. It's strange sometimes. Ball come off the bat with the seam up. And good luck catching it in case it swings around. Also, occasionally, when you're wicket keeping, the ball will, even though it's not really a seam up delivery, will come through with the seam up and swing on you. Right now, Moravians, maybe a bit generous at 15% if you ask me. But having said that, we do know if they can take a wicket or 2. The Barbarians' middle order has faltered in low chases before. So I think that might be feeding into the supercomputer there. So we head into the 4th over. Om Sharma is going to bowl. So the captain coming on in the 4th.
Good little partnership building here between Hoke and Vandrasi after that early wicket of Sim. And Om Sharma, so we've seen him go for a few runs. It's been pretty good all round for Moravians though. I think he's skippered the team very well. And and it's Kisan Kambal who threw the ball into the ground from about 7 or 8 metres. Just could have just handed it to the keeper almost. Sharma, this time he's bowling to Hoke. It's very dangerous, 15 off 8. Big swing and a miss. That's the right line to bowl to him. Good length as well. Yeah, the Barbarians, they're so reliant on this top order. And Hoke and Vandrasi have to bat well to continue towards his target. No Devendra Singh today.
Yeah, haven't seen him for a little while. Hopefully we see him back for quarterfinals Friday tomorrow.
It's very important for this Barbarian side with his batting, but also with his keeping. I know that Asha Giganti has taken over the mantle as skipper for most of this tournament. This one's tucked around the corner, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. And Vandrasi has been good batting form domestically, you mentioned that. And most of the time he's looked pretty good in this ECS as well. So Sharma had done a good holding job at the start of the over. But 4th ball does go to the rope.
Yeah, just a bit of a lull now, I think. Almost halfway there to this this total. And it's going to be called a wide. And just gone a little bit flat for the Moravians, where they were really up for it after that early wicket. And just some of the fielding, it's been a little bit little bit clumsy.
Yeah, probably fair word to use. Well bowled, it's full, up in the block hole. I think a 2 here, they'll probably get it. Just took a long time to get round to that ball. That's Jarekatil out there. He's normally full of entertainment out there on the deep square leg boundary. And we'll get a couple.
Don't think we're going to get any rain, Vinny. I'm hoping not.
I'm nervous now you've said that. Here's the last ball. It's going to miss. So end of the over. It's 31 for 1 after 4. I remember Rico saying that in Bulgaria, and they had like a world record breaking storm about 5 minutes later, and he was drenched as well because that was without any cover up in the tower. Anyway, I'd gotten out of there by then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Danny Hudicek. Great to have your company once again on the European Cricket Network. Hopefully you're enjoying the action, whether it's here in the Czech Republic. Obviously you must be if you're hearing me right now, but a lot of people are multi-screening today because there's also action going on in Krefeld, and you see Austria. There'd be a bit of an upset, I think, if Austria were to knock off Germany. But they've made a pretty good start. The total in that game that they're chasing is in the high 130s, 136. They need off 19 overs at the moment. They've made it a fairly bright start. So again, you can flick back and forth today between those two games. And in fact, even after the action finishes here in the Czech Republic, there'll be the Germany-Sweden game. A fair bit of that will be after we close play here. So plenty of cricket coming your way. Great to have international cricket as well on ECN as we start the 5th over, and Hoke just pulls this one down along on for 1.
Going back to that international series, I don't think there's too much between those 3 teams. All 3 of them will be right up the top of the rankings in Europe and in continental Europe. Of course, the Netherlands, just the country with the history and also the infrastructure in continental Europe. This one's been absolutely hammered off middle stump by Van Drassy. In fact, it was Van Drassy. Just look at this from Joby. Just picked it up, very bottom hand, and just smashed it out onto the Banks field.
Yeah, it was bottom hand, exactly right. And certainly got plenty of that. Yeah, just looking at the rankings at the moment, Germany are 35 in T20 national rankings, just 1 ahead of Spain now. So they're neck and neck. Just wait for this ball from Joby Samuel.
It's hit on the offside and have to do well to get that. Does very well. Just do a single.
Yeah, so Germany are 35, and then Sweden 46, Austria 47.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing, and I'm not totally up to date with everything in how the points work, but I know you get a lot more points for beating a higher ranked opponent than you get for beating a lower ranked opponent.
Mm-hmm.
It's meant to encourage teams to play series not just against teams they think they're going to beat, because that won't work. So I think it's designed to challenge teams. And so, I mean, Austria at 47 taking on Germany, who are 12 places higher.
Mm-hmm.
The Austrian team's a pretty good team. Just looking at their team sheet. And this is a pretty good shot. This is a bit of a half track again from Samuel. It's going to travel. Maximo and Drassi looking like things might be headed for an early finish here. Was this catching practice for the ball retriever? I think so.
It's Dan Ziller out there. Yeah, huge man from PCC. There he is, trying to get down to the ball. Didn't quite get there.
Could have attacked it a bit more if he wanted to go for the catch. Yeah, so the Austrian team, Aki Bikbal sort of pull off a really good run out in the first half of the game. Bilal with 4 dismissals, including 3 stumpings. Playing very well so far. But they will have to bat well. I mean, it's still around that 7 and over required on a field which has taken a fair bit of rain, although it does drain better than almost any other field I've seen in Europe. So I don't think that'll affect things too much. But end of the over, it's 47 for 1 right here.
What's Krefeld like as a place? I've never been.
Krefeld's just outside Dusseldorf. It's it's not a big city by any means. It's kind of a satellite town. But what I will say is that the Bayer Erding cricket ground cricket facility is a wonderful facility, and I think the DCB in Germany, so the German Cricket Board, have put a lot of work into that facility. It has good indoor facilities as well, so you can use it any time of the year. They've got nets in there. The ground's in great condition. I think the pitch is very good. Like I said, it's very hardy. A really nice place to play cricket. I'm looking forward to going back there in August. So, yeah, the fact that they can use that as a bit of a hub for, obviously Germany's a very big country, so when you get national squads together, it's not necessarily easy logistically, but you know, the worst thing is if you get everyone from everywhere and then have it ruined by weather, for example. I'm just going to go for 4. Well, how's this gone for 4? I mean, he just pushed this. Randrasi, I just assumed might not even leave the circle. Have a look at this. But the long on was super wide, so you see long off coming round, then offers the boot and bounces straight over it. So there's 4 from nothing, and it takes them above 50 now in the 6th over.
It took a long time for any of the Moravians to get into that shot, and ball just kept on rolling and rolling and rolling, and ended up getting there. There's a comment here from the Cricket Academy. For God's sake, Danny, how could you? I have no idea what he's talking about.
When you said you think the rain's going to miss us and we're not going to get any rain.
Okay.
I'm down with you. And I agree. And this is gone. So he's going to nick off after hitting the world's slowest 4. Vandrasi tries to cut the next ball, and Mishra gets a wicket. He deserves it, really, Mishra. He's bowled very well in this series. And so with 18 to get, the Barbarians lose the second, 51 for 2.
Yeah, it's Vandrasi's been hitting the ball very well, and really good bowling by Mishra, and I've liked what he's done in this series, as you mentioned. Don't know about his batting. His fielding there looked a bit dodgy, but his bowling's been really good. So it's, they don't need too many. They still need 18 to win off just about 5 overs. Should have pretty comfortably Barbarians, but you know what? I played for Barbarians for many years, and it wouldn't be a Barbarians run chase if there wasn't a massive fall of wickets.
You think we might have some drama afoot. I can't say I see it coming at the moment. 2 more wickets and come back to me. The other thing is they just got so few to play with here, Moravians. And the fact even that last ball did go for 4, the foot fielding effort. This is Vishal Mane, who's coming in at number 4.
He's taking centre. It's taking him forever. He's still going. I
don't know which stump he started on. He started way outside leg. So I think we should just paint the lines on in blue and get on with it. Because you're not batting for that long.
You watch him get a first baller.
So it will be one of the longest first ballers you've ever seen if he does get knocked over. He's facing Niraj Mishra.
Comes in and squares him up. Good ball first up to the new batsman. And luckily he got his guard right, because otherwise...
Beautiful defensive shot. Settling in, but might not be too long to go on this one. He's out there with Jahanur Hoke, who's 18 not out.
Comes Mishra again. And it's just down leg side, turned around the corner. There's a man out there, should be just a single. And it will be.
Nice to see Jarakatil going with the hands. Because earlier in the series, he's a bit apprehensive too. That was really well fielded.
I remember the one he volleyed into the back of the net. That was pretty exciting.
Yeah, own goal.
Just poked out towards point, just a single. And yeah, Moravians. It shows a lot of commitment when you get a side like Moravians to come up from Brno, the second city, to play in a tournament like this, to take time off work and really to give wholehearted efforts. It's fantastic that the Moravians are here. I know they'll be back again next year. And it's another good ball, and a chance for Yadav, who does well, except it's going to be an overthrow, and it might be more. It won't be. It's a good throw there.
Yeah, I mean, Sharma had half a shot to pick him off at the keeper's end as well. Yeah, I can understand why you throw this, but it would have been safely home. Yeah, no, huge sacrifices made by not only Moravians, but a lot of teams in European cricket with the distance, with the sacrifice to work time, discretionary time, the expenses as well at times. But right here, 6 overs down, 54 for 2, and coming up later on, well, not too much later on. In fact, it'll be about 40 minutes away. We have match 40. It's the last of the group matches. And it's VCC that won the toss, and they'll be bowling first. So they will be chasing again. Interesting that they've elected to chase again. Obviously hoping to get one over the Barbarians early, and they do have a good bowling attack with a pair of left-armers as well. So that could ultimately still change the rankings here in Group B. So that one is coming in around about 40 minutes, like I said, at 1 p.m. GMT, which is 3 p.m. in Central Europe and 6:30 p.m. in India. back to live action. And just 15 required now. And this time, it's a flying stop from Neeraj Mishra. Very well done to cut off the boundary. It'll just be 2 runs to Barbarians.
Yeah, really good stop there. Made a lot of ground. Just going back to that game after this, Vinarati and Barbarians. Vinarati, they'll be strengthening the bowling and in the batting with Arshad Hyde coming in, but Honza Cornes won't be playing. He took 4 wickets. That's gone down leg side, called a wide.
Protecting the average.
And that's it. That's his ECN bowling average for a while. I think we saw
him in the quarterfinals.
I think we saw him in the Super Series a couple of years ago, Honza. But yeah, taking 4 big wickets, including he was on a hat trick at one stage. Took 3 in that over. Comes Sharma again, and lots of swing in, nicely bowled. So I think that'll strengthen definitely the bowling lineup with Arshad coming in, because he keeps things very tight and he's wicket taker. And Kyle Gillan will still be there. And so Vinarati, I'll try to get into that 3rd spot. Barbarians look like they're going to win this. So it'll be up to play for, and that'll be hit straight and very nicely. Big gap there. It's quite wide is Vicky, and that's they've opened up that spot. It's the 3rd time the ball has been hit in that area in the last 2 overs. And I think Mishra's asking the question, do you want me there? I know he's got JB Samuel going there right in that area. Too little too late. It's cost him 8 runs.
Yeah, they've been playing with that Orthodox long on. That kind of had a hybrid long on deep mid wicket. Hasn't really worked for them. So up into the 60s. And you feel this one doesn't have that long to go either. 7 to win.
Comes Sharma. In the air, could be taken, and it falls in front of him. Went down pretty hard there to the fielder as well. Hope he's okay.
Yeah, and just died on Braj there. Brajendra Gupta, who thought he was in a good position to catch that. And just watch the overspin of it. It just drops quicker than he thinks, and he has to find himself kind of coming in quickly. Loses composure. That one goes down. And now Barbarians can win this game with 1 swing of the bat. Monet on strike.
It's going to be called a wide. Bowler didn't like it. I thought it was very wide.
Well, it hits the line. Just have a look straight over the line. So it has to be a wide.
Has to be.
So I just want to just remind everyone, flick back and forth on ECN today.
That's going to be another wide. So it's petering out this. They were pretty competitive for the most part of this game were Moravians, but it won't go in their favour this one. Barbarians only need 5 more. A little bit of an appeal going down leg, might have been a bit of inside edge as well. I think the batsman there rubbing his bat
and getting very specific about where it hit him on the bat. I mean, I often say it's a bit of a boy cried wolf tactic. When just saying, hit me out there. Don't give me any ideas. Give me OBW. They 4 to win.
It's called a wide again. I know there was a send-off yesterday. I'm not sure what's happened. If the Charles Croucher has had a chat to Anja Alam about that.
Good point. I haven't heard anything more about that. Didn't read anything about it in the paper this morning.
Hopefully he'll be playing, because he's been fantastic for the Tigers as Alam.
If he's not, though, he's going to got himself to blame.
Yeah, true. This could be a catch. He's done well to get there, and it's bounced in front of them, Vicky. And he's been good under the high ball. This one just dropping in front of him, and nothing really going right for the Moravians.
That's right. I mean, he was catching everything earlier today. And so this game will stumble on into an 8th over. Score is 67 for 2. Again, Vicky gets in, but can't quite get it on the full. So with 2 more to win, we'll go to the 8th over. We'll see who gets to bowl it. And, yeah, well, Danny, I do think Prague Barbarians versus Vinos will be a very good way to finish the group. I think both teams could really use the points. I mean, don't forget, if, let's say, Vinos do finish in 4th position, which is quite possible, it'll be a rematch of last year's final and the year before.
Yeah, true.
It'll be PCC Vinos.
That one's gone a long way, and that'll be the end of the game.
Yeah, that'll do it. So it'll be 5 wides. It'll finish it off. And, well, Mohan to be somewhere, I think. And straight away saying it's okay. It's just a warm-up delivery, but there'll be no main event as they will finish. In fact, well, I think what was the target again?
69.
Nah, it'll be 5 wides because they need the 4. The 1 ties the game. Let me check that. No, in fact, he was going to get away with it. So that's only 1 wide because that was the game tied. And so, well, lucky for him, it doesn't count as 5 wides at all. So that's a real technical one. I always think it's a bit unfair for the batting team because essentially that ball did go to the boundary. But anyway, it will be just the 1 wide. And so Barbarians, I'll do this with 18 balls to spare. Mohan's bowling spell is pretty short, to say the least, and the players will get a bit of a rest and recovery. See, it started so promisingly, didn't it, with Prem Yadav nicking off Andrew Sim first ball, and you thought maybe is this going to be another one of those Barbarians chases that goes off the rails. But then Jahano Hoke, he certainly played some nice strokes while he was there. He finished 24 of 15. Didn't have a lot of the strike, to be fair. And Vendrasi as well was pretty good, despite almost cracking the shin bone of Prem Yadav. But Vendrasi's 32 in quick time also made sure they weren't going to mess up in this chase.
Yeah, look, Vendrasi, it didn't seem like he'd scored that much, to be fair. He thought it was pretty even between Hoke and Vendrasi, but he got there sort of very, very quickly, did Vendrasi, and it's really pumped up that score early after a very good start from Prem Yadav. So that's the end of the Moravians for this tournament. They've been a delight to watch. Had a good win on the first game, and then couldn't score another point, unfortunately. A little bit outgunned by some of these other teams in this division.
Yeah, outgunned's probably the word. But yeah, certainly wishing Moravians all the best for the season ahead. It's been great to have them back on ECN. They did come up with a couple of wickets there. It was Babu that was able to pouch a couple of catches first as he caught Andrew Sim off Yadav, and then late in the innings off Niraj Mishra. And I would say that the Moravians, you know, they had their moments, didn't they? But ultimately, they just fell a little bit short after winning their first game against Barbarians. They lost the next 7 straight. So well done to Hoke for his 24, not out of 15. He's been pretty good, especially behind the stumps in Devendra Singh's absence. I mean, I think that's been a really good effort from him to take on that responsibility. Vendrasi had a good game for me. I think his bowling was good. He also hit 2 sixes and hit 3 fours in there in his innings of 32 before he went late in the piece. So they do get there with 3 overs to spare. 18 deliveries in total were left on the table. As we look at the bowling figures, and Prem Yadav picked up a wicket, as did Mishra, who I think was the best of the bowlers. Only conceded 11 off his 2 overs. Apart from that, not too much luck. And Mohan has the economy rate of infinity, if you really want to know, because he bowled 1 ball and it was a wide. It was the winning run. So Danny, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about half an hour. We'll be back with more cricket from the Czech Republic. In the meantime, if you like, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as we have the Germany-Austria T20. Well, it's an N19 really, because it's a 19-over game. And I think that one's right in the balance at the moment, so it should be interesting viewing. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudacek. We'll see you shortly for the final group match. It's just around the corner. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
welcome back. And welcome back to the final game of Group B, Game 40. And we're going to see a clash between Vinorati and Barbarians. Let's go to the toss now with Charles Croucher.
Your call, Sid. Okay. Heads. Heads is the call. And it's a head.
We'll bowl first.
So, Vinorati winning the toss, electing to bowl, chasing again like they did against the Spartans earlier. Didn't quite make that large total of 120 they needed, but they got quite close with 94. Some good batting for the Vinorati side. Sid Gowd looking pretty good. Wondering if they're going to put Kyle Gillam up the order a bit, the left-hander. For Barbarians, the opening batters will probably be Hoke, I'd say, who's been really good in this tournament. The conditions, a little bit overcast, shouldn't be any rain. A bit cooler conditions though, maybe a little bit of swing in the air. And we're going to see if Barbarians could post a good total against the Vinorati side. It might depend on who gets that third or fourth place in this Group B. Spartans up the top are assured of first place. Tigers still clawing in there. And we're going to cut to Mr. Vinny Sandhu, my good friend in the commentary igloo, for the start of this game. Vinny?
Yes, thanks, Danny. You're living in the past, though. The igloo was very 2021. I'm in the commentary ice cube at the moment, but no matter where you are watching from, we're welcoming you to the final group match, match 40 of this FanCode European Cricket Series, Czech Republic, and it's Barbarians versus Vinorati. Vinorati now, their top two hopes are over after going down a little bit earlier in the day, but Barbarians, if they were to win by heaps, and I mean heaps, probably 68 runs or more, they could still grab the second spot. It's I do think it seems pretty unlikely against the Vinorati side, though you never know what you're going to see on the European Cricket Network, that's for sure. And it has been a very entertaining Group B as we head into this one. Vinorati 5-run favourites over Barbarians. You can understand that, but you know, both these teams think pretty evenly matched. One thing I did notice about the Vinorati side was Kyle Gillam coming back in today, certainly boosting their bowling and also their batting. I think he can provide some fireworks no matter where he is in the order. But I'd like to see him batting a little bit higher because we saw glimpses of it. And well, now we are getting ready to get underway. I know a lot of people are also enjoying the ECI from Germany, where Austria seem in a little bit of trouble now after a promising start. And keep an eye on those proceedings as well. And a few people are lurking in both and double screening. Twin left arm attack first up for Vinorati though. Joe Cope, who's bowled better and better the longer this series has gone on. Looks like he's going to open up. We've also got Gillam, as I mentioned. And unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Honza after he took his 4 wickets he left. And oh man, we'll not see him in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Shabad Bhatia retains his spot behind the stumps. Big in for Vinorati. Ashad Hyatt comes in. He provides a lot of energy, I think, to this Vinorati lineup, which is going to be pretty useful, I think, in a campaign which is now going to be 8 games old. So teams at this stage, you see some of the teams just kind of running out of a bit of gas and intensity. You can understand that. But I do think Barbarians, off the back of a good win against Moravian, they'll be happy with how they played, but they'll know the real test is here with a team that essentially, you know, they're fighting for a similar spot in the ladder. So almost ready to go, just waiting for the clock to tick over to 3 p.m. local time. Weather conditions still reasonably good. Bit of cloud around, but no rain. 17 degrees currently. They just dropped a degree or so. A few threatening looking clouds, but they haven't dropped anything yet. Hopefully it stays that way as we head into match number 40. Here's Cope. So grabs a bit of the pad down the leg side and we'll get them off the mark. And well, we see that's Narup Raval, who Danny was mentioning before. Let's give that Narup award for a very, very good clubman in this form of the game. Doesn't really get to feature too much with the ball. And probably won't bat too high, but he certainly gives everything for his club. So leg bite to get things going. This one also hits the leg and will be heading in the same direction. So Narup may have a bit of leather poisoning after fielding back-to-back balls. See, Cope getting a bit of shape there. It doesn't always, and that's what's threatening about left-handers with the ball. I think sometimes they Sometimes they straighten down the line, sometimes they don't, and you're never quite sure what they're going to do. So, back to Johanna Hoek. Oh, this has somehow gone on the stumps. This is ridiculous. It's gone off his pad, it's bounced off the back of his bat, and it's gone back onto the stumps. Well, this is the kind of stuff you'll only see it right here in the European Cricket Series, because this has bounced a long way forwards off his pad. It's hit it pretty forcefully. And if I'm right, this has hit the back of his bat on the follow-through and then cannoned into the stumps. And we'll get a load of this. Look at that. You see, it's gone up, and the bat in the follow-through, slow this down as much as you can, it's hit the back of his bat and perfectly gone onto the stumps. You could watch cricket for 100 years, you probably wouldn't see that again. Look at this. Well, he's really hit it off the middle of the back of the bat. And, well, Danny Hudacek, as you come back into the commentary box, what do you think of that? I mean, something that you wouldn't see very often. A bit of luck for Vinarati, you have to say. And Hoke, he's left scratching his head.
I can't quite believe that. Yeah, just saw it as I came back into the ice cube. And, well, big wicket for Vinarati, but a little bit of luck.
To say the least. It's, well, bad luck, good luck, I suppose.
Just like to say good afternoon to Mandrake in the chat. Also, Wazza is there. And it's a good start here from Vinarati. Cope's been getting a bit of swing. Just dab down to point for a single. So Joe Cope is right on line. Couple down leg side, but he's getting quite a nice swing. Couple of leg buys. But very good ball that they got the very unlucky Johanna Hoek, who we'll see again tomorrow.
Well, this one goes past the bat. I mean, sometimes you need a bit of luck in these kind of contests. We know that. There's not too much between these two teams. And Hoke's a guy that's been pretty consistent for Barbarians at the top of the order, Danny. So that's a big wicket for VCC first up.
Look, absolutely. And if they can get Murali here pretty quickly, I think they're going to struggle with the bat. Maybe Barbarians. They've been doing most of the... that one's a bit wide. Not quite like the mega wide we saw yesterday, but not great either from Cope.
But, still not completely set with the standings, because Vinarati, they could finish third or fourth. Barbarians could finish second, third or fourth.
Mm-hmm.
So another one which crashes into the body of the batter. A lot of these balls, I mean, to be honest, if you think about it, they would have been wides if you could get inside the line of them. No, it's not what they're thinking, but Cope having a bit more of an allowable zone as we get to the end of the over. So a few extras off it, in fact. It's going to be 5 for 1 after no loss, and that over will be remembered for one thing, and that's the bizarre bold dismissal of Johanna Hoek. Yeah,
pretty good over from Cope. The ones that were going down leg side, they started on the stumps and then just swung late, so they couldn't really get out of the way. I think the batting options, Hoek is the top scorer so far for Barbarians, but he's gone for a first baller. Vandrasi not far behind him. Devinder Singh not here. So with the ball, Arshad Hyatt's taken 7 wickets, been really good. He's a wicket-taking bowler. Shub Chowdhury not here. Hansa Cornes, after 1 innings, is up there with the top wicket takers.
Here's Kyle Gillam to bowl over number 2. The ball pitched up, driven nicely and well fielded by Cope. Well, the left-handers helping each other out there. Cope with an athletic bit of fielding to his left.
He's been a good addition to this side, and I was wondering on Saturday he was very, very loose, but he's been really good this week, has Joe Cope, and a good piece of fielding. Kyle Gillam, he'll want to get a couple of wickets. So he's always going to be bowling tight. This is the wicket they want.
Another ball that hits the pads. Could be a new record so far. It'll be another leg by to the total, so they'll all count. Yeah, Vandrasi, man, you do want to get early. He can hurt you with the bat. Shobit Barcher behind the stumps once again. The keepers will be feeling a bit, especially the ones that have done every single game.
I know he's got pretty bruised hands, says Shobit, which probably excuses a little bit of the fumbles that he has with the ball. Normally a pretty good keeper, just had a torrid time this week.
Worked away, and will just be A single, this time off the bat. They have sent Birendra Kumar up there to open. What do you think about that as a move?
It's a pretty good move. I think Andrew Sim got a pretty good one first up in the last game, so his confidence wouldn't be up. I think it's a good idea. He's a good cricketer, Kumar. Really good with the ball as well. I think he's been fantastic for Barbarians when he's played. I mean, he missed the last couple of days. Been in the chat, though.
He has.
That's out.
Well, you're calling it from here.
Well, I heard a big nick. I saw a deflection. Not sure what is going on.
Maybe they're talking about whether it's a bump ball. I mean, the fact that they're having a conference means that the umpire must have thought he nicked it. It seemed fairly regulation to me. Yeah, for me, it's not a bump ball, but it seems to... Well, let's have a look. Side on might be a better look at this, and we'll slow it down as much as we can for you. Yeah, because I think it bounces and then goes past the bat. See, because it bounces just before the bat plane, and it doesn't bounce again. So if there is any bat there, I can see it does go really close to the toe of the bat, like a real little scratch on the bottom of the bat. So my feeling is, if this is nicked, it's out.
We don't often hear nicks from here, and I thought I heard something. And
well, it's not a bump ball.
No.
So that's what I'm saying. And that's the only reason I can imagine they're having this conference. And if that's the case, you see here that it looks like it's the sort of one that might be a bump ball because of where the bat is when it hits it. Normally, if you hit in the middle, it would hit it back into the ground. But it just, I think it scratches the bottom of the bat, if I'm honest.
It wasn't.
And they've said not out. I mean, it's very interesting there because why would you have a conference then?
I don't understand that.
That's my question, because you're not going to be able to tell if it's nicked or not. So I think the only reason you have a conference there and go to the technology is to see if it's a clean catch. And Gillam can't believe it.
He's not very happy. But yeah, that was... I heard an edge, and you don't hear them very often.
He hasn't hit the ground either.
No.
But, I mean, you're not looking at that, though, if you're going to the technology. You're looking at, is it bump ball or not? And it wasn't.
Bit baffled by that. And it's been hit through the covers. Long chase on. Don't know if they'll get there, and they won't. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, well, it's nicely struck. Good comeback, wasn't it? Mandrasu had a bit of a scrape last time. Maybe a scrape off the bottom of the bat, if I'm honest. But next ball sends away through the covers. And, yeah, this outfield still running pretty true. Gets a handy boundary. Gillam normally pretty full. I don't mind that, but he doesn't really swing the ball a lot.
Yeah.
Hasn't today, at least. See if he can move one now to Mandrasu. Leg side. Spicy delivery. This will be called a wide.
Yeah, so the ball's very tight as Gillam, and I think he's been a bit stirred up by that that dismissal that wasn't.
A little to play for here, don't they? I mean, if Inarati can keep themselves out of 4th and they avoid a rematch with Prague CC, who they went down to in the last 2 ECS finals here in Prague.
Yeah,
I mean, Bohemian's a good team as well. You would say, anytime you can avoid PCC in the finals, probably a good idea. Round the wicket now, Gillam. This time sneaks it past the bat. Mandrasu living dangerously at the moment, and Gillam, maybe a bit of free coaching from the big man as it takes him to the end of his over. And after 2, it's 13 for 1.
Lon's in the chat. Kachola needs to keep a calm head. He's got a bit of a reputation. I remember when he first came to Prague, and he was playing for one of the Czech teams in the Pepsi Cup, which is a really good tournament here from a few years ago. Whenever he'd start to beat a batsman outside our stump, and he'd show him the pocket, he'd just show him his pocket, like
you're in my pocket.
You're in my pocket. Yeah.
Risky strategy if they start to whack you all around the place. Anyway, here is next over, and Cope continues the left arm attack. This one does grab the wide line, so it will be a wide.
What he's done really well over the last couple of days, Joe Cope, is really use his run up and run through the crease, and then it was a stuttering run, and it just lost his rhythm. So he just needs to go back, get that slightly longer run. He's ambling up now, and I don't like this from Cope. And he's trying to get a line and length. I like it much better when he runs through. Of course it is.
Oh, they'd hope to have a good set of pads, some of these batters at the moment. That's another one's kicked away. It's Sean Dalton. Yeah, I'd love to see that classic pocket trick. I do like a bit of by play, as long as it doesn't overstep the line.
Would that get him banned for a game, though, if he did that?
Well, I'll come back to that in a second. we know that you can take your shoe off and use it as a phone. We see a phone throw at the non-striker's end. So I think a little bit of that. And that was no bad language, there's no kind of all-out abuse. I don't mind it, I think. Yeah. You're alive, you're human. So I think the rest of these players are pretty competitive. Now they go and there's no run here, and if he gathers that, it would have been trouble. Unreich for once, he can't get it cleanly.
That was he effected a fantastic run out, which really changed the game earlier in the week, and just couldn't quite pick that up there, Fred. And that would have been very close.
Yeah, I think if he grabs that, and even he has time to go back to the bowler, because Brendra Kumar did overcommit the non-striker's end. Next one's pushed away off the back foot. They will get a fairly comfortable single this time. Well, Mandrake's got a question in the chat saying, who came up with the idea of ECN on YouTube? Well, it's a long story. Probably will give you an abridged version here, but of course ECN was the brainchild of Dan Weston, who's the founder of the company, and it was born out of a project called German Cricket TV through the mid 2010s. As you see, this one dabbed away, one bounce, and there won't be a run there. Some good defensive pressure from Vinarati. The fielding kind of went off the rails a bit last game. But so far it's been reasonably good, keeping things quiet at the top end of the innings. Yeah, more about that in a second, Drake, but do appreciate your question. We certainly have come a long way. Attempted dab won't be connected with, and so it's the end of the over and the end of the power play. Prague Barbarians are 16 for 1 after 3 overs. Yeah, so I think there's a few different things. German Cricket TV, and you mentioned it earlier. It was an indoor game in Dresden, is that we said? They did a lot of cricket around Germany, and they started shooting all sorts of cricket, even indoor cricket, putting cameras everywhere, GoPros in stumps, in umpires, in everything. I don't know about bats. But no, they just found that a lot of these kind of little snippets were getting quite popular on social media, and there was a lot of interest and a lot of untapped interest in cricket in Europe. So this is going back maybe kind of 5 or so years ago now, 5 or 6 years ago. And eventually that turned into a bit of a project where they would start to stream matches, probably not at the level that you know now on the ECN. Wait for this first ball of the 4th with Gillam coming back. Gives him some upstairs music, and he's cut away nicely. And Vandrasi gets 4 here. So very interesting game within a game between Gillam and Vandrasi at the moment. This time, Vandrasi is able to get some bat on it. Fair bit of it. That's 4 runs.
Not sure why he's coming around the wicket. Carl Gillam I think he's trying to bowl at Vandrasi and intimidate him, but definitely Murali got the better of that exchange.
Yeah, did well there. Didn't try to hit too hard. Sometimes it's easy to play that shot with the ball coming into you, even though it's kind of against the angle, but it just... less chance you're chasing the ball, if you like.
Comes in again and keeps low, does well, does the keeper.
Lower ball that time, I think. Yeah, so anyway, early in 2019, or late in 2018, in fact, European Cricket Network was formed and started broadcasting some cricket in 2019, most notably the European Cricket League, which was, again, the brainchild of Dan Weston, which was to bring the best clubs in Europe together to play each other in one location, because they were always talking about who's better than who. A lot of kind of discussions, as as is natural, and then kind of developed into the European Cricket Series, which was broadcasting domestic matches, which started in 2020. So yeah, it's kind of a rough guide to how we came about. But yeah, one thing that has been quite remarkable to watch firsthand is how much we've grown, and our viewership has grown outside Europe now, and so I think that is really exciting that people around the world know about European cricket now. And I know it's kind of warts and all. It's good, bad, ugly, otherwise, but it is real, and it's exactly what's happening on the ground here. So I think I really enjoy, for example, coming out to the Czech Republic and seeing new clubs involved, seeing some familiar faces as well, and seeing the overall standard just improving little by little. Gillam, if there's a little edge on this, I know how confident he is in Bhatia because he dropped one off him earlier, and he took one earlier that wasn't given out. So yeah, any other questions about ECN and what we do, please put them in the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Of course, now we're also broadcasting T20 international cricket, which is great. Obviously pioneering T10 international cricket. I think the format, that's been the thing which has really gripped people. The fact that it's kind of bite-sized, and you never know what you're going to see. Gone, and this is pretty comprehensive, and it's Brendra Kumar that can't deal with that from Gillum. He finally gets one through, and he won't need any umpire assistance for this one. So Kumar labours at the crease for 2 off 10, and he just kind of walks past this. So Kyle into the action as he grabs his first wicket in match 40. The score is 21 for 2.
Yeah, well deserved. A bit too quick for Kumar. And you asked if it was good to put him up the order a bit. I think it was a good idea. It just didn't pay off, I think, for Barbarians. Bring Andrew Sim onto the out to the middle, and he can go. Andrew Sim. He likes the ball outside off stump. He's very good through the covers, and I think exactly the same ball would be very good to the new batsman. But he's coming around the wicket. Is Kyle Gillum? Interesting. It won't allow Sim to get his arms free because I think it'll be angled into him. Let's see what happens.
Last ball for Gillum. Got to make it count. Pad first, I reckon, but I don't think that's hitting the stumps. I think it's going down the leg side with the angle. So, pretty good start from Gillum in the series. He does hit the pad first for me. I do think it's sliding. So, Andrew Sims survives. It's the end of the second over, the end of the fourth over, I should say now. And the score is 21 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Danny Hudacek. And I just noticed that the T20 International match 1 in Germany is finished. And Germany ended up defending their total against Austria, who kind of fell in a bit of a heap in the chase. So a really interesting series between Germany, Sweden, Austria. I think it was Germany a fair few places above Austria and Sweden, who are neck and neck. But thanks to Charlie over there. A few people have rejoined us from there. But no matter where you're watching from around the world, it's great to have your company. And well, it's been a great 2 weeks. Things are really going to hot up tomorrow, though, Danny, with quarterfinals on Friday.
Really looking forward to it. It's going to be knockout from here on, Vinny. Great to see the teams from Group A come back as well. The Beast and the Tank.
Beast, the Tank, and the Water Boy.
And the Water Boy, yeah.
They'll all be here. And some others as well. Fred Heidenreich is going to bowl over number 5. Later Tarek in the chat as well, who saying how many people watch and where's the biggest viewership. Well, I know we have a big viewership outside of Europe. Obviously with cricket so crazy in the subcontinent, we have a lot of viewers on FanCode, millions each day. Which, yeah, really good decision as well by the umpire there, Pete Vincent. And so, it's hard to say because it depends on what other cricket's on and what kind of day of the week it is. But yeah, it's great that we do have millions of people every day watching the European Cricket Network, considering how things started out from fairly humble beginnings. Next one is scrambled for a single. At least 2, it's a fairly key partnership. Sim is normally a pretty intelligent cricketer. Okay, nicked off last game, can't do too much about that, but he runs hard. He's very strong through the cover region. And they don't have an outfielder there at the moment, despite being out of the power play. They're thinking about it. But they've got mid-off up in the circle, which is Joe Cope. And they've got Sid Gowd in a regular cover. This one is kind of a bit straight, turns around the corner, and this will be 4. So Sims off the mark. Heinrich just getting a little bit short. And on this pitch, I think they sit up. You see this just banged in, just swivels on it around the corner. 4 runs. Nice little shot. Nice way to get going for Andrew Sim.
Yeah, really good shot. And you're right, he got a bit short and straight. And he didn't try to hit it too hard. And it's very fast down in that part of the ground. Maybe a little bit slower than what it has been earlier in the week. But, yeah, just not quite on there. Difficult for Fred because he gets natural outswing. And Sim is very strong on the drive. Just like that. It'll only just be 1. Cope just stops it from going past him. It was covered by Venky as well. So it's pretty slow going for Vinarati, just under 6 and over. You can think that, especially Vandrassi, can accelerate from here.
He sure can. Right, gets that little bit of shape out. Get length right to do it though. Just dragged one down earlier in the over. And he has had a good series as well, Fred. For the most part with the ball, very important player. I really wonder what they're going to do with their batting lineup in this game. They have listed Kyle Gillum to open. I have noticed that, Vinarati.
I think it's a good move. If they stay in for a little bit, they're both clean hitters of the ball. They're Kyle Gillum and Sid Gowd. Oh, good ball.
That's exactly what he needs to do. Heidenreich. As that's the end of his first over. 7 come off it. The score is 28 for 2 after 5 overs. Just have a look at this shape that he gets. Significant shape. And what he did also well earlier in the tournament is get it kind of a little bit more to the right, get it kind of on the stumps and straightening. He got a lot of bolds and LBWs, Fred. So halfway through the innings, and Barbarians just a bit sluggish getting going here. I mentioned they'd have to win by something like 68 runs if they're going to grab a top 2 spot at the moment. They might not make 68 runs in total, the way things are going. But they do have 2 good hitters at the crease. Sid Gowd is going to come in to bowl the 6 over. Let's see if he can keep on the pressure with Barbars struggling to get going.
He's pretty expensive, but he's a good bowler when he's on, is Sid Gowd. And I know he was bowling to you a little bit in the centre.
Yeah, he's bowling he bowled at me left-handed, and I couldn't believe how good he was.
Yeah.
And you can bowl both hands.
Well, maybe you should bowl left-handed because that starts with a wide.
That was a wide. Just grabbed a bit of line as it went past the popping crease. Yeah, very skillful cricketer, Sid. Also, you saw him make some important runs for Vinos yesterday. So, tries to whack this away. We'll just find... That's the doctor there. Square leg. Tell us a bit more about him, because he's a fascinating character.
He is a fascinating character. So he's a surgeon at a local hospital and very well respected. We call him Dr. Misha. Loves his craft beer. You can often see him. Oh, that could be gone. I don't know what happened there.
Well, he missed it.
I don't know. I saw a bit of deflection. Maybe it was just off the pitch.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think it just moved. See, there's just some shape on this. Seems a bit out.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any bad in that at all.
Looked good, but
so he's a surgeon, hey?
He's a surgeon,
So
and
he should be careful with his hard ball. That's his profession. This is a slower ball, kind of leg-cutting slow ball from Gowd, and he went away for one.
Dr. Misha is one of the Czechest people I know, even though his name is Michalis Tavaladis.
Yeah.
But I think the story was that during a period of time when there was I'll come back to that in a moment. It's going to be called a wide.
Yep.
There was a bit of trouble in Greece, I think in the late 60s, early 70s, I don't really know exactly, where there was the communists were being a bit outed. And so quite a few Greek communists. That's going to be 6. Well, you called it.
We're sorry to interrupt this anecdote, but that was an interruption from Van Drasi, who goes straight down the ground, gets a length ball from Gowd, and he pounds him downtown. Maximal 6 to Barbarians, and that's needed to get their innings going.
Yeah, lovely shot there, and just right in the slot there from Sid. Yeah, so I think his family, grandmother, I think, came out to the Czech Republic. Quite a few Greek families came out here. And this one's hit through the onside, and that'll be another 4. Expensive over already from Gowd.
Yeah, Van Drasi, some good batting. And I think when you pound one down the ground, you're always expecting the next one to be a bit shorter. So if it is, you can jump all over it, and that's exactly what he does. And yeah, they want to move him soon. Otherwise, Barbarians are going to rebound here. Yeah, so a lot of Greek influx in that time.
There was at the time, and same as little patches of communities. There was a Cuban community at one stage in Prague, and lots of Vietnamese, North Vietnamese have come here to work in factories, and now they own all the corner milk bars, like the convenience stores. So there's little pockets of different ethnic minorities in the Czech Republic. Quite a few Vietnamese.
It's cosmopolitan. That's one thing I do notice about this city. It's the end of the over, so Gowd, it's a bit of a mixed bag to say the least. He goes for 15 off the over, and the score is 43 for 2. So 6 over check in time. I mean, if these two can stick around, they're quite capable of getting something like 2 a ball. And if they do, they'll get 91. There'll be a tricky little chase. In probability, I think VCC do deserve to be ahead. Judging by this start, but they're kind of coming together, those two lines, and that's coinciding with this partnership between Sim and Van Drasi. Here's new over, and Heidenreich is going to bowl, and he gets pounded out of the ground. And that's really well hit. Again, played on length. And so the resurgence continues. Another maximal for the Barbarians.
How important was that decision with the not out? It's fantastic with the court behind, and it was an intriguing one because I don't really know what the umpires were talking about.
If they're talking about it, and it seems that you're saying, yes, I think it's hit, but we're not sure if it's cleanly from the edge into the keeper's gloves. Because it looked like it might have been a bump ball, because it hits him on the downswing of the bat, which you think maybe the ball's gone down into the ground and then up.
Yeah.
And if that's what you think, and you go upstairs and you see that replay, well, it just confirms it's a clean catch. So, yeah, interesting one. They're going to push for 2 on the fumble here, and they're going to get it. That's a feature of the Barbarians when they're playing well, is that their running between the wickets is good. This time it's Vandrasi hustling back on the misfield for 2.
Would have been close if it hit. He didn't just plopped his bat over.
He probably knew it had to be a direct hit to get him, and so probably unlikely from that far away, from that part of the field.
So, yeah, but Vandrasi is doing very well. 33 off 20. He's a good player.
Yeah. He's had a good start to the season with the bat, you mentioned domestically. Bit short. Doesn't really get up, though. So Heidenreich and flicks it towards it on strikers. Then Sim, who normally gets a fairly good head start, you see. He takes off and then a little flick. I do think he probably would have beat the throw home regardless.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but he did the right thing of running between the bowler and the stumps. And good contest.
Let's say a quick hello to Bilal Samad as well. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. This one does bend a bit from outside leg, but here's also a full toss. Well cut off out there by the doctor, and he won't prevent a 2.
It's I'm not sure where they're going to turn to after this. They've got
Arshad
Hyatt,
yeah.
but then after that, I'm really not sure because I mean, Finky's been smashed over the last couple of days.
Gown copped a bit as well, didn't he? That
Yeah.
over. Depends if you break this partnership, I think.
That's true.
And this will be 1 down to Venki.
Arshad is likely to break a partnership, but so I'm sure he'll bowl 7 and bowl 7 and 9 or 8 and 10. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. He's got to find a couple of overs.
Over.
It's got wide.
Because the thing is, after this, there's 3 overs left. So by keeping your options open, you bowl Hyatt in the 8th. That means you can bowl him in the 10th if he bowls well.
Yep.
If he doesn't, then you've still got 2 different bowlers you can bowl in the 9th and 10th. But if you bowl someone else in the 8th, like Dowd, for example, then you've got yourself in a bit of a pickle. It'll be 1, I think, out to deep point. It's the end of the over as well. So they're back up at 80 pace now. Scores 56 for 2 after 7 overs. Oh, Danny, coming up tomorrow. It's the day we've all been waiting for. Be our QFF tomorrow because it is quarter-final Friday. We can confirm now Prague Spartans are going to finish top of the table in Group B. They'll take on Brno late in the day. But before that, we'll see Bohemian first up against, well, what would either be one of these 2 teams, it seems like. We'll see United's second game of the day against the team that finishes second. At the moment, it looks most likely to be the Prague Tigers. And then the third match of the day, we'll see Prague CC taking on, most likely, one of these 2 teams. So we'll have that information as soon as we can for you, as soon as it's confirmed. But we can tell you that we are confirmed that we'll start tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. One of the questions I got in the chat was, what's the weather look like tomorrow? Well, tomorrow, expecting no rain and 23 degrees, and then 25 on Saturday. So if we dodge the rain now, I think we'll be in pretty good shape. And at the moment, yeah, things looking pretty good that the weather will hold here on day 10.
I think we might get a few spectators on Saturday as well if the weather's good. Here comes Arshad Hyatt.
As predicted, here he is, and this should just be a 1 down to Flotto.
He can really change things, Arshad. He bowls, he's very deceptive. He does bowl a very, very good Yorker, and he's a wicket-taking bowler as well as Arshad. No great pace on the ball, but just bowls really annoying line and lengths.
He's energetic. That's
Yes.
what I would call him, Arshad Hyatt. No matter what he's doing, there's an energy about him. Here he is. Just a little bit too wide that time. But, you know, we see it with his batting, with his running between the wickets. I was calling him kamikaze because he just seemed to... That was before I saw the Barbarians running 3 to the keeper against Vinos the other day. That was real kamikaze stuff. This one does come back in a little bit. Well held by Gillam at point. Just a single. I mean, here, if you can keep these 2 quiet, maybe probably get Vandrasi, keep him down to run a ball pace from here, then you're in really good shape in the match, chasing something in the 70s. Pitched up, and it juices the drive, but it's called wide. Hyatt just grimacing at that decision. And again, how harsh on wides, but you kind of have to be in this form of the game. We only get 60 balls. That one was clearly a wide. Next delivery. is hit to cover. Well picked up by Heidenreich, and there's an appeal.
I think he's gone.
He drops his bat as well. So this is a big wicket of Vandrasi if they've got him. And he looks in some discomfort as well as he was stretching to make his ground. It was well gathered by Barcia. The throw from Heidenreich came bustling in.
It's Dr. Misha.
He hasn't gotten up yet.
Yeah, Dr. Misha is, I think he's, could be a cramp, I'm not sure. But let's have a look at this replay.
See here, I don't know if it's a bat plug. I mean, it's going to be pretty close, I think, because he does make the line, but then he hobbles. I wonder if this is some sort of a leg injury, like a hamstring or something like that. And,
well, it's good to have a top surgeon in the team or in the out on the field. He's helping out.
I think this is, well, give us our best look at this. Get something in the way of the camera. I think they're going to say not out. I think that, again, my feeling is he just gets in. We'll slow as much as we can. I mean, there.
I think he's out there.
Looks out, but I mean, from that angle, which is all we've got.
Difficult.
You know,
he's grounded his bat there, but it looks like it's.
That depends who you're supporting there, I reckon, if you think that bat's in or out. It's like one of those magic eyes.
I mean, we haven't got a good angle on it, so we really can't tell. But I don't know if Vandrasi can continue.
Yeah.
And that's a big blow for the tournament.
Because then if we roll this, you'll see he drops his bat. And he's obviously, this is what happens when you really stretch for the line. That left hamstring.
I think he jarred his knee.
Okay.
So if you have a look at it again.
I'm bad at diagnosing these. I might leave it to Dr. Misha, but this is not good scenes for the Prague Barbarian supporters. So he's not out, but he might be knocked out at the moment of the contest.
Well, he's such an important player for Barbarians. For the rest of the tournament, this is not going to be a great thing. And so it's not looking great for Murali. He's in good hands there with Dr. Misha.
It's beyond the point that that it's just something small, isn't it? Yeah, it's pretty close. I mean, my instinct is if we had to have the obscured, I feel like he probably was just out. But I think you can't give it on that evidence.
No.
He's running away from the view that we've got.
To be fair, he probably should have been caught behind earlier, but that's a very Vinarati look at it.
Well, here's the thing. If you, I mean, if you look at it that way, he might have, when you look at life in hindsight, if he had been caught behind earlier, he wouldn't have had this injury, you know, and then potentially. Now, it doesn't look like they're sending out a replacement. Looks like he's, I mean, I'd get him out of there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's such an important player. You think he just wants to shake it off, but yeah, look, this is the best we got. You don't even see the line that well here. And yeah, got to say, I'm kind of in your camp, but you just can't be conclusive.
No.
But, yeah.
Very close.
If I had to guess one way or the other, I'd say he's just
Have
out.
a look. He landed there.
Yeah.
Right. Just jarred his knee. And he's going to continue. I mean, I'm not sure what the doctor said to him. I think it's just jarred. I don't think it's anything more than that. Hopefully there's no damage to it. But they do hurt. But it looks like he's continuing. Which is a brave move from Murali.
He's just still shaking that knee. But well, bit of a delay in the game, but we're going to get going again. Back to Hyatt, that will count as a single. This one wide outside the off stump, cracked out to deep point. Wojtahasa, that's his patch most of the time. Keeps it to 1. We say it all happens in the 9th normally. At the moment, it's all happening in the 8th. And Hyatt coming on, potentially can bowl the last over as well. But,
he's struggling, Murali.
Bill El Samad saying the flying Kiwi taking down one of his own.
And he's going to come off.
Yeah, I mean, he's run one there and he's not in good shape. So, yeah.
Can't put any
Doesn't need to
pressure.
rush off either here, Vandrasi. It's such a shame. And, good sportsmanship as well. Say, Marcus Sham.
In fact, according to Sean Dalton, they didn't run. So
they did not run that time. Yeah, it's a
that's why
dot.
it looked
I saw that.
a bit strange.
So he's obviously maybe hit it out to deep point and then realised a step or two in. yeah, we're going to have a slight delay here again while Vandrasi gets off the field. Yeah, so he is going to essentially retire. This is the previous one.
Yeah, I hope he'll be okay for the rest of the tournament. They should just leave him off the field, I think, which will be a bit of a dent in their bowling lineup.
Yeah, so that was a dot. And be a wicket next ball. As easy as that. And that's why you don't want to lose somebody, because if you do, then it does expose the new batter. So they didn't take the one. Vandrasi retired, hurt, and then Matashetti came in, and he nicks off first ball. He might actually catch up with Vandrasi and get to the dugout first, because he's coming off at quite a pace. It's a wicket for Hyatt, and so it does become the third wicket of the innings at 61 for 3.
It's been a really strange innings. Look, John Herhoek got one of the weirdest dismissals we'll ever see.
Yeah, that's true.
And then Morley survived a caught behind that the Venerati boys thought was definitely out, and then went to a replay, and then we don't quite know why it went to a replay, but he survived.
Yeah.
Scored the majority of the runs for Barbarians, had to retire hurt, and it's been a really strange set of circumstances in this innings.
I'm sure, almost sure, that'll take him out of the bowling attack as well, based on what we're seeing. I just don't see why they'd risk him with a knockout game tomorrow. They want him fit for his Hyatt last ball of the over. And this is out as well. So suddenly, Hyatt's on a hat-trick. A new batter came out. It was the captain, Harsha Chiganti. He swings all around this one. So 3 knocked out in 3 deliveries, essentially, including 2 wickets. And Hyatt, the difference maker in the 8th. I'm sure he'll be back in the 10th. He'll be on a hat-trick when he does. Right now, 61 for 4.
Yeah, he does take a lot of wickets, does Arshad, and it's just from bowling right up to the stumps, and that Yorker length gets a little bit of movement. But it's, I think that not out decision affected the momentum of the game, where Murali really took it away a little bit from the Vinos, wasn't out of control. But now he's off the field, retired, hurt. The whole momentum has completely changed again. So it's a really interesting game, this, and I think, here's a turn up. Look who's bowling, Vinny.
Oh, look at this. It's Narup Raval. Wow. He's ineligible for the Narup Award now.
Oh, no.
He's bowling. Well, let's hope that he has a good over here. Obviously decided it's a good opportunity to unleash him. And so, yeah, why not?
Come on, Narup.
Sometimes I like it when you're not neutral, Danny. I think this is one of these occasions. Here's Narup bowling the 9th to Sim. He starts with a wide. And he always bowled that to his regular fielding position. But there you get a look at Narup.
He's a good man, Narup. And
nice bit of movement there. Just couldn't locate it. Oh, he gets Sim swinging and missing. I mean, Sim seems like he's been out there forever. He came in at number 4 after ball 3.5. So he's been out there like 4 overs and only faced 9 balls. This one's called a wide. Narup making the most of his camera time. So this one was a pretty tight one, just judging by the reactions of the players. That's wide though. Look at Shobit Bhatia. He's hunting and stumping.
He's kept okay. He's kept okay this innings, as
he has.
As Shobit.
Full toss this time. Thick edge. Should be stopped, and it is. It's another. So that's my new nominee for the Narup Award, is James Flotto. Because we haven't seen him with the ball yet.
Well, Dr. Misha was in the action trying to put Murali's leg back together, so I think James Flotto is a good candidate for the Narup Award in this game.
I was going to say Vinny Fangle in the chat, waiting for the Lurkers call, but I did put the Lurkers call out in game 2. Here's Narup, pretty good delivery, just deflected away. Dr. Misha will clean up. Do you reckon Dr. Misha is billing Vandrasi for that consultation? I know doctors. I mean, they're not as bad as lawyers.
We're in the Czech Republic, and it's pretty much it's a socialised system. So I'd say put it on his health card.
He's got the TV evidence at least. It's a short consultation. Ooh, pretty good delivery again. More work for Dr. Misha. They may push for 2. In fact, they'll leave it for Goud. Whistle in the throw, but they will get home. Sim is quick between the wickets. The flying Kiwi. Lon's in the chat saying Flotto has a nice technique in the field. Well, I know that Flotto is a very good hockey player.
Yeah,
Is that
apparently.
right?
It's quite young.
Field hockey.
Yeah, he's quite young. He lives locally, actually, near the village here.
Now look
and
at
the
Naroop.
Roop. Oh,
Now this is what I'm talking about.
I think he wins the award just for this.
What a guy. Thackerell's come out. Hasn't done too much except run just yet.
He's a fantastic team man, and he's playing for both teams at the moment, is Naroop.
It's not necessarily a good thing. 2 to come.
Whoa.
Big filthy wide. Barchat doesn't have arms long enough to deal with that. And there's the deputy Naroop down at fine leg. It's Arshad Hyatt, I think, waiting for his next over.
Best fielder in the village is Arshad.
Yeah, that's what they say. Hello to Charlie Hunt as well, who's joined us, and I did catch that result. Great work, Charlie, with your call of the first match in that T20 International Tri Series in Germany. Nice to have you with us. Came right at a good time to see Naroop, who then delivers a beamer that doesn't come down until it hits the bat. This will be a free hit.
And Vinny Fangirl, Naroop bowling pretty well, actually. Well, until those last 2 deliveries, I'd agree with you.
One day we'll get Vinny Fangirl in the commentary box once I get my security worked out, and and she will be certainly capable of a commentator's curse, which is what she does there. So obviously she's cut out for it. All right, so still 2 to come, and you can guarantee you'll bowl a peach here and probably nick him off. It's a free hit. Oh, it's hit, and it's hit pretty well. It's elevated, Maximo. Well, Sim cashes in. The flying Kiwi hoping that he can get this innings flying. Takes him up to walking stick, 77. 7 balls left. Naroop goes the journey.
That was good use of his feet there by Sim. Lovely shot. And now it's getting to be a bit of an expensive over here from Naroop. It was started off very nicely. Only a couple of runs from it.
16 off it, plus this. Can he break through to Sim? Could be out. And caught. So there you go. Naroop gets his wicket, and it's Cope that takes the catch. Well, it's almost the ball caught Cope rather than Cope catching the ball, but he does get Sim for 18. What a great moment for Naroop. From Naroop Raval, and Sim can't believe it. He hit it hard, but he didn't hit it high enough to get it over the big man. And so what a great moment. His first ECS wicket, Raval. The score 77 for 5.
That was drilled at Cope, and he's very happy that he took that. He did put down a big wicket in the last game when he dropped Sen Gupta, who went on to score a 50. But he held on to that, and fantastic over there. Very happy that Naroop got his first ECN wicket, and well, gets a congratulations again from the skipper there, Joe Cope, and we're going to see the best bowler in the village.
Cope's pretty relieved, to say the least. I mean, that was whacked at him about shoulder high, and he kind of puts his hands up in self-preservation, and luckily the ball sticks. So we're going to go to the last, and well, he got a hat-trick ball coming up here for Hyatt. Will he add himself to that list? Here we go, hat-trick ball.
Oh, just out of reach.
Why can't the umpire catch? Because he would have caught that easily. Well, I'll show you that one more time. He won't be on it, but I can tell you that we've had 11 hat-tricks this year, including Naveen Gunasekar in this series. I wonder who the 12th hat-trick taker will be. Could be Hyatt still. He's got time.
He does. Took one last year.
Oh, that seems back a long way, doesn't it? And so, just hoping to put the brakes on here. Maybe keep it to something low 80s. That's something you fancy that they should get. I mean, Barbarians talk about the fact they're maybe not the most potent attack, especially with no Vandrasi available, which we're just assuming. If he can bowl physically, he'll have to bowl after about the 3rd over or 4th over because he has gone off the field with that injury. But I just can't see him bowling.
They've got I mean, Matashetti's been good. Berinda Krumah, I think, has been a very good bowler for Barbarians. But you look at the depth. Oh, good bowling there from Hyatt. Good keeping also.
Yep. So let's talk about low 80s at the moment. They may not get to 80 the way things are going. Hyatt's gone 1 dot here in the last, and then another dot. Now wide, gets away with that, and that could have been worse, because that's the kind of ball that could be hit to the boundary or over. But just a wide.
It's really only been Vandrasi that's scored any runs here for them. Sim with a nice little cameo, but Not that much. And
Well, this is what you do. After swinging and missing at 3, you go bang. And watch out. You got the big Zilla out there on field number 2. Maximo Hyatt. He runs out of luck this time. It was swung away long and high from Kumar. 6 runs.
That's right in the slot there. Just the right length to smash.
And Zilla nicely picked up by him. Last ball, 85 plus this. Bit of bat on it. It should be caught, and it is. So a nice catch by Gillam at point to finish things off. So Kumar goes 6 and out. Hyatt finishes with his 3rd wicket after all. He'll finish with 3 for 13. And yeah, kind of totally in the balance for me. The mid-80s. We know that they often create good cricket games. Gillam did well to make his way around to his right and hold on to that opportunity. So I think a very good last innings of the day, which is coming up, where Vinarati will need 86 for victory. And if they can do that, then it does seem like we will see them grab that 3rd place. Although, what I would say is it does depend on margins a little bit, because Prague Barbarians do have 8 points. Vinarati are on 6, so they'd have to beat them by a certain amount. Can find that out in the break, so they'll know exactly what they have to do. But right now, let's have a look at some of the highlights, and there were plenty of them here in the first half of match 40 of this FanCode European Cricket Series, including this, which bent the laws of space and time and ended up in the dismissal of Hoke.
One of the weirdest dismissals I've ever seen. With the back of the bat, back onto the stumps, and Joe Cope gets a wicket. Good feeling there from the big man as well. And Kyle Gillam. That was the one that we're asking questions about. And Barbarians are confident, but not out, given in the end. And Gillam gets his revenge on Birendra Kumar. But some runs from Vandrassi. Saw him batting really well again. He's so important for this Barbarian side. There's a big 6. But we also saw him go off the field. He was injured, he hurt his knee. There's Andrew Sim, the Kiwi, and this is that incident. And it's a bit of a nasty one there for Vandrassi. A couple more wickets there, 3 for Hyatt. Nice take there by Shobit Bhatia.
Nice to see Bhatia hold on to one, of course. And well, then it was the Arshad Hyatt show, wasn't it, late on, as he was able to grab wickets in consecutive deliveries. And he's just been such good inclusion. I think he offers so much in all facets of the game. And then it was Narupa Clock. Set your watches, Cope. Well, he probably didn't know how he held on to that, but he did. What a great moment for Raval. His first wicket in ECS cricket, and then Gillam finished things off nicely. But it was 6 and out in the last over. Did drag them into the 80s, Danny, and we know that any totals in the 80s, they normally throw up some close finishes. This could be no exception.
Absolutely. Look, there's plenty of batting in for Vinarati, and they're a very important bowler down are Barbarians. I'm assuming that Murali Vandrassi won't be batting. Just be resting that knee. And they'll probably open with Sid Gowd and Kyle Gillam. That'll be an interesting opening combination. Sid Gowd finally hitting the ball cleanly, and Kyle Gillam came in and in the last game and hit the ball very, very well as well. So let's have a look at the bowlers. Joe Cope, really good up top. Only 4 runs and a wicket from his opening spell, and Kyle Gillam, pretty economical as well, going 6 and over. Fred Heidenreich, a bit more expensive. Yeah, the other bowlers going for around about 15, but Arshad Hyatt brought it back with 3 wickets, and Narup Raval takes his first wicket in the ECS. Win probability, it's pretty close. Vinarati 60%, Barbarians 40%. I think it depends on the start from Vinarati. Barbarians can get a couple of early wickets, especially with Birendra Kumar, who's been very good for them. Then they might struggle a little bit, Vinarati. But let's look at the bowling figures. 3 for 13 for Arshad Hyatt, 2 for 4 for Big Joe Cope, 1 for 12 for Kyle Gillam, and the tail of the tape for Barbarians. Murali Vandrassi had to retire hurt, 37 or 25, hitting the ball very cleanly. Andrew Sim, good little contribution, 18 of 14, and then Piyush Kumar with just 6. So we'll be back with the second half of this game. It'll be the final innings of this Group B, match number 40 here from Prague, the Vinod cricket ground, and We're going to see if Vinarati can get the 86 they need to beat the Barbarians. Also see if the Barbarians can hold them back. We're back very, very shortly for the remainder of this game. Only a short break between innings. See you then. chasing a score of 86 to win against Barbarians. And the news is with Murali Vandrasi that he won't be taking the field, and Prague Barbarians will be down to 10 outfielders, no 12th man named for Barbarians. So they're going to struggle without one of their top line bowlers, and it's also a player down. If Barbarians can win this, it'll be epic. But they'll have to be bowling well to curb these two. Sid Gowd starting to hit the ball pretty well, and a very big hitting innings in the last game against the Spartans, and also Kyle Gillam, the left-hander, will cause a bit of havoc with the right-hand left-handed combination. Also hitting the ball very well. Is a very capable batsman is Kyle Gillam. So the news is, if Vinarati can get this total in under 9 overs, they'll sneak into 3rd place and Barbarians will be 4th. If Barbarians win, or if it goes into the 10th over, then Barbarians will be 3rd and Vinarati will be 4th going into tomorrow's quarterfinals. Here comes the first ball, and it's whipped off his feet, and that will be 4 runs from Sid Gowd. Just a bit too straight from the bowler. It's Piyush Kumar, and that's very comfortable there from Gowd. Just whipped it off his legs. He's strong all around the ground. I think in the last game he was hitting the ball very nicely, and then just got a bit ahead of himself and tried to hit one out of the park that wasn't there to hit. If he can contain himself a bit, Sid Gowd, and he goes into the 6th or 7th over, I think they'll be very close. They'll be beaten outside off stump. Good movement there from the bowler. So interesting end to Group B. Probably be a very close game, I think. That score of 86, very defendable for Barbarians. It's short, and it's been put away again, and that will be another 4 runs. And the fielder out there, it's Barinder Kumar, have to fetch another one. That's just a little bit short and rubbish there from the bowler. So, pretty good start for Gowd. But Piyush Kumar will have to get his line and length right. That's very little protection on that side. If there's only 2 on the leg side, you can't afford to be too straight. There's a long on, and also that man at square leg. Rest on the offside. Short again, and that has beaten the fielder, and that's another 4 runs. And he's really having a go at this bowling is Sid Gowd, but got to say Kumar, it's not great line and length. Just again, too straight, too short. And Sid Gowd makes him pay. So, how can he reply here? Kumar's got a couple of balls left. He's gone for 12 already. And they've put a man back there now on the deep square leg boundary. There is a mid-wicket as well. This one's just tucked around the corner to that man at mid-wicket. And they'll bring the left-hander, Kyle Gillam, on strike. Field will change. So left-handed batsman is Kyle Gillam. He's always a little bit reluctant to go up the top of the order, I think, because he sees himself as a bowler mainly. But he is a very good bat, is Kyle Gillam. Quite proper, but can hit the ball big as well, quite cleanly. He's a good club man as well, is Gillam. Kumar bowling to him, and good start to him as well, right on line, and scramble through for a single at the end of the over. Good start for Vinarati, 14 off it, chasing 86. And Barbarians have to reduce this run rate a little bit. We have to be a good over here from Madashetty, who's been really good for Barbarians, taking quite a few wickets in this tournament so far. I think it'll be up to him and Barinder Kumar, who I think's bowled very, very well for them, to stem the runs, but also get some wickets. And we're coming around the wicket, Mataschetti. Got 4 on the offside for the left-hander and 4 on the onside. Of course, they're a fielder short with that injury to Van Rassie. This one's tucked around the corner, just to mid-wicket, just for a single. Gillam, I think, giving Gowd the strike. He hit the ball very cleanly in the game before against Spartans. And a little bit more aggressive than what we've seen him so far in the tournament. And they know what they need to do, Venerati. They need to get this total in under 9 overs to get into that 3rd place. I'll give them a quarterfinal tie against Bohemians. And this is hit straight to the man. He's gone. Well, Sid Gowd can't quite believe it. Nice catch taken there at point. That's the first wicket down for Venerati, and it's a big one for Barbarians. And Sid Gowd can't quite believe what he's done. He's hit it straight to that man, but it was a tidy catch. Just had to go to his left, and that was Robin Thakral. So it'll bring Fred Heidenreich out onto the end of the middle. Again, a very good batsman, right-hander, so that right-hander, left-hander combination will continue. And again, he can hit the ball very cleanly. And I think he missed out a little bit, did Fred, in the last game and wasn't hitting it as nicely as what he'd liked. And it's going to be difficult for the Barbarians. They need a little combination here, the Vinos. If they go too hard too early, they might lose a few more wickets and then find it difficult to get to the target. It's in a way, it's a bit of a free hit for Venerati. They're still, both these teams have qualified for the quarterfinals, but the 4th place team will play PCC, Prague Cricket Club, and face the power of the beast and Arun Ashokan, and also that man Naeem Lala, who was fantastic last week. I want to avoid facing those boys, and I think PCC will strengthen tomorrow as well. A couple of new additions. Comes Mataschetti again. And just hit down into the covers. There's a man out there covering, and it's the man who took the catch, Thakral. Just a single, bring the left-hander back on strike. And again, with one man short, it's going to move that field around quite a bit. Again, it's 4 on the offside, 4 on the onside for the left-hander. Comes Mataschetti. It's been hit out straight, a little bit in the air. Knocks it down. The fielder, they could have gone for 2. I think they just want to play themselves into this innings a little bit. Heidenreich and Gillam on the wicket of Gowd in the last over. And again, these two can hit the ball very cleanly, and they do hit big sixes, especially Heidenreich. But again, he's got to pick the right ball to do that. And Mataschetti does have a bit about him, gets a bit of movement, a bit unorthodox with that very open bowling action. Front on. Here comes again. That's it wide. That was called a wide. Be very interesting to see if his back foot was near that the edge, that the outside line there. He did go very, very wide. Let's have another quick look. And no, he's okay with it. In fact, his back foot was well inside that line. His front foot was closer to it, but it's the back line, back foot that is the worry. This one pushed back to the bowler. Vinny, what do you think of the start?
Yeah, interesting one. I mean, disappointing to lose Gowd, obviously. But I think VCC, they're also focused on getting these runs in 9 overs. If they can do that, then they will push into 3rd. I was going to say that statistically it was possible for the Barbarians to grab 2nd spot. They would have had to have kept Venerati to 16 or less. I think they haven't done that. So I think we're pretty sure now the Tigers are going to finish in 2nd place. So it's basically these two fighting it out for 3rd or 4th for here. It's the end of the 2nd over. The score is 18 for 1. And we might as well have a look at the table, because that'll give us a fairly good idea about what's going on. And essentially, because of their net run rate superiority, Barbarians over Venerati, that actually buys them about an over. So they can essentially lose this game in the last over, Barbarians, and still hang on with net run rate. Vinarati, they'll have to win it before the end of the 9th over. So keep an eye on that. So essentially I'm looking at that net run rate kind of a bit differently. I'm looking at this as 7 overs left instead of 8. And everyone's aware of that, of course. So Pesh Kumar is going to bowl over number 3.
It's going to be called a wide. Just a note from Mandrake. Yes, they are playing with 10 Barbarians. Of course, availability for weekday matches is quite difficult, and I know that Barbarians want to field a strong side tomorrow, and there was no doubt of them not making the quarterfinals. So, so they had 11 here and 1 injury, so only fielding with 10.
Yeah. See that. Not the best throw.
You got just as close as what Shobat Bhatia did in the game before.
Compared to what we've seen today.
It's a swing and a miss there from Gillam.
Yeah. So to get it in 9 overs, you need about 9.5 and over. So they want to be essentially 10 and over is a good marker at least. Because if you get 10 and over, it gets 90 off 9. Gets you there with a few to spare. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned the extra gap in the field. That's probably going to help Vinarati slightly as well. This is the key partnership for me. I think these two have been a bit careful early on. I'd like to see them kind of playing their natural game, particularly Gillam. Down the side, this will be a wide. They have sacrificed the fine leg at the moment, so it's a big gap down there. Pete Vincent doing a great job as always. And, big thank you to the umpires who've worked really hard to take part in this tournament. They're doing a wonderful job. Gillam gets turned around, blind throw. Another one. I don't know if it's a medicine ball they're playing with out there or something at the moment. Some of the throws not quite making the distance. Yeah, that one just bounced a bit more than Heinrich thought.
He's not getting his timing right at the moment, is Fred.
Gets the one to take off though. Kumar. This one just goes straight through. So another top ball. It's been a pretty good comeback over here for Pesh Kumar. He went for 14 in the first, but just 3 so far in the second.
It's been a good comeback. He was very much on that leg stump line against Sid Gowd, who didn't hit the ball cleanly, but just had enough about it to get a few boundaries. And there was a vacant area. That area is still very empty. In fact, my eyes deceive me. There's no one at all on the leg side from cow corner back to was a third man there. Is that? Is there anyone hiding? Can you see anyone?
No ball's been called here, has it? I'm not sure. I think I just saw a signal. Yeah, but you're exactly right. We've got one fielder on the leg side.
Gets it anywhere. Here's a no
Are we
ball.
Missing something? I feel like there should be somewhere, something else. Anyway, not so sure about that. Don't think it was a no ball. Maybe they're just checking to see how many balls are left in the over.
No, it was a no ball. I saw the
you saw the signal?
free hit. I didn't see the signal. I saw the free hit signal from the umpire there, Pete Vincent.
So it must have been for some field indiscretion. That's all I can possibly think.
How?
Well, he was still in the power play, so they might have had. Well, they definitely have 2 outfielders. They either had a third outfielder or somebody that wasn't in the circle at the point of delivery. So this will be last ball of the over now. Gillam pulls and we'll get a single. So I've got that as 24 for 1 after the 3rd over. So a bit of a weird finish to the over, but in the end, not too much damage, just 6 off it. So yeah, 24 for 1. The no ball. And was followed by the free hit. There was only a single and then another single to finish the over. So yeah, they're going 8 and over at the moment. Like I said, they want to be 9.5 throughout this innings if they're going to chase it down in the 9 overs required. Barbarians, well, they'll be hoping they can hold on to 3rd spot. Again, I think 3rd's better than 4th. I mean, either way, these two teams are going to have a big test tomorrow. Whoever finishes in 3rd is going to meet Bohemians. And whoever finishes 4th is going to meet Prague CC tomorrow on quarterfinal Friday.
Not that there've been really any easy games in this
No, of course not.
this side of the draw. Moravian's probably a little bit weaker, but they're definitely not going to be any easy games for any of the teams tomorrow. I think quite a few teams could win this tournament. I'm not going to pick a winner yet. So into the power play comes Mataschetti bowling to Gillam. No ball.
Well, no ball called, and almost a run out. They scramble through. No ball is called, and I just assume this is for a foot fault. Let's have a look. Get it back foot. I don't know what it'll be like. Yeah, it must have been for the front foot. It was very tight. And,
Not sure what that was for, actually. It might have been the front foot. Might have been fielding infringement again. I'm not.
Yeah, hard to tell. But we'll tee up a free hit for Venerati next. I mean, those ones, it's very hard for us to tell, even with the replay we get. The umpire's a lot closer to the action. Free hit then.
Oh, that was absolutely launched. And that's in the car park. Well, just got a bit leg side, and Fred Heidenreich was right onto that very quickly, and that was a big hit.
New balls, please. That one was absolutely smacked off a length. And even Danzilla, who's the ball retriever today, had to go a long way to find it.
I like his smart fluoro vest worn out there by Danzilla. Amazing they found one that fit him. Now will Mataschetti come back from this? It's been a no ball and a 6 so far in this over. Oh, that's how he'll come back. That was a loose shot from Heidenreich, and it's 6 and out. That's a big wicket. And
unbelievable. Just when you thought that was the shot that could get him going, you see the next ball, and it's a very, very different story. Mataschetti with the perfect reply. And again, probably didn't have to go after that one, especially because of the previous shot. And he went after a ball in the stumps and pays the penalty. So back over the wicket, and it's working out for him. Mataschetti has had a pretty good series. And now he gets the big wicket of Heidenreich. He goes for 8. The score is 32 for 2.
We'll send Voitahasa to the out into the middle. He got a first bowler again, just trying to hit a ball that wasn't there in the first game. And I think, look, Barbarians are down a bowler. We've got Mataschetti who's bowling well. I've got also Birendra Kumar, who I think has been probably the pick of the bowlers for me for Barbarians throughout the start of the week and then today. I know that Harsha Shaganti will probably bowl as well, but he's gone for a few. So it just depends how much depth they have. But if Venerati start running out of batsmen, it's going to be a pretty even contest, especially if they have to get this under 9 overs. Mataschetti doing very well. Coming again, bowling to the new man, Voitahasa. It's down leg side, called a wide. And he's on a golden pair is Hasa. Wouldn't be a great day for him if he got out here. That's Mataschetti again. It's hit in the air, and that is going to be 4 runs. Just bounced in front of the line. Nice shot there from Hasa. Relieves the pressure a little bit. And they're happy there, the Vino's boys.
Yeah, well, Hasa has had a bit of a mixed time, let's say, in this ECS. That's a nice one to get his innings started. And looks like a man on a mission, Voita. He went for a golden duck earlier today. He gets after Mataschetti. He's searching for his 3rd wicket.
That one's closer to the stumps and just dangled the bat. Did Hasa. No run. Good comeback from the bowler. It's a good contest, this.
Yeah, so a couple to come. Hasa gets this in the air, but it's a fairly safe region, or is it? Well, it's not.
What a catch.
Take that. That's unbelievable. Vishal Manay, and he wipes himself out. There's only 2 fielders on the leg side. Hasa cannot take a trick. Well, I thought when he gets this, it's surely going to fall safely. And I hope he hasn't done too much damage to himself, Monet, but he's damaged the innings of VCC. Haase looks so good first ball. He just is such a good player, out of luck at the moment, Voita. And what a catch that was. You see there, just a little bit of a stumble with his right leg, but he holds on to the ball. What a catch that is. Vinarati, 37 for 3.
Fantastic catch. It was always going away from him, and he used those long legs to get there. Stuck out the mitts, and it stuck. So, really fantastic catch there from Vishal Monet. We'll have another look at it. Went high in the air and did brilliantly. Just jarred his foot a bit. Well,
it's a really similar catch to the one that Voita attempted earlier in that part of the ground. So he's just probably thinking the universe is toying with him at the moment as he does become the third wicket to fall. Brings an energetic player in Ashad Hyatt to the crease.
Yeah, Ashad again can score big. But I think what they'll need here is just a little consolidation partnership between these two. You called him Kamikaze Hyatt with his running, and he will cause havoc probably for Kyle Gillam as much as the Barbarians, unfortunately. But he can hit big. Let's hope they're not falling into that trap of just trying to hit everything out of the park and knowing that they have to get this before the end of the 9th over. And there is a bit of batting left, but we've got some good players in the shed already at Vinarati. And it will be Medashedi to continue. It's been very good. Nicely played there by Arshad, and a bit of a hesitation with the running. Just be a single in the end.
Yeah, so it's the end of the 4th over. The score is 38 for 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you once again. It's been a great couple of weeks so far. We're 10 days deep into this tournament in the Czech Republic. I'm here with Danny Hudacek. And so, yeah, I mean, right now the run rate pretty much is where they need to be. They are going at 9.5 and over out of the first 4 overs. It'll be a case of whether they can sustain that, especially losing those 2 quick wickets of Heidenreich and Haase. But Hyatt, he's a good guy to come in this situation, I think.
He's very experienced. He's got a level head in, well, sort of. But he's also there with another very experienced cricketer in Kyle Gillam. So I think, again, the right-hand, left-handed combination, if these two can stay in for the next 3 or 4 overs, I think they'll pump the score up naturally rather than forcing it. But after that, it's going to be might be a bit of a struggle to see who's going to get the runs for Vinarati.
Don't forget No Vandrasi with the ball for Barbarian. It's been a gutsy effort for them so far. Sure. I think just to get those 3 wickets. Now we're going to continue with the next over. It's pitched up and just worked away to the leg side. And yeah, I mean, see if the Barbarians can keep things rolling along. Pankaj Pundir has come into the lineup, and he's come into the bowling attack now in the 5th over. So I suppose it's a bit of pressure on him to keep things quiet. Gillam's kind of ready to launch. You know, he's sat there and he's been hitting the ball okay. He hasn't taken a lot of risks so far. Let's see what he can do here to Pundir.
No, unlucky. Oh, he's missed and they've taken overthrow. Oh.
Well, there's a couple of things going on here. Normally you wouldn't run maybe when it hits the other batter, but you certainly run after he tries to run you out, and you probably would have been out. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Hashat is so wild. What's he doing over there? And then it rebounds back to the bowler. Oh, it would have been really close. Hashat needs to get back, you know, in the same zip code as the pitch. Wow. So that'll be 1. What a strange one.
It's been good so far as Pandier, and good ball again.
They're going to go. Could be trouble. And now we're going to have a bunch of overthrows. And I don't know how many. It'll be a tough stop down there. And it's going to be 5. So, well, they were a bit unsure whether to take the single. And Hyatt is a ball of energy. You see, it's the kind that Hyatt kind of changed his mind. But Gillam was coming. And the throw was so wide. And because there's nobody at fine leg, there's nobody to back that show up. Chiganti throws a big wide around his keeper. And 4 overthrows. Buzzers here in the 5th.
To be fair, I think Gillam would have been home anyway. He set off really early. And he knows that as soon as Arshad calls, Arshad's going to run. So pretty used to each other batting with each other in the same team for many years, these two. So,
Wow.
but that will pump up the score. And it's been a good over from Pundia so far, but that's
Oh, cop that to your figures. Welcome to the ECS. Here's the next ball.
ooh, keeps low.
Not a bad delivery. Worked away for one.
It's been right on line, has Pankaj Pundia from the first ball, and I'm wondering where the bowling was going to come from, and I think that's the answer. He's looking very good so far. A little unfortunate for his figures to be none for 8 off 4.
Yeah, but he has been fairly consistent with his delivery so far. Let's see what we get from Kamikaze this time as he's on strike. Oh, this is clever batting because there's nobody down here. This could run away for 4 as well. Well, this time it's not thrown to the boundary. It's hit to the boundary. And Hyatt goes 5-4, and he wants more. That one also brings up the 50 for Vinarati in pretty quick time.
Yeah, tucked him up, but just turned it around the corner. Very fast part of the ground down there. And lovely shot there from Arshad. And now look at the win predictor, 79% for the Vinarati side, 21% for Prague Barbarians. Long way to go in this game, though.
Remember, also keeping an eye on the net run rate kind of situation, which is that VCC would have to chase it down in 9. Oh, he's got to be out, and he somehow dropped that and caught it. And this was hit hard, but Hyatt is going to go. As I can't believe Shalmane. This one I suppose was easier, though it was hit harder at him, and he drops it. But look at how he just stays with the ball. He keeps his knees bent, and he's able to tap it up again and catch it at the 3rd attempt. So Hyatt, well, he'd gone anywhere else. I mean, 2 metres either side. That's a boundary. Instead, it's the 4th wicket, and Vinarati a 50 for 4.
There's another twist in this game, and well, Venki will come out here, and very steady batsman is Venki, especially with the field out. I think he'll push it around and ask Gillam to take a few risks. But yeah, this is twist after twist in this game. We saw a really bizarre match between these two earlier in the week when it came down to a 3-over bash, or in the end, the Barbarians won because of a rain delay, 3 overs each, and we saw a ridiculous all-run 3.
Yeah, that's right. This is the 10-over match we deserve, really, between these two teams. Yeah, we saw some bizarre stuff then, didn't we? So it's a bit of karma, isn't it? Because the Barbarians this time giving away the overthrows. That one was well wide of the keeper. Didn't have to run them all this time. So this is a great time for the captain to enter. Stage left, Venkatesh Margashayam. Venki, as he's known, on strikers at the moment. Can start of a new over, and this is going to be another catch.
Oh.
It's dropped this time. Well, Gillam gets a life there. And Margashayam will go through for the run in the end. And another catching opportunity. This time it's cover because it's a left-hander. And, Gillam gets lucky. Because you'd say their chances go down significantly if Gillam gets out right now. Remember, I'm looking at the 9 overs. So I'm looking at 6 balls less than the equation that you will see on your screen in a second. So it was 36 off 30 before this over. I'd say 36 off 24, which is 9 and over required. So, yeah, Venki needs to get moving early. At least be getting singles. Captain to captain, gets a wide. He'll take that. And we wish Mandrake a very happy holiday. He said he'll be back after his week's holiday. I'm sure it's well-deserved, Mandrake. Hope you have a wonderful time. Let us know where you're going. Or maybe we'll send us a postcard. Venki on strike this time. And short of length, just pats it. I know it's risky, but that's the kind of length that with only 2 fielders, 3 fielders I suppose now on the left side, I would have been tempted to try and play a cross-bat shot. I suppose he saw what happened to Hyatt. This time, it's set to that fielder again. He's doing some good work in there. So, Asha Chiganti coming on at key time.
I think Venki, it never looked like getting out today, but never actually looked like getting any runs either. Just poking it around. It's going to give Gillam the strike.
That's what he needs to do at a minimum, because Gillam can go large. We know that. I know he's had a bit of a slow start to the innings. He's 9 off 11. Hasn't had a lot of the strike, but they'll know exactly what they have to do to get that 3rd place.
Harsh has dropped a couple short to Venki. You wouldn't want to do that to Kyle. And it is short and it's hit straight. It's going to go towards the boundary, and just held on to it. The fielder there knocked it down, and they come back for 2.
Yeah, they'll get 2. So Gillam moves into double figures. Yeah, so keep an eye on that equation. Now it's 31 off 25 balls, but I'll say 31 off 19 if they want that 3rd place. A bit of a game within a game here. Worked away. Just the one. Some thoughts of a throw, but it could have been a risky proposition. Yeah, but very interesting contest coming up. It's been gripping this series so far, and I think there could be another close finish on the cards as Vinarati, half 6 overs, are 56 for 4. 30 runs required off 24, or 30 off 18 if we're talking qualification. Oh, not qualification, for the 3rd place. So 10 and over required for that. So Vinarati are favoured for that win, but I would say they're probably less than 50-50 when you factor in the extra over, or the one less over they'll want to do it in.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's a guy that bowled pretty good first over, Pankaj Pandya. He was the unfortunate bowler that had to cop the 4 overthrows. Bowling to Gillam. You feel like it just depends. The first big shot Gillam plays, if he gets away with it or not. If he does, he could be up and about. If not, just going to leave the innings in pretty terrible shape.
They bowled pretty well to him, to be fair. Comes Pandya and squares him up. Just a single.
Moved a bit, so well backed up that time. So just 1. Yeah, so just keep an eye on this equation. So I've got 29 in 17 balls to get 3rd spot.
It's going to have to start to go here, I think, Venky.
Yeah.
And I know that his game is more pushing it round, getting singles, but he can hit very nice boundaries. Again, hit big as well. He's just never looked for it today at all.
If Venky's going to play this game of just playing the singles, Gillam has to be more aggressive. He just has to.
Again, he's just prodding it down. And they'll look for 2. They won't get it.
Yeah. So you don't want to leave your run too late. I have to say, though, Pandya's impressed me with the ball. And I think he's been round the mark. It's not easy coming in so late in the series, but he's been brilliant so far. The widest long on and deep mid-wicket guarding the leg side boundary. Again, that's a shot that Gillam just kind of checks. Doesn't want to go through with it because he's not really in control of it. And, yeah, very topsy-turvy innings at the moment.
Yeah, Pandya's figures, he's 1 for 14 off these 1.5 overs, but he's got it mainly right. There was that 5 overthrows, but he's been really good as Pandya. And saying that, it's been flicked down the leg side and got away with it slightly. They'll come back for 2.
Got a hustle, a bit of a double fumble down there, so it does allow 2. Also means that Gillam retains the strike with 2 to come in the over. That could be important.
Well, they've done well with bowling to the right-hander, left-hander combination, have Barbarians as well. There haven't been too many wides down the leg side from Gillam, which you would expect, actually, and because it does happen at all levels. So kudos to the Barbarians bowlers. And saying that, well, did he get away with it? Did it flick something? No, it's called a wide.
He's just a master of the theatre of umpiring, Pete Vincent. It was pretty close to the back heel, I think. And sometimes all you need to do as a batter there is a decent-sized glare to the umpire, which is basically saying you're expecting a signal. And eventually Pete said, okay, if that hasn't touched you, that'll be a wide. This one doesn't beat the mid-wicket, and they flick it back. Now they're going to take an overthrow, but Venky's going to have to hustle here. And the throw's wide. They'll get away with it. So yeah, Gillam decides he wanted to take on the overthrow. You see, almost gets in a bit of a muddle there from Muggashime as well, where his bat plugs. You see, and he was struggling though. He's watching the ball a couple of times. He wasn't liking what he was seeing, but he does get through for the single.
Yeah, it's for me, I think they should just take a couple of more risks. You're right. They're leaving it very, very late, though, Vinny. And there he goes, trying to hit down the ground, and it's
awkward one, but he does hold it. He's just backing off at a furious pace there. Vamshi Mataschetti. It'll be the end of the over. So Mugsheim retains the strike. 7 overs down, 63 for 4. And coming up tomorrow, we want you to be our QFF. It's quarter-finals Friday. And we now know the Tigers will finish in second place. What a good effort from the Prague Tigers.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Division 3 side on ECS debut. And they showed they weren't flash in the pan after their start to the tournament. They do finish in second. That'll be a really good game against United. So we can now confirm that the second quarterfinal will be between those two teams. And apart from that, we've got Bohemians who will play whoever finishes third, and Prague CC will play whoever finishes fourth. So these two teams will feature in those two games. We just don't know exactly which will be which at this stage, but we will know in 3 overs, potentially 2 overs.
What all happens in the 8th here, Vinny? Because they need something to happen for them, Vinarati, and I think they'll have to launch an attack. They don't want to leave anything. I mean, they will go to the 10th over if needed, but they want to get it over and done with in the 9th to get into that 3rd place. So I think they'll have to go. And Venki hits one off his feet.
23 off 12. That's what I'm looking at now. So, yeah, it's kind of to me, the 9 over win is more important than the 10 over win. Honestly, from a strategic point of view, I think you want to avoid PCC. Look, I know Bohemian's going to be a tough challenge anyway, but Gillam kind of recognising that. Slight fumble, but they won't get back. So that makes it 21 off 16 or 21 off 10. It's just, I feel like they're leaving their run very late here. I see something attacking out of Venki. Yeah, it is. It's not a good delivery. This could run away for 4, you know. It is going to run past the rope. And so that was an unguarded part of the field, and we know it's so fast in that area. So Mugsheim gets his first boundary. It was a welcome one, Danny. Vinarati staying in this chase.
Yeah, this is a big over in the context of this game. And Venki, not going to say he's opening up, but that was a good shot. But if they do win in the 10th over here, Vinarati, it'll be a bit of a pointless victory because it won't advance them in the table. And even though they will get a win, but that just really won't help them. Venki tries to dig that one out.
Unnecessarythrows.com, because Giganti, he was the one I think earlier that threw the 4 overthrows. So things getting tight here. Hit hard, straight at Mataschetti, who deals with it. And it'll just be a single. So 16 off 13 balls makes it 16 off 7 for the qualification.
Need a boundary or 2 here. Big 6 would change things here.
Sure would. Gillam boundaryless in 18 balls so far. And now just nudges. Last ball of the over maybe. I think that might have been the tactics to keep the strike, which he will do. So 71 for 4. 15 required off 2 overs for the win, but 15 required off this over if they're going to qualify in 3rd. I know that was their target, Vinarati, heading into this chase. And Gillam, like I say, I mean, if you would have told me that he'd bat through the first 8 overs without scoring a boundary, I would have said that's crazy, because he came out and whacked 2 of his 3 balls to the boundary or over earlier on. Mataschetti, 3 for 18. He's a wicket-taking machine in this series. Pundir bowled a really good 2 overs, conceding 17, which did include a 5. Giganti also avoided any punishment, didn't he? Just going for the 1 boundary in his 2 overs. So a big over coming up, and it's Thackrell that's going to get it in the 9th. They need 15 of this over to qualify. What I should say is it is still possible if they were to win off the first ball of the last over, but they'd have to win with a 6 or something like that. They'd have to finish a lot more than 86. But to guarantee qualification, they need 15 off this over.
It's been a little bit disappointing in some ways from Vinarati. They haven't really attacked like they could have. And you're right, they've left it very late. But it has been very good bowling from the Barbarians. They've bowled in the right areas, and Pankaj Pundir's come in, and also Giganti's bowled well.
Goes after this and misses. This is the one he wanted. He wanted something a little bit short here, Gillam, to try and launch it over that leg side, but a dot ball. That makes it 15 off 5 required. He hasn't hit a boundary yet. He would love to cash in now with a couple over the ropes.
Bowler pulling to Gillam.
He goes for this and he nails it. It was a matter of time, and Kyle's going to make that one fly. Pretty good fielding over there as well. It looks like that's Joe Foster. That goes one hand, one bounce. Maximo Vinarati come to life in the 9th. Well, maybe it still does all happen in the 9th, Danny. Vinarati will be hoping that it does. Makes it 9 off 4 for qualification. And now he's somehow going to get away with this. And they think of it too. Gillam's not on board. That's right off the toe. And Gillam probably can't believe that had enough batter in it to get over the bowler.
Just got a little bit of luck there. Brings Venki back on strike, and Venki's going to have to go.
8 off 3 here.
Yeah.
8 off 3. Cannot afford a dot ball. Goes for it, and there's nobody back there. The keeper is running a marathon to get there, and he won't get there. I think he headbutts it. They're going to go for 2. They might think about 3 here. They won't. Wow, what a good effort that was from Johanna Hoke. He ran halfway back to Burno, didn't he? Wow, have a look at this. And, yeah, I think he eats it. It'll be 2. All right, 6 required of 2 for qualification. Hit hard. And I think they want to. I don't think it's on, though. So now, I don't think that 5 is enough here. I think they need a 6 off this ball. I mean, I'd have to go right down into the decimal places, but I have a feeling that, yeah, what I would say is if they were to tie this ball and then hit a boundary next ball, I think they still probably would qualify it, but they really need a boundary here. Goes for it, and it was too wide. He's dragged it. It's a catching opportunity that's not taken, and it will be just 1. So it finishes the over, 82 for 4 off 9. Now, what I will say is they could still qualify, like I say, if they were to hit a boundary this ball. So I think if they hit a 6, I will have to run the numbers. Might even have time to do it, Danny, but one thing's for sure, it's been a pretty tight contest.
I'll tell you what, I don't know why Birendra Kumar hasn't bowled earlier in this innings, because I think he's been one of the best bowlers for Vinarati. Now he's bowling the 10th, so I think Vinarati are going to win this game.
If they hit a 6 this ball, they will still qualify. Okay, if they hit a 6 this ball, they'll still qualify.
Crazy.
Right?
That's
so
really this.
So, but I mean, they'll qualify by like 0.04. So they needed a 6, and if they do, then it'll be the greatest story ever told. Because the reason is they'll finish more than the 86. They'll finish on 88.
Yeah,
that's enough. All right, here we go. And here's Birendra Kumar. Drag down. They may think a 2 here.
It's going to go to the boundary.
And that'll actually be 4. And I think that, well, let me do the numbers here. I think that they have missed out by 0.019.
No.
Yeah, so can you believe it? I mean, it's a win for Vinarati. I mean, it's a strange feeling. I don't think we've ever had a situation quite like it. But they needed to win in 9 overs. They do it in 9.1 for that reason. And look, this will be confirmed by the supercomputers, but I've got Vinarati and Barbarians now both on 8 points. Vinarati's net run rate is plus 0.02 and Barbarians is plus 0.04. So it looks like that Barbarians, despite losing this game, are going to scrape into third place. The Barbarians, that is. And if they had hit that one for 6, then Vinarati's net run rate would have been plus 0.05. So that's how close this group was. And you know what? It's a fitting end to Group B, I think, Danny, because we said it was going to be close, and it sure was in the end. It is Vinarati to get the win, but it does look like they'll finish in 4th place. Again, I'll wait for somebody with a higher pay grade than me to confirm that. But, you know, really close, tight game between these two teams. Who knows? They could even meet down the road in the finals. But both of them have a very tough task ahead of themselves tomorrow because we know that they will play PCC and Bohemians respectively. Really good game of cricket here in match 40.
Really good game, and fantastic effort from Barbarians. They were down a man and they went for 14 off the first over. Some loose bowling and some nice shots there from Sid Gowd, but then he hit that straight to Robin Thackrell and couldn't quite believe it. Good Sid. And Fred couldn't get going. Fred Heidenreich missed another straight one, and they're always there or thereabouts, the Barbarians. And then that was a fantastic catch there from Vishal Manai. He took 2 in the innings. That was the one he took to dismiss Hayat, one he juggled. Did put one down a bit later, this one, but that was probably the hardest of the lot. Did follow him a bit, and then Guy Gillam, big 6 there, and they left the run chase very, very late. Did Vinarati. A good effort there from Hoke, but Barbarians did just enough. Another big 6, or that was the same one actually.
Just enough. I mean, what a great end to today's play. And Kyle Gillam with 28, not out of 24, but he just couldn't quite find his mojo. As again, we'll have to wait for confirmation because it's within the margin of error. It's yeah, I think that's. You can go through the score here, Danny. It was very, 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 very close. So close, in fact, we might have to go to a count back.
Yeah, I think, we're not going to call the final placings yet. I'm just going to have a bit of a check on that. But you see Sid Gowd, 13 off 6. And Kyle Gillam getting the bulk of the runs up top. Piyush Kumar's pretty expensive. Madashetty picked up 3 wickets for 18. Did very, very well, especially getting rid of that top order. Pankaj Pundia also coming in and bowling nice, tight overs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Pundia was a pretty good inclusion, wasn't he? And he did his role. And Madashetty once again amongst the wickets with 3 of them. So, yeah, once again, really exciting day's cricket and finishing in a nail-biter. Did go down to the last over. Vinarati, I think by 1 ball, he set up what's going to be a mouth-watering clash tomorrow. And I think it'll be the 3rd game of the day that we'll see them take on PCC. And that's a rematch of last year's final and the 2020 final in the ECS as well. And, well, looking forward to that. And I do believe that means that we will see the first game tomorrow being Prague Barbarians versus Bohemians. That's not confirmed yet. I'm just telling you that's the calculations we've been doing here. We'll check and recheck and recheck. But it just shows you how close this group's been. It's been a really entertaining group. I want to say big thanks to all of the players involved, including the Moravians, who we had to say goodbye to today. They started with such a bang, didn't they?
Yeah.
And Barbarians, I think that they can count themselves a bit lucky to get 3rd place when you said some of their stumbles along the way, losing to the Prague Tigers, not chasing 61, losing the Moravians as well. But they've done enough. Shows you that their best is good enough to beat anybody. Let's see what they bring tomorrow.
Well, you saw that the game between these two went down. It was a 3-over bash because of the rain.
Yeah.
And they were undermanned as well, Barbarians, so they got a bit lucky with that. So they got an extra 2 points, I think, in this group. But and I think they got a bit lucky here as well, even though they did bowl fantastically, I think.
Yeah, 1 run can make a difference.
Yeah.
And it's when it came down to 1 or 2 runs. And we often talk about net run rate. And we kind of focus on what we see just then at the very end. But if you think about every little missed field, everything during the week, I mean, if one of those goes the other way, maybe that would be reversed. But anyway, I want to thank everyone here on the ground, all the Blue crew as well. Luckily, we didn't have any rain today, so thanks to the weather gods as well for looking after us. And we're expecting fine weather on quarterfinals day tomorrow and also on finals day. So I'm looking forward to that. Big thank you to you, Danny. I've enjoyed your work as well. And I'll be seeing you tomorrow for more action.
Absolutely.
And yeah, it should be really great. We're down to 8 sides. 8 will become 4 at the end of tomorrow as we head into finals day. But for now, we're going to leave you with some highlights of the day. Thanks again for your company. And you might be able to turn over now to the 2nd T20 International between Germany and Sweden, which I know I'll be checking out tonight as well. But from now, here in Prague, in the giant inflatable ice cube, this is Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudacek. We'll see you tomorrow for quarterfinals day. Be our QFF and join us again for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
See ya.